What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, May 15th, 2025, and we are broadcasting live from Barton Creek Country Club, the site of the DKR member guest tournament happening all weekend long. And we are thrilled to be here for the next couple of hours talking plenty of Texas football. Our man Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field is going to join us at 7:15 to preview the Longhorns series against Oklahoma. We've got the NFL schedule release to react to. We've got the latest and greatest from the NBA and NHL playoffs. We've got a bunch of other randomness to get into as well between now and 9 o'clock on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hope everyone's having a great start to their day. What a scene. Buck, how are you this morning?
I'm doing fantastic, man. There's a lot of stuff here.
A lot of stuff.
One thing guys like is guys like stuff.
Yeah.
Guys need another hat. They need another sweatshirt. They got to have koozies. Men like stuff.
Women like stuff too.
Yeah, women like to tell you to get rid of your stuff. That's what they like to tell you.
Yeah.
But they like stuff too.
They do.
It just stays in their closet. Guys show it. Guys have it all over the house.
The guys buying shirts today, they'll probably wear these shirts today.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll have them on today. Then they'll sit back until they come back again next year to the event. And what a fantastic event. You and I were here last year, besides the giant mural behind us.
Yeah.
Cowboys, horses, and land, huh?
What do you got? Yeah, a couple cowboys on horses just overlooking a creek. A lot of green grass and trees in front of them. It's just nice stuff here, man.
Yeah, this is great when you have your member guests. And, this is a place where back in the day when I first came to Texas, that John Makovic used to take money from me, taking some money from his buddies.
He took money from you?
Of course he did.
Makovic was a better golfer than you were?
Dude he was like a zero handicap guy.
I didn't realize.
Oh, yeah, he was a fantastic golfer, but he made us all pay up every time.
Of course.
Before you left the parking lot.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, you still owe me $16.
Even though he was making, what, five times
what
you guys were making?
Oh, yeah, he never let you get away.
No.
I just remember him, the deal, myself and a old ball coach named Bobby Jack Wright would come up and he would we'd meet us out here. And there were times when he'd say, make sure you have your golf gloves in your trunk because we're going to meet a little bit at the office, but then we're going to go play golf. I hated that. I hated that he used to give me the old, put your gloves in your trunk. I'm like, dude, I don't want to play golf with you again today.
You're such a golf guy. That's surprising to hear.
Just with him.
You just knew you were making a donation every time you played.
And he would say, and then we'd go to the first tee and he goes, do you listen to the birds? Don't they sound beautiful?
Oh.
I'm like, dude, shit, no, they don't sound beautiful.
He's getting in your head.
Just like, what do you mean, isn't it a beautiful sound? How many strokes am I getting? And he said, strokes? What are you talking about? He said, you just need to play better. That was his theme always.
Wow.
You just need to play better.
There's nothing worse than your boss telling you you suck.
Yeah, you need to play better.
And
that was
taking money from you.
Oh,
too.
At the end, just taking it. Yeah, but that's okay. It was a good time. This is a wonderful place, a wonderful facility.
Yeah.
The Omni Hotel. I mean, it's gone through so many changes out here. The golf course has gone through a bunch of changes, and they have 1, 2, I think 3, or including the one out in near Lake Cliff, the one out there, that area. They have 4 different courses, and all of them are spectacular, BK.
Yes, they are.
Just amazing.
This place is filling up already.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a jam-packed day here at Barton Creek Country Club. We're excited to be a small part of all of the festivities going on. But, people are up and at 'em this morning. It's going to be a hot one today.
Whoa.
But these guys can handle it. They've done this before, right? We're lucky we're inside.
Yeah, you and I've got with my new 95-degree temperature, do not play over 95. I'm holding to that.
There you go.
And I think it may work for me.
So you would not be playing today?
I would not be, no.
No, too hot.
No, it would be too hot for me. By the way, I would not be playing at the Mullet Open tomorrow.
It's going to be toasty.
If I were playing, because that says 98.
Yeah, excited to be out at the Mullet Open tomorrow. The 24th annual Mullet Open should be a great time. It's back-to-back live broadcast for this show. We'll have a bunch of TSU folks out there at Lost Pines Golf Club in Bastrop tomorrow.
I'm loading up today. The truck will be here. I'll be leaving early today with this broadcast and headed back to my house, and the truck will roll up, and then we'll roll out to Lost Pines, the Hyatt Lost Pines, and get everything set. But today is all about Barton Creek.
Yes, it
and
is.
a beautiful place it is. There's no doubt about it. But good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate what you do. And to you and your families, please be safe out there.
Absolutely. You asked me right before the show, Buck, if Texas got a commitment yesterday that we needed to talk about, and I told you no. I completely forgot they did get a commitment.
Another one?
Your hunch was dead on.
Yeah, it's as we creep up on June, it seems like day to day, one or two will trickle in.
This is an exciting one because it's a two-way player.
Okay.
Yesterday, the Longhorns landed a commitment from five-star athlete Jermaine Bishop Jr.
Wow.
From the state of Texas, plays his high school football at Willis. He chose the Longhorns over A&M, Oklahoma, USC, Florida. I mean, he had more than 25 offers from big-time programs across the country, and he plays both ways. Some websites have him listed as a cornerback. Some recruiting sites have him listed as an athlete. But on his high school team, he plays wide receiver and corner. How about some of these numbers? So he's going into his senior year. He's played a couple of years on varsity. As a sophomore 2 years ago, 1,400 yards, 17 receiving touchdowns. Now, he was playing with former five-star and current Florida quarterback DJ Lagway. Those guys were teammates a couple of years ago. So Lagway obviously leaves, and everyone's like, okay, what kind of numbers is Jermaine Bishop going to put up, right? Was he only good because he had a five-star quarterback with him? Well, how about this past season as a junior? 1,565 receiving yards and 18 touchdowns. He also had 3 interceptions, 6 PBUs, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 pick sixes last year for Willis. This is 6A Houston area high school football that this kid is putting up these numbers in.
And the number of offers that he's had from the places that he's had, that's incredible.
Yeah. This guy, just to put some context around how good those numbers
are. You know what he sounds like? He sounds like a wide receiver to me.
Well, he's 5'11". He's only listed at 155 pounds.
He sounds like a receiver to me, yeah.
He's a stick out there. Now, again, recruiting sites have him listed as a cornerback or an athlete. Nobody has him listed as a wide receiver. And a couple of those schools that we mentioned were only recruiting him as a corner. So I think if he's anything, he's more likely a corner. Now, it sounds like Texas is going to be willing to let him play both ways, or at least they told him that to get him to commit to Texas. But, yeah, I mean, you hear those numbers. I mean, 1,400 yards 2 years ago, 17 touchdowns, 1,500 yards and 18 touchdowns last year.
Boy, not a lot of two-way players in the state of Texas. It's too hot. There's too many talented players.
Yeah.
And this is it's a great opportunity.
Absolutely.
It really is, but 5'11" at 150 something.
155.
You're not carrying a lot of weight. You're not carrying a lot of girth with you there. And it's hot here. It's just a different brand of ball.
It is.
You know what I mean? From high school ball to make this jump to a place like University of Texas and playing in the SEC.
Well, here's some context to those numbers for Jermaine Bishop.
But those numbers are huge.
He's about 1,500 receiving yards away from being top 10 in Texas high school football history. Think about all of the great players that have played high school ball in this state. Jermaine Bishop Jr., with what he's done the last 2 years, if he puts together another season like that in 2025, then he's going to go down in the record books here across the state. It's incredible.
I wonder if is his quarterback back for another year?
I don't know.
That's the deal.
I don't know if the quarterback who was with him this past season is there for one more season. But obviously he did it without Lagway last year, so he didn't need that five-star Florida quarterback to put up some great numbers. I was watching some, highlights of this young man yesterday. I mean, he's hurdling dudes. He's running by dudes. He's running through dudes. He's very good.
Maybe it's that punt returner that you're looking for.
Could be. I mean, Mike.
As a freshman,
How about this? Here's a profile I read from Gabe Brooks of 24/7 Sports. I mean, he's a 5-star according to 24/7. Some websites have him as a 4-star, but he just picked up a 5th star from 24/7 last week. Here's a little profile from Gabe Brooks. Quote, one of the best pure football players in the country, reflected by absurd production on both sides of the ball across multiple Texas 6A varsity seasons, dynamic 3-phase playmaker who lacks ideal measurables and frame specs, but possesses wiry tendon strength shown in ball skills, run after catch strength, and surprising striking power for such a lean cover man. He's a ball skills magician, immense production at receiver with nearly 3,000 yards and 35 touchdowns in his sophomore junior seasons. Also recorded 8 interceptions and 4 non-offensive touchdowns in that span. Legitimate candidate to play two-way snaps at the Power 4 level. High school profile similar to players such as Kamari Lassiter, Ladd McConkey, Jordan Addison, perhaps even Travis Hunter. Projects as a high major impact player who could become an early round draft candidate.
Wow.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll work is right. And like I said, but at 100, if you told me he was 170, I'd say he probably can do it. 150 is, wow.
Well, I assume college coaches are telling him to put on some weight. Obviously, when he gets here, he's going to get with Torrey Becton.
Sure, he's going to put on weight anyway.
And
yeah,
that'll happen when he gets to the 40
Sure.
acres. But like I would assume that's part of the goal for the senior year of Jermaine Bishop Jr.
to put on about 10 pounds somehow.
Yeah, at least be like mid 160s,
Yes.
right? Like 155 going to college. I don't care how fast you are. You take one wrong hit and it's.
He's my weight.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's a scary thought.
Wow.
But he's like, what, 6 inches taller than you?
No.
Because
The
he's
5'11". If he's 5'11", he's only an inch and a half to 2 inches taller than I am.
Whatever. That guy could eat a 5-course meal
don't
off your
think so.
bald head.
That dude can move, though.
He can move.
And that's a lot of yards. That's a lot of yards as a receiver, period, without playing in the secondary.
You think about some of those player comps. I mean, obviously, Travis Hunter, we just saw him win the Heisman. Was the number 2 pick in the draft.
But everybody's going to be comped to that. Anybody that's 6'8", 5-star, that's going to be the comp from this point on.
Well, if they play both ways.
They play both ways.
Yeah. I mean, if this guy's 70% as good as Travis Hunter, then Texas has something special. I don't know if he's going to be that good. But you think about some of the other names mentioned. I mean, Kamari Lassiter, great college player, just had a phenomenal rookie year with the Texans. Ladd McConkey, great college player, phenomenal rookie year with the Chargers. Jordan Addison of your Vikings.
That's a good one right there.
Has become one of the best young receivers in the NFL. So, like, if he's any of those dudes, then you've got something great.
Boy, if he's Addison, period, I don't want him playing on defense. I don't want that 155 going out there trying to strike people, as they say. I'd rather for him just going by people.
Right. Yeah, and it's interesting because Bishop said he wants to play both ways, but I saw a recent quote where he said if he had to pick one side of the ball, he would pick defense. So, I don't know. I mean, sounds like he could play both. And again, he was getting offered by more schools for defense than he was for offense. So I guess that's kind of the leader in the clubhouse if he's going to stick to one side.
Well, you just get him here. I mean, you got him on campus now, so that's
and
you'll figure it out. The head coaches and the secondary coaches will figure out what to do.
It's almost like Sark and PK might be fighting back and forth to try to get this dude playing.
And maybe he'll do both ways. Maybe there'll be certain downs on offense where he'll be on the offensive side too.
Yeah.
But he sounds more like an offensive player to me. Those numbers on offense, 1,700 yards, 1,500 yards.
Yeah.
Did you say 18 touchdowns?
18 touchdowns.
And 17 the year before?
17 the year before. And
it just sounds like one of those flashy wide receivers to me.
4 non-offensive touchdowns too.
So he's probably 4.3.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything in terms of a 40. I don't know if he's a track guy or anything like that.
The Houston area too, huh? No, he can go probably.
Yeah, putting up those numbers in 6A, Houston area high school
playing both
football.
Ways?
Playing both ways. I mean, that is ridiculously impressive. So
they did have a pickup of someone.
They did have a pickup yesterday. Yeah, that's 2 commitments in the last 6 days for Texas Longhorn football. Not even to the month of June yet, Buck. You know, it's about to start picking up.
I know.
Even more. The Longhorns currently have 7 players committed for the class of 2026. Here to tell you that number is going to change.
Wow.
They also currently have the 30th ranked class in America for 2026. I'm also here to tell you that number is going.
That's going to change. Yes, it is.
Maybe
no doubt
remove
about
the 0, and we're talking. Well, Texas was number 1 last year. We'll see if Sark can do it again. And Allen says, Xavier Worthy was like 160 pounds with a wet blanket.
Yes, he was.
So he was an elite receiver, obviously, at Texas, and off to a great start in the NFL. We'll get back to some Texas Longhorn football here in a moment. But without further ado, one of our favorite guests.
Yes, indeed.
One of our favorite times of the week. Our man Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joins us now to talk all things Texas baseball. Our weekly conversations with Mark, brought to you by our great friends at 34 Wine and Spirits. Obviously, a big series for the Longhorns starting tonight up north of the Red River. Mark joining us to talk all about it. Mark, what's going on, man? Thanks for the time. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, guys. Out at Barton Creek today, huh? That's one of my favorite spots.
Yeah, it's a nice place. It's beautiful.
Look at this artwork behind us, Mark. Bucky actually painted this himself.
Yes, I did.
Are y'all staying out there for the weekend? I see some suitcases in the in frame there.
No, we're not important enough to
No.
stay out here past
We've
like
got to
2
get to the
hours.
Mullet Open. We have to get there with the other folks
Nice,
tomorrow.
nice.
So
Yeah, the peasants,
yes,
the non-country clubbers.
yes,
That's what we're going to
we'll be with them tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Very nice.
All right, Mark. Well, before we dive into the Red River Shootout on the Diamond, this is our first chance to talk to you since the Florida series. Another series loss. It's back-to-back series losses for the Longhorns. They've lost 5 of their last 6 SEC games. You know, not as bad as what happened in Fayetteville. Obviously, Texas won a game, and some things were cleaned up from what went down at Arkansas, but still some problems with the bats, some problems with the pitching. You know, just what were your big takeaways from the Longhorns dropping 2 of 3 from Florida this past weekend?
Yeah, BK, it was an interesting series out there at Dish Falk. Obviously disappointing to drop your second straight SEC series, but like you mentioned, man, just not a lot of noise coming from the offense, and had some spotty pitching in some situations. I think Friday night was a good example of that, giving up 6 runs in the first inning. Ruger Riojas not being able to get out of the first inning, that kind of put that game out of reach from the jump. But you feel overall, right, that Texas just let some opportunities slide by over the weekend. A lot of free passes from the pitching staff. Texas wasn't able to get the big hit when they needed it, and Florida, just beat us. They are one of the hotter teams in the SEC right now. I believe they've won 5 straight series in a row in SEC play, which is pretty impressive. They're back in the top 25 now as well. So, admittedly, just a little bit of a funk for Texas, and, not necessarily coming at the right time here as we get towards the end of the regular season. But, I was telling folks earlier in the week, I'm choosing to look at it from a slightly different angle. BK, if I would have told you going into the last week of the regular season that Texas was going to be ranked number 3 in the country and potentially 1 win away from winning the SEC regular season title, I think we all would have been ecstatic with that position.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of choosing to look at it from that perspective, that they got a big weekend ahead of them here coming up tonight in Norman. And a lot to play for, and they can accomplish quite a bit with a win, maybe 2, up there against the Sooners.
And I look at it the other way. I look at it as I like to be reaching a crescendo when it comes getting close to playoff times, and you want to be playing at your best. And this is one of those downward spirals and it's not just one group. It's just a little bit of everybody. It's individuals. It's the pitching as a whole. But they've got to find, but you still have the opportunity. They've worked all season long, Mark, and built up such a lead that this is what it's all about. It won't matter. Nobody will care if you win the conference championship. They won't even remember what happened, how it ended. They just will remember your first year in the SEC. You've won a championship. You're there, or you've tied for it. But I don't like the way it looks. It's just, and especially the Friday, not getting off to good starts, and the teams that they've played have been pretty good teams. The last 2 weeks have been teams that are reaching their crescendo. They've faltered early in the season, middle of the season, but they're playing their best baseball right now. So in order to go on from this kind of championship to the next move when you get to Omaha, because once you get there, once a team like Texas gets there, it's all about winning. It's not about winning the first week or how we're gonna do in a super regional. It's about winning in Omaha, and this right now is how do you stop that? How do you stop that fall right now? It's hard to do. Baseball is, you have more failures than you have successes anyway.
Yeah.
But this is a weird time to have failures.
Yeah, it is, and I expect to see Coach Schlossnagle shake some things up this weekend in Norman. Right, you've started to hear kind of in some press appearances that we're thinking he's going to move around the pitching rotation this weekend. I think we'll probably see a different number 3 starter for Texas this weekend. It hasn't been announced necessarily who it'll be, but I think we are going to try some different things. I think another big thing to look for is the rumors are starting to get stronger of a potential Max Ballou, return this weekend into the lineup. So Obviously, that would be a huge lift for the offense if he's able to come back and be comfortable and swing the bat without pain. So I think we are in a fortunate position where we could be getting some key pieces back at the exact right time. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. And then, Bucky, to be quite honest, some of the veteran guys in the lineup just need to heat back up, right? It's guys that have a ton of talent, right? Jalen Flores, Will Gasparino just haven't been hitting for average that you would be expecting out of both of them. But again, guys that are very talented, very capable, and guys that I expect to step up when the games matter the most. So you hope that you kind of see the offense get back on track this weekend. One of the positives of playing up in Norman is that is an offensive ballpark.
Yeah.
Texas typically goes up there, has success hitting the ball over the fence, scoring a lot of runs. So you're hoping that we can do that, kind of get the confidence going. And I do think that's exactly what it is, just a lack of confidence right now. They're all in a little bit of a slump. And you hear the phrase that like offense is contagious, but I feel like slumps are contagious as well.
Yes.
Start to get some guys get cold, and then it starts to kind of trickle out, to the rest of the offense. And before you know it, nobody's really hitting the ball well. So I think it's just going to take a night where the bats are feeling good to kind of get them back on track. Hopefully that'll come this weekend. But I'll tell you what, OU's got a fantastic number one starter that I think they're going to be facing tonight. So it's going to be a difficult challenge for the offense.
Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joining us here talking Texas baseball on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Mark, Bucky and I have been going back and forth all week about Ruger Riojas, right? I mean, obviously no Jared Spencer. We know he's not coming back. And Riojas' first start was fantastic, 5 2/3 scoreless against Texas A&M, but it's back-to-back really disappointing performances for him. He's given up 15 earned runs in his last two starts. And as you mentioned, he didn't get out of the first inning last Friday against Florida. I know Schloss said he wasn't going to make any changes, so Riojas is going to get the ball tonight. But do you agree with that decision, first and foremost? And number two, what's your confidence level that Riojas can start looking more like the guy we saw earlier in the season?
Yeah, so I did hear some talk that Ruger may actually be staying on his Friday night, so not pitching tonight. So I think him and Harrison are going to stay Friday, Saturday, and with the Thursday through Saturday series this weekend, they'll likely be pitching game 2 and game 3. But to be honest, BK, I was less concerned with Ruger's appearance against Florida. If you look at his whole body of work, right, he has not had a lot of control problems. Yes, he gave up 6 runs in the first inning against Florida last week, but they were not hitting him hard. I believe he walked 4 guys and hit a 5th guy and basically put them in a position where they needed 1 or 2 hits that first inning to score all of those 6 runs. So it was uncharacteristic. You heard Schlossnagel and the coaches talk about the team dealing with the flu and sickness, and that Ruger may not have been on top of his game. I don't like using, excuses like that necessarily, but I think I'm going to give him a pass in that Florida game. I do want to see what he looks like this weekend against Oklahoma, and we need to see him and Luke Harrison on top of their game this weekend, right?
Well, if he's the starter, he can't. If he goes through some of the things he went through last week, he won't be in there very long. I mean, it didn't take long last week to give up 6 runs and a lot of balls and a couple of hit batters. And when you have 2 in a row like this and you're looking to try to win a championship, the coach's decision is huge.
Yeah,
this is a huge decision to have if he's the starting pitcher tonight. It really is, because now it's not just about the team and winning a championship. It's about him for the future, because you're going to move on. You're going to move on. You're going to get games at home. It's just the fact that how valuable will he be if it doesn't work out this week? Now you're talking about 3 straight weeks, 3 straight starts. If it doesn't work out now, I don't even see it again for a while. I mean, where do you put him in? Do you bring him in out of the bullpen every once in a while if you need to get an out here or there? Or do you – because I can't see him being a starter. If he can't get it done tonight, I can't see him starting anytime soon again.
Well, I think, Bucky, the rub there, right, is – and if I'm being honest, right, starting pitching is probably the biggest concern right now, just because of what we've seen the last 2 weeks. But, we're already making a shift to get a different number 3 starter out there. I'm not sure that you can be toying around with 2 of the 3 starting pitchers at the same time. So my personal opinion, right, is you have to ride with Ruger and Luke Harrison at this point.
Mhm.
And you got to see what you try tonight in terms of getting a third starter out there and see what he's able to bring to the table. I would be shocked, though, if we ended up changing 2 of the 3 starting pitchers moving into the postseason, right?
Well, I agree with that. I don't think they're going to do that, but
Yeah.
those are coaching decisions that when you're trying to get a championship, you look at the film and once again, BK always says that, eventually they have film on you, and teams have film on him now. It's not just him going out and surprising batters now. Everybody gets to see games, the 2 games that he's pitched. They know some of the pitches. They understand that they can be patient because he's not throwing that many strikes over the last 2 weeks. And he's a guy who has good control, but he hasn't had it. So now these guys are going to sit there at the plate. They're going to wait and wait until he throws strike. And if he starts on the walks, they're going to be. I got to believe that the Sooners at home, they like to be coming out swinging too. They like to score a bunch of runs against Texas. So maybe they won't. They'll be more aggressive than the other teams so far because the other teams just waited. And if you weren't going to throw strikes, they take the free pass.
Yeah.
As you said, he wouldn't hit hard. He wouldn't hit hard. He gave up a bunch of free passes.
He did. And you hope he can turn it around this week. I think it's going to be very key for the Horns, right? You got to have at least a couple of reliable starters in the postseason. So again, I think looking at his body of work for the entire season, I still have confidence that Ruger will turn it around. Harrison's been really consistent as well about what he's been providing. So you hope you see that, right? Because this is the last weekend series before the postseason. You go into the SEC tournament next week, but that's a really weird format where it's single elimination. You may only get 1 game in. You may get 2 games in, a max of 3 if you're Texas. So this is going to be the last real weekend of action before we get into regional play.
Mark, let me ask you, what do you see at the plate for some of these guys who aren't hitting the way they were hitting before? Is this the fact that they're getting down so quick, in early innings, they're just pressing themselves to try to get those runs back?
So I think when you go back 2 weeks ago to Arkansas, right, that's just fantastic pitching playing in a hostile environment. You got to tip your cap to the 2 Arkansas pitchers that really dominated.
Yeah, they were fabulous.
Yeah, and then game 3 in Fayetteville, right, we did put up a lot of runs, but we still lost. Hit several home runs, scored like 8 runs, and had a pretty good performance. I think this past weekend against Florida, just another case of the Gators having really strong arms, right? Really quality pitching. But we did struggle to hit the ball, right? Way too many strikeouts right now is what I'm seeing, Bucky. So I think the team's really got to focus on just locking in at the plate, putting the ball in play. But again, to your point, right, not falling back behind, by 5-6 runs early in the game is also going to be a key. That puts a lot of unnecessary pressure on the offense. So again, I think playing in an offensive park this weekend is going to be an advantage for Texas. And you hope it's just a blip on a radar, man. These guys have a lot of talent offensively. I expect them to start hitting again. And I'm not super worried about the offense. If we can get Max Ballou back, I think they'll get that cranked out. I think if I did have one worry right now, it's the starting pitching that we've been talking about. So
yeah, Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joining us here. We're hitting you with some tough ones today, Mark. So I'm going to give you another tough one. What do you do with Max Grubbs? Like, he's been such a weapon out of the bullpen for this Texas team all season long. Obviously, he started a couple of games in the last 3 to 4 weeks once Jared Spencer got hurt. And you mentioned it, Schloss and company. They're toying with the idea of a new starter this week. Winning the SEC is one thing, but obviously Schloss, and he's openly talked about it, you've got to start focusing on what your regional staff is going to look like. What do you do with Max Grubbs? Do you think he's better served as a starter, or do you like him coming out of the bullpen to get you big outs in those middle innings?
I'll tell you what, I think my answer might depend on what this weekend looks like. Yeah. I'll tell you my opinion this morning. As of this morning, you keep him in the bullpen, right? I just feel like him and Dylan Volantis are so dynamic in relief that 1-2 punch gives us one of the best bullpens in the country, right? And I think that is very important when you get into the postseason, to have confidence at the end of the game that you can bring in guys that can give you 3 or 4 innings and just close a game down. So as of right now, I would prefer to see Grubbs stay in the bullpen. I would expect that tonight you're going to see somebody like Grayson Saunier, potentially Thomas Burns, jump in there and take the reins for tonight's start. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Jason Flores, right? He was fantastic out of the bullpen earlier this year and just hasn't had the control in his 2 weekend starts against A&M and against Florida. So I think adding him back to the bullpen is going to give us hopefully another reliable piece right there. But to answer your question, BK, I keep Grubbs in the bullpen. I just feel like he is such a good long reliever right now. He gives me so much confidence that if you can get to the 5th inning of a game, it's almost game over, right? You bring in Grubbs, you bring in Volantis, you can win that game with those guys coming in from the pen.
And who'll come in if the starting pitcher starts to falter early? Who's the next guy up?
Because so Friday against Florida, it was Grubbs.
Stop the nosebleed there.
Yeah, they brought in Grubbs last Friday in the 1st inning, and I think they did the smart thing there. They brought him in for 2 innings to see if the offense could claw back in. It didn't happen, so they took him out of the game. They didn't want to burn him for the whole weekend,
right?
And then they were able to bring him back later in the weekend. So we'll see. I don't think Schlossnagle and the team's going to expect to be down 6-0 early in the game tonight. So hasn't happened that much this season, and you hope that the starting pitching is able to give you 4 or 5 innings consistently to give the team an opportunity to win.
Mark, we usually don't ask for predictions, but it's the Red River Shootout, so we got to ask you for a prediction. You mentioned it earlier. 1 win and Texas clinches at least a share of the SEC title. 2 wins, and it doesn't matter what happens around the conference. Texas will win the SEC outright. What do you think happens north of the border over these next 3 days?
I think you're going to see Texas win 2 out of 3. I'm very confident that they're going to turn things around this weekend. Again, I feel like the offense is going to start hitting. I'm looking for, a significant amount of home runs this weekend from the Longhorns. So hoping that'll happen. They're going to be motivated, right? That they're not going to want to go into the SEC tournament dropping 3 series in a row. And it's a big weekend, right? The opportunity to win the SEC title in your first year in the conference should be pretty damn motivating to this team. So I expect that you're going to see a fired up bunch. It is a rivalry series. So I expect to see the team show up and really play good baseball. Again, I'm excited to see if we get number 44 back in the lineup. I think that can make all the difference in the world for Texas to get Max in there. I think that will just create confidence and at least, that sequence in the batting lineup where other people are going to get better pitches just because Max Ballou is in the lineup, right?
One guy who doesn't care is that young guy that plays in the outfield. He doesn't care. He is going to get into this rivalry like nobody's business this weekend. It's going to be social media will be all over him up in Norman. They're just going to be. I mean, he's so enthusiastic about things, and now he's heard about this rivalry probably all his life. So I'm pretty sure he will get guys fired up. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, he will get involved this weekend.
He's a very fun kid to watch, and you're right. I'm guessing he's going to get a lot of heat from the Oklahoma
he's
crowd.
Going to.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what he's able to do this weekend. But yeah, he's really just so fun to watch. Provides a lot of energy, a lot of spark to the team, and you'd like to see a lot more of that from top to bottom in the order this weekend.
Is he truly healthy now? I mean, is he still playing with possibly a little bit of pain, or is he back to the point of he's just like the beginning of the season for him? He's okay now.
Yeah, he should be healthy. Last Saturday against Florida, he had that really big bases clearing double and came out of the game. But Schloss said that was actually a cramp he was dealing with in the opposite leg from the hamstring issue. And then he did come back and play in the game on Sunday. So I think he is healthy, ready to go. And I expect to see him in the lineup this weekend.
All right, last one, Mark, because someone texted in on our Coda text line and asked, did you end up paying the $1,000? I don't know if you saw this, Buck, but
what
was it? The Saturday game
it.
During the rain delay. There was a 2-hour rain delay in the Saturday game. You did not call for that rain, Buck. Good job by you.
Sorry about that.
But I'm sure a very sober Mark Pena out in left field tweeted out, the first Texas baseball player to get a home run will get $1,000 from me. Cash only, no Venmo. And then Texas went back-to-back right after the rain delay.
Venmo.
Rylan Galvan hit it first. Did you end up paying up, Mark?
I tell you what, BK, I ended up getting in quite a bit of trouble for that tweet. So that apparently is frowned upon. So no money was exchanged there. It was all in good fun. But like we mentioned, we are raising money in general for the Texas program and for Texas One. So we're going to continue slinging those koozies, slinging those hats, and supporting the program that way. So it was all in good fun. Glad to see that it apparently motivated the team, but
Yeah.
we're gonna stay in our lane and make sure that we're behaving on our side.
Who got mad? It's NIL. These guys are getting all sorts of money. They can't take yours.
Apparently, that's the one thing that's frowned upon. Everybody,
you got to go through the system. There's a system that you have to go through.
Yeah, it can't be for performance, right? It has to be for name, image, and likeness. So I guess they're in the Wild West nowadays. There are still things that are frowned upon. So
tell them we pay them for their performance.
But lessons learned. Yeah,
we're not paying them for their names. We pay them for their performance.
Rylan Galvan is his name.
Yeah,
we see him. That's the image. We see the likeness. He just hit a home run, so we're paying him.
Yeah, we're paying him for his performance.
Oh my gosh, I don't get it. Well, hey, it worked. You got the boys motivated, so we might need another one of those tweets.
Absolutely.
This weekend, Mark. You're the man. Appreciate you joining us a couple of days later this week. Enjoy the games. Are you making your way up to Norman today?
I am. I fly up to Oklahoma City this afternoon, so I'll be up there tonight and the whole weekend. We're expecting to have a pretty good crew, so we're going to make some noise and talk a little shit to the Sooners.
Yeah, don't get infected up there.
We'll try not to.
Safe travels, my man. Hopefully we're talking about an SEC title next week.
All right. Thanks, guys. Y'all have a good weekend.
All right, there he goes. Mark Pena of Occupy Left Field joining us as he does every week, brought to you by our great friends at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, and you can get all your spirits at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, not far from where we are, as a matter of fact.
No.
They do a lot of delivering to this place out here, as a matter of fact. They're a wholesale distributor that can get your alcohol to you by the truckloads or by the van loads. And also, if you want to stop by their store, they've got all kinds of wine and spirits. And of course, they have the best beer in the world, and that would be Altstadt Beer, located at 4601 Southwest Parkway and 34 Wine and Spirits.
Is there a better combination than Altstadt Beer and college graduation?
Oh, my goodness, that's right.
That? If you're looking for your graduation party booze, go to 34 Wine and Spirits. And whatever you have going on this weekend, if you're celebrating a graduation, maybe you're celebrating.
Somebody's getting married.
Well, you're celebrating a kid getting off the payroll.
That's true.
That's worth some Altstadt Beer. If you're just staying home watching the golf this weekend.
That's absolutely right.
PGA Championship is underway. Shout out to whoever at Barton Creek Country Club threw this on right in front of us. That's
very
big time stuff right there. If you're watching golf, if you're watching Texas baseball, if you're watching playoff hockey and basketball, whatever you're doing these next few days, make sure you enjoy your weekend with the best beer that there is. That is Altstadt Beer, brewed in Fredericksburg, available all over the Lone Star State. They've got a bunch of different brews as well, something for every beer drinker out there. It's the only beer I drink, and I'm telling y'all, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you've been drinking in the past. Please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And our good friends over at Relax the Back. I'm sitting in a pretty comfortable chair. I'm not complaining about this. This one right here, May.
You think they'll know if I steal one of these?
If you walk out with one of these?
Yeah, I think this will fit in the Ultima.
Let me tell you, they'll know when you walk out of here for sure. And if I walked out with the painting behind us, that'd be great. But our good friends over at Relax the Back, if you're having problems with your back, whether it's the thoracic back, lumbar area, shoulders, necks, hips, they have a chair or they have some accessories just for you. Folks, they've got two great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Gallery across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. I have been living pain-free for a long, long time, thanks to our good friends over at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. And quick shout out to centextickets.com as well. If you're looking to go to any sporting event coming up soon, hey, Texas will be hosting a regional here very soon. If you want to be at the dish for any of those games, they got you covered at centextickets.com. They've got you covered with Texas Stars playoff tickets, Dallas Stars playoff tickets. You got Astros games, Rangers games, any sporting event you want to go to, but it's not just sports. They've got you with concert tickets, comedy show tickets, Broadway show, festivals, you name it, all there on one spot. That's centextickets.com, and a special discount code for our TSU audience. If you type in the code CENTEX10 at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from centextickets.com.
Love it.
All right, Buck. I like the confidence from Mark picking Texas to win 2 of 3 in Norman this weekend. They're good enough. We've seen it for most of the year, but it goes without saying they've got to get some things turned around if they're going to do that.
And that has to happen today on Thursday. I mean, I know you can win one and tie, but I don't know if you can win 2 if you don't win the first. The first one is really important because I think the psyche of the team, which you're starting, what they've seen over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You got to have faith in the guy who takes the mound on the first night because people have to have faith in that dude.
Well, it's interesting hearing Mark talking about the possibility of Ruger Rioja staying on Friday and Luke Harrison staying on Saturday.
Sure.
Which would mean they've got a different starter in game 1 going up against Oklahoma's ace. It almost sounds like Texas. I don't want to say they're punting the game. They're obviously trying to win. But
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
If it's OU's ace going up against a guy for Texas making maybe his first start in a meaningful game this season, then obviously on paper, that's advantage Oklahoma.
For sure.
Now, look, if Max Ballou comes back, it is a hitter-friendly ballpark. If Texas does what it's done in Norman in recent years, then they still have a shot to find a win tonight. But if that is the plan for Texas, it almost sounds like they're a little more focused on trying to win tomorrow and Saturday.
Absolutely.
And they all count the same, right?
Yeah, if you win 2, you got the whole thing.
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
win 1, you got a tie. But I think this tonight, BK, is one that you really want to get after because this sets you up for if things aren't going quite. Now you have 2 games to win a championship, to win the whole thing.
Yep.
So and plus you need to get this guy turned around. It's that more so than anything.
Well, I don't know if that guy's tonight. That guy might be tomorrow. Ruger Riojas, who you're talking about.
Yeah. You need to get that thing done.
Sure.
So that you have confidence going in past what happens this weekend.
Hey, find a win, all right? It's 7:42 a.m.
Hey, start hitting the ball.
And OU still sucks.
Yeah.
But also start hitting the ball. That's a good end to that quote,
If
too.
the guy gives up 5, you need to score 6 or 7 or 8. You can hit the ball, too.
7:42 a.m. and you need to start hitting the ball.
Absolutely.
And OU still sucks.
They still suck, yes.
So, it's enough motivation playing against that team, especially on the road with the chance to shut up those inbreds in their place.
Dude, how much fun is that going to be?
And then, the magic number to clinch a share of the SEC is 1. To win it outright is 2. Texas has a 2-game lead over Arkansas. Arkansas is hosting Tennessee. Now, it's in Fayetteville.
They got their hands full.
But Tennessee's obviously a very good team. So there's a chance Arkansas loses 1 or 2 of those games. LSU is 3 games back of Texas. So
they need a lot of things to happen.
Yeah, for them to win it, a lot has to go wrong for Texas and right for them. Yeah, the Longhorns, look, they might only need to win 1 game. Again, you want to win 2 because it's winning a series and it's getting things back on track and getting some confidence going into the conference tourney. But, you might get some help from the fake UT. They might volunteer to help you out, Buck.
Well, you said that you needed them to do something. They're just standing around the conference doing nothing.
They are just standing around the conference doing nothing.
What are they doing?
They just talk a lot.
We need some help.
Yeah, we do need some help. Or, take matters into your own hands. Again, you win 2, you don't need any help.
Yeah, I just think as much as, we talk about starting pitching, I need them starting hitting to start hitting.
Yeah.
They need to jump out to a lead. To see them jump out to a couple-run lead would be great for the pitcher's going to feel real good about it if he had a lead.
Well, that's why I'm glad Mark brought up the offense, and I'm glad you're talking about it too. And Jalen Flores and Will Gasparino are the 2 guys who really need to pick it up.
Yes.
I mean, you could point fingers at a lot of different people, but those are 2 of your best players. Flores is a preseason All-American type of player, and that guy's a stud.
And it doesn't matter who's on the mound against those guys.
Yeah, you need your bats. Texas lost. We've been talking about the pitching all week long.
Yes.
Texas lost the series finale 4-1. This offense against a freshman that Florida threw out there should be better than just 1 run.
I agree.
So, obviously the pitching did them in the series opener on Friday, but the offense has to pick up some of the slack too.
No doubt.
And, I don't think Oklahoma's pitching is as good as Florida's pitching is. So there's opportunities, again, in a more hitter-friendly ballpark than the Dish is for Texas to get back on track. And obviously Max Ballou would be the ultimate shot in the arm for this Longhorn offense.
Boy, how excited would you be if you're a player at Texas, understanding that, dude, we just win 1, we got a tie in the year number 1. But if we can go ahead and win the series over the weekend, we are champs.
That'd be awesome.
It would be.
That would be awesome. Yeah, they missed the opportunity on Sunday. Again, Schloss called it the most disappointing game of the year for Texas because they had a chance on Senior Day in front of their home fans to lift a trophy, and they didn't do it. They screwed it up. Now they've put themselves in this position. Look, I know the last time we saw Texas on the road, it was horrible. They got swept, and they lost all 3 of those games by at least 5 against Arkansas. But they were very good on the road before that here in conference play. So go back to being that team. And, it'll be pretty fun to celebrate at OU on that
field.
Man,
I just, as you get, like I said, when you start to go to the end of the season and you're trying to make playoffs and you want to win championships, you have to feel really good about certain things. And right now we're mixing and matching pitchers, and if this guy's going to be able to play outfield and bat and stuff, that's not a great feeling. But once again, you've worked so hard all the season long to build this kind of lead.
I also like what you said to Mark. It's like, you win this series and you win the SEC, everybody forgets about what's happened the last 2 weeks.
We won't even be talking about it. This time next year, you won't say a thing about how they battled back. You don't even have to say it. You just say, no, they won a championship.
I think this time next week we won't be saying it, because if they win a series, it's like, well, clearly they've turned things around and they won the SEC, and they might
we'll be talking about a national championship.
Right, and we might be talking about the number 1 overall seed in the NCAA tournament. That could be impacted by the SEC tournament in Hoover. Why the hell is that in Hoover? That's another complaint we have, is the Texas contingent in the Southeastern Conference.
Yeah, I mean, the ebb and flows of baseball are just, it's right here. Here it comes this weekend.
Yeah.
What do you do about it? You have to change that.
Got to change that. Starts tonight. You get 6:30 tonight. Let me double check and make sure I've got these times right. I believe 6:30 tonight, 6:30 tomorrow, and then 2 o'clock, the finale on Saturday afternoon.
Nice.
Buck, we know Double R is coming in to relieve you here shortly.
Yes, I'm about to get in the loading dock.
Well, we got to tell the people about your unit plays from last night.
How are my unit plays? Okay.
No.
What do you mean no?
You're now.
Did you say I was two for 4?
I thought you were. You were 1 for 4.
Wait a minute. I thought I had the Oilers. I thought I said the word Oilers. Are you sure you wrote down the right thing yesterday?
Positive. Yeah. We can go check.
I took the Knights, the Golden Knights, the Golden Nuggets.
That wasn't your issue. That was only a 5,000 unit play.
Yeah.
Your biggest issues were your 2 biggest plays. You had the Toronto Maple Leafs for 15,000.
Somebody should have stopped me there.
They lost 15,000 to 0. I think.
That's what it looked like.
6-1.
What I saw was 4-zip.
Yeah, the Florida Panties, as you like to call them.
Yeah, I should have taken the Pantalones.
They go north of the border, and it was 6-0 at one point.
They wrecked them. They physically just destroyed them early.
Oh my God! Yeah, it was over early, and it got ugly.
That looked like a championship hockey team last night. The Panthers.
They are the reigning champs.
Wow.
They are 1 win away from getting back to the conference final. That was the first road team to win a game in this series. Toronto was up 2-0, and they had a 2-goal lead in Game 3. They lost in overtime, and since then it has gone off the rails. And the Maple Leafs are perennial chokers. They're like the Cowboys in hockey.
Yes, they look that way.
Yeah, they haven't won a Stanley Cup since 1967. They haven't even been to the finals since that year. And, Florida looks like a team that knows what it's doing. They've got the confidence because they have that experience. And Toronto looks like a team that is crapping their pantalones, as you call them.
Yes, absolutely.
So nice pick there, 15,000 units on the Leafs.
Sorry about that, folks. I know you knew better than that.
And here's what really got you. I thought you had won this game, but you got hooked. You had the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 5 against Golden State last night. They won. They closed out the series. They're moving on.
Don't tell me a hook. I mean, you threw the hook in there yesterday.
They won by 11. The line was 11.5.
I thought it was 10.5 yesterday.
It was not. So you lost that one. I thought you had it. You did not.
11.
So that was a 10,000 unit play. The only game you got right last night was Boston. Good call on that. They were 4.5 against the Knicks.
I thought they would come, but they would fight hard.
They did. Yeah, it was ugly in the first half, but they put together a strong second half performance to stave off elimination there. 127-102, the final score.
Well, they did that for one game because they're going to get beat in New York.
Well, that'll be on tomorrow's show because Game 6 in New York is on Saturday. So we'll get your Gold Star lock tomorrow at the Mullet Open. But that was only a 5,000 unit play.
Wow.
So you got that right, but you missed
15.
You're down 25,000 units last night, which means you are now losing in the playoffs, down 7,000 units. You were up 18K going into yesterday. You lost 25. My math checks out. That means you are now negative 7,000.
It was like this in football. Well, it wasn't like this because my playoff time in football, I had you back.
You're running out of time.
I'm running out of time.
We're getting close to the Final Fours here.
Yes, I can get it done.
All right. Well, since you're about to head out, we got to get your picks for tonight's action. Just
what do you got?
One game in the NBA. Oklahoma City trying to close out Denver in Denver. The Thunder are 4.5-point road favorites.
I will take the Nuggies for 10,000 units.
Okay. You think it's a wrong team favorite?
Wrong team favorite, yes.
I think we get a 7th game in that one.
Yes.
That would be fun.
Yeah, Denver wins this one.
All right, Denver plus 4.5. You got the line?
Got it. Got that half.
Make sure.
Had to throw that half in there.
Hey, it's not me. I don't make the rules here. And then in the NHL, you've got 2 games tonight. A couple of closeout opportunities on the road. The Carolina Hurricanes in our nation's capital, trying to close out Washington.
No, I'll take Washington for 10,000 units too.
On Wags' Caps. And then you've got your Dallas Stars, my Dallas Stars, the people's Dallas Stars, in Losapeg, trying to knock off the Jets.
I'm going to say the Jets are going. The Jets are winning that game. Yeah, the Jets are winning that game. That's a 10,000 unit play on the Jets.
It's a rare time where I was hoping you would pick my favorite team.
Because I'm on fire with the Stars. Well, I'm sorry about that.
You've gotten all 4 games right. The Stars are up 3-1. The 3 games Dallas won. You picked them. The 1 game Winnipeg won. You picked them.
Losapeg gets this one.
Losapeg gets this one.
That's a tough one, yeah.
All right, so those are your 3 games. 10,000 units on all 3. If everything goes right, you're back in the money. If everything goes wrong, you are in some deep.
Loser. That's what I'd be.
Ish, as they say. Your thoughts on last night's playoff action, starting with the NBA. You mentioned that Boston.
Yeah, I thought they would fight at home, and to see if Jaylen Brown was going to, and I knew White would play pretty well, but there's a lot of dudes that played. The tall center played pretty well.
Horford?
No, not Horford.
Porzingis?
No, the other dude that comes off the bench.
Luke Cornett.
How about Luke Cornett being active? Blocking shot. Yeah, man.
That is one of the weirder looking players.
Dude, that dude can block shots. He's got great timing. He blocked a lot of shots. Now he fouled a couple times, which there was one block shot that they called a foul. And I'm like, wait a minute. He just blocked this. There's no reason to call a foul. Once again, one of the Knicks had to hit the ground, as they always do.
They always do.
Those dudes lay on the ground so much.
Welcome to basketball.
Soccer players.
I thought New York was supposed to be tough.
They're not tough.
A grimy city.
No, those dudes, anytime you come near them, they're down on the ground. They're wincing in pain. There was a couple of really nice block shots that they went to the line and got it done.
Yeah.
Once again, Jalen Brunson lives on the floor. That guy just ought to be a mop. Put a stick in him and just sweep the floor with that dude. He's on the ground so much.
The mop. I have not heard that as a nickname for Jalen Brunson, but I like it. Yeah, I wasn't expecting Luke Cornett to get a shout out today, but he deserves it. 10 points, 9 rebounds, 7 blocks. He was plus 20.
And the Black Amish was great last night early.
Derek White, 34 points
to
lead all scores. This was a tie game at halftime. Folks at TD Garden were starting to get squeamish.
Oh, yeah, they thought that here comes the Knicks in the second half, and they didn't have it.
No, it didn't happen there. The Celtics ran away with it in the third quarter. They turned it into a 25-point blowout victory.
What did Bridges end up doing last night? Did they hold him down a little bit? They had to.
Yeah, I think they did. Bridges ended up with just 9 points. OG Anunoby had 6 on 1 of 12 shooting. And the roll guys, it happens on the road.
Sure.
The roll guys don't always show up. They didn't last night for the Knicks. They're only 2.5-point favorites in Game 6 on Saturday.
Who's that, the Knicks?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I like them big.
So, no, you're not worried about any –
no.
We are talking about the Knicks here.
No.
A team that has not been to a conference final since 2000. And they've been on the doorstep a few times recently, but they've always found a way to screw things up.
I don't think they screw this one up. I think they'll move on. I think they can get it done.
They have to
at
win.
home.
Don't they have to win on Saturday?
Oh, yeah, yes, they do.
I'm not a must-win guy, so I'm not going to call it a must-win. But boy, if they lose that one, you talk about doubt. You talk about the mentality creeping.
Yeah, if not, Jalen Brunson better score 50.
Yeah, they're going to need that. So Saturday's going to be a big game. And you do not want to have to go back to Boston for a game 7.
You don't.
And good news for Minnesota, they take care of their business because it sounds like Steph Curry could have come back. If there was a Game 6 in that Warriors-Wolves series, it wouldn't have happened until Sunday. They played last night, Wednesday. There would have been 3 days off, which would have given Steph ample time to come back. With that series going back to San Francisco, that was big for Minnesota to get it done. They're moving on. So Minnesota into the Final Four. They are the second team to get there. We know Indiana's there in the East. We know Minnesota's there in the West, and we are awaiting a couple of other winners to meet them in the Final Four in the NBA.
I'm sorry about doing that to the Stars, but I don't lose a peg, gets a win out. That will be their last win.
Okay. Yeah.
I believe.
That the series will go back to Dallas for a Game 6 if Losapeg gets it done tonight. So the Stars have been great at home all year long and all postseason long. Losing Peg has
Get
yet to
the
win a
puck
road
out
game.
of the zone.
Yeah, I'll be yelling that a lot at the TV tonight.
Oh, you will be. Yeah, they need to.
I am surprised I have not gotten evicted yet from my place.
Yeah, that you're gonna be doing that again tonight, because this is, if Winnipeg is to win, they will keep the ball in the zone.
Yeah, I will.
The puck.
The puck. Thank you very much.
Ball puck.
I'll make some noise during a Longhorn football game. I'll be talking to the television. I'll be yelling at the television during playoff hockey.
If they can't get it out of the zone.
They can't get it out of the zone. Yep. And I call some people some names that I would not call them to their face. I'm going to go ahead and say that.
Do you do that to some of those foreigners?
Well, it's hockey, so there are a lot of foreigners.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially if you include Canada.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess so. I don't call them any like slurs because they're foreigners. I'm more just calling them idiots and shit bums, as you like to say.
Oh, yeah.
But no foreign shots or anything
foreign
like
shots
that.
Go out there.
No nationality shots right there. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Your predictions for tonight's postseason action. Buck, before we shift gears here, I'm going to double check with Rodney.
See what golf course he headed to.
It says he's 4 minutes out, so he should be here at the top of the hour. But definitely want to get some more sponsor shout outs.
Let's say our good friends, of course, at Hat Creek Burger. If you're ready for a burger, we're getting towards the weekend here. Thursday's not a bad day for a burger. We just had Mother's Day. Hey, take Mom to have a burger at Hat Creek Burger. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
I very seldom ask my mom, hey, Mom, would you like to have a burger? It's always when I'm at the dinner, it's like a grilled cheese with some fries, Mom. Oh, Mom would like to have a burger. A double, as a matter of fact.
Mom, a little meat.
Yeah, give Mom a little meat. Double meat, double cheese for Mom, large fry, and a big, large, how about shake?
Oh, man.
That what is it? The banana pudding shake. That'll do it. And they've got that at Hat Creek Burger. They have fantastic shakes, of course. They got great beef. And, folks, they also have the Playscape for the kids. If you want to take the kids along with you, if Mom and Dad want to have a little cocktail, they can have that at Hat Creek Burger. And also find out the locations that serve you breakfast. Get yourself breakfast taco. Get yourself some, not only that, you can get sausage, eggs, and you can get it all at Hat Creek Burger. Started out as a little old place here in Austin, Texas. Now they're all over the state, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, more than 25 locations. Love our great friends at Hat Creek Burger Company. Fantastic stuff. Shout out to them. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well.
Yeah, can't wait to see Mike tomorrow.
Yep, Mike will be out there at the Mullet Open, battling some pain.
What's wrong with him?
It's the Mullet Open, man. It's his MJ flu game.
Wow.
He's dealing with all sorts of issues, and he's going to tough it out tomorrow afternoon. He's looking forward to it.
I would say drink plenty of fluids there.
Absolutely.
Kid needs plenty of liquids.
Absolutely. But if you are looking to upgrade your home, you need a new bathroom, you need a new kitchen, you want to add some new life to your outdoor space, you can do it with our buddy Mike and his great team at McCall Custom Homes. Family owned and operated. It's a local business that's been around the Central Texas area for 40 years. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. Don't just take my word for it. Go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 40 years. Get some ideas for your space and then reach out to them. And right now they are offering free estimates to TSU listeners. So all you have to do is go to their website. Again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Fill out that form. They'll get in contact with you about a free estimate, and then you can go from there.
And our good friends, of course, at Woods Comfort Systems. If you haven't called them and it looks like you may need that over the next couple of days, give them a call. They'll get right out to you. Their technicians will get right to work if you're having problems with that air conditioning or plumbing right now. Heating won't be a problem over the next couple of days.
No, you're not going to need the heater to work for like 6 months.
You're going to get plenty of that over the next couple of months.
Yep.
So Woods Comfort Systems folks have been doing a fantastic job in Central Texas for close to 70 years, and nobody does it better than those guys at Woods Comfort Systems.
WoodsComfortSystems.com, 512-842-5066, the number to get in contact with them. Buck, if you need to roll, I can stall for a couple minutes. But if you're staying, I want to get your thoughts on the PGA Championship. Who you got? I know it's already underway, but you don't have the leaderboard in front of you, so you could still give an unbiased pick.
I need to get Rosie in there, don't I?
You can get Rosie in there.
I'm going to get Rosie in there. Let's get Rosie in there. He missed out the last championship, so I'm going to say Justin Rose will be in there. Scotty Scheffler and Justin Rose.
Scotty Scheffler is your favorite,
of course.
I think your biggest storylines. Number one, will Scotty Scheffler get arrested again? Remember, going into work, he got arrested on his way to the PGA Championship in Kentucky. Hopefully that doesn't happen again to Scotty. Just trying to.
I thought we were going to ban tournaments in Kentucky. I guess not.
Well, this one's in Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte is the space.
So, I don't know if the Louisville area. What was it, Valhalla last year?
Yeah, it was Valhalla.
I don't know if they're going to get a major anytime soon after they arrested the sport's biggest star for literally driving
to work.
Yeah, that was weird. But that's a big storyline. Also, can Scotty win his first non-Masters major? He's got 2 green jackets. He's the number 1 player in the world. He's winning more than anybody and just had a dominant performance at the Byron a couple of weeks ago. But can he win a non-Masters major?
Yeah, and can Jordan Spieth get it done?
That's the other big storyline.
Yes.
Like, of course, Lifetime Longhorns. We're at the DKR event here, so we're going to be talking Texas
Absolutely.
stuff. But it does feel like, those 2 and Rory, right? Can Rory go 2 for 2? Rory has actually won at Quail Hollow 4 times in his career.
He plays well there.
So he loves this course. He won last year at the regular event that they had on the PGA Tour. So it feels like those 3 guys are your 3 biggest stories. Can Spieth complete the career Grand Slam? Can Scotty win a non-Masters major? And will Rory start the year 2 for 2?
That's going to be interesting to see. And wait till you see this golf course, BK. That thing is something special right now.
Here or at Quail Hollow?
Quail Hollow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this golf course is always something special.
It's a long course out there at Quail Hollow.
Yes, it is.
And small greens.
Oh, yeah.
That's the worst combination of things ever for me. I don't need distance, and I don't need small greens that are hard to hit.
I need monster greens that I can 4-putt, too.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
And it rained this week. I don't think it's supposed to rain this weekend, but it did rain this week in Charlotte, so that could impact, obviously, the greens and some other conditions out there as well.
All right, boys. I'm going to get cranking. And
you're going with Rosie as your pick?
Yes, I'm doing it. Because I don't want to see that guy at the leaderboard at the end of the day and me say, "Oh, I can't pick him." I'm going to pick, but I'm going to have Scheffler, Rosie, and Spieth.
Okay.
Because I need to have a storyline. I need to have Spieth go ahead and get himself.
Rosie has yet to tee off.
Jordan Spieth is doing something with his kids.
Jordan Spieth has yet to tee off. Scotty Scheffler actually bogeyed his first, so he's 1 over through 1. The leader right now, I don't think that's Rick Fox. That is Ryan Fox from, what is that, Australian flag?
Dude, I don't think we're going to see any 26 unders.
No.
31 unders at this place.
But Ryan Fox is 3 under par through 7 to start the day.
Wow.
He's off to a great start. Luke Donald tied for second, 1 shot back. Obviously, very, very early day 1 action from the PGA Championship.
All right, folks, thank you. And thanks to the folks out here at Barton Creek. Love this place.
Get out of here, man. Good luck today.
Yeah, let me go start unpacking and packing.
Way to go, Pack Mule. Get it done.
Yeah, I got to get it done. See you, buddy.
Get it done. All right, Double R about to pop on here in a moment. I'll give a quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics, rocking the TSU hat this morning. That was made by our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you've got a business, if you have a big event coming up that needs hats or shirts or merch, posters, stickers, whatever you could think of, our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics will take care of you. Based in South Austin, they will get you what you need and get it to you very, very quickly. You can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text our buddy Adam, 512-300-9641. Double R, we're matching.
Hey, how about that?
I like that. Nice shirts.
Got the company line going today, man.
Company line going today. Yeah, we're out amongst the people, so we got to dress up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like 2 days in a row, to be out.
Yep.
So it's like, I was shaving last night. My wife was like, "What are you doing?" I said, I got to be out amongst the people the next couple of days. For crying out loud.
It's a scary thought.
That is a very scary thought.
Us being out in public, but
that's right.
Excited to be here this morning. How are you today?
Good, man. I forgot. I was very thankful as I was driving in here from the Round Rock. That we do our shows from our home studios.
It's kind of nice.
It is very nice because I was having flashbacks of driving to the other place.
Yep.
But I did that on Saturday, so it was always pretty much a straight shot. But people very, very irritating. It seems like when they're out in traffic these days.
A little rush hour action.
Yeah. Little stall cars, and
I do not miss commuting.
Oh my goodness, I'll tell you.
So we were essential workers during COVID. Remember that phrase?
Oh, yeah.
And I always thought it was the funniest thing ever because there were no sports going on for like the first 4 or 5 months. And yet we were considered essential. We were talking about Tiger King and The Last Dance on the shows every day. But, for the first, I never worked from home until starting TSU.
Yeah.
So most people got to work from home.
Right.
And I think a lot of people got tired of it, right? Like they just missed the routine of getting up, getting dressed, driving to work, being amongst the people. And TSU's been around for coming up on 2 years now. There has not been one single moment, Double R, where I have missed an office. or a
Yeah.
studio or a station or anything. Like working from home is the best thing ever.
And it's so odd because I know. So I was still in real estate, at that time when all that, primarily in real estate when all that went down. So I knew what Zoom was,
Yeah.
because we would use those, every now and again. But when that happened, and you just get so comfortable, in your element, and I think that's the one thing for all the bad things that happened during COVID. It was like we all realized, this whole country realized, all of this technology we have at our fingertips, and now it just makes life so much easier. Now, when they're talking about workers having to go back to the office, there's this outcry of people not wanting to go back anymore.
Right.
Hell, I don't blame them.
No, you got used to it, right?
Absolutely.
It's nice not having to get dressed.
Yeah, so many times you're wearing like a polo and probably nothing else on the bottom.
Well, you're only putting the polo on when you have a call too.
That's it.
Otherwise, you're just wearing your pajamas, or you're staying in bed, and it's like, at most you got to move from your bed to the desk or to an office, and then that's it. That's all you got to do for the day. But no, you're right. More and more people are starting to go back in, and thankfully we don't have to do that often.
That's right. But I tell you, I do kind of feel for these golfers here this morning, because I saw a bunch of golfers out on the driving range already this morning when I pulled up.
Hacking.
They're hacking away, but they better enjoy their morning flight, because when you get to the afternoon and even tomorrow out there at the Mullet Open, it's this heat is just not quite unbearable, but we're going to continue to have some triple digits here for a little bit, it seems like.
Yeah, it's only 76 right now. A little humid out there, but it'll get to 95 today. 98 is the high tomorrow.
That's it? Oh,
I know,
okay.
right?
That's not too bad.
So summer is here. It's not supposed to be here for another month, but it sure feels like it.
It's definitely here. I heard some of the weather guessers talking about that we usually don't hit the triple digits until the middle of June or whatever it was, and they hit it 2 days ago.
Hit it a couple of days ago. I think, Tuesday, what was May 13th?
Yeah.
It was over 100 degrees. The previous record on May 13th in Austin was like 98.
So
shattered the record.
A whole bunch of heat, and it's happening fast.
Yeah, so it's going to be a brutal summer here, but welcome to Austin.
Absolutely.
That's how it usually works.
Part of the allure of living here.
Absolutely. Part of the pain. Part of the pain of living here, I would say.
Absolutely.
Let's talk NFL schedule release.
Yeah.
Well, let's play the win-win, loss-win game. One of my favorite games to play. So we'll get to some of the big headlines and storylines from around the league. But I want to start with the Cowboys. Then we'll get to the Texans. You and I are both Cowboys fans, unfortunately, in the year of our Lord 2025. We had heard about some of the big games on the Cowboys schedule before last night, right? We found out the season opener, Dallas at Philly to start the NFL season. We've known about that for a few days now. We found out about Chiefs on Thanksgiving, I think yesterday morning. But now we've got the whole schedule out there. A couple of nuggets before we dive into this thing game by game. The Cowboys have the 22nd hardest schedule in the NFL based on projected Vegas win totals. So that's not looking at last year's win percentage. I know a lot of people will look at that when they come up with their strength of schedule ratings. This is based on what Vegas thinks these teams are going to be this year. Speaking of Vegas, the Dallas Cowboys projected win total is 7.5.
Wow.
How about this stretch for Dallas? We'll do game by game in a second, but the Cowboys better get their work done early, because weeks 12 through 17, Eagles, Chiefs, at Lions, Vikings, Chargers, Commanders.
Yeah, and I think 7 in prime time. I believe is the way that all worked out. And I had a lot of buddies texting me last night. Why's your team in prime time? I'm like, well, I mean, it's the brand.
It's the Cowboys.
It doesn't matter if they win 3 games or if they win 13 games. They're going to have a fair share of prime time. But I think for Dallas, the way that all sets up is you get that stretch in December. What does that equal if you're the NFL? That equals a lot of drama. That equals a lot of eyeballs on TVs and NFL ticket packages and so forth. So that's exactly what they're doing right there. But for Dallas, it is really so hard when you start releasing this, because like you mentioned, a lot of people, they go to that 7.5 or whatever they're going to project in other ways, comparing it to last year. And we know that kind of is going to count with some of these teams, but it really doesn't, because there's always someone that's going to sneak up on you. But that's a treacherous stretch right there. So if you get the Cowboys going into that stretch to where they've won 7 games at that point, maybe they do bottom out at 7 games. I don't know, but it's going to be the end of the season. And the way that I look at it, if the Cowboys are in position to get into the playoffs, and then you go into that stretch, that worries me about that first round exit again.
Yeah.
Worries me about the first round exit. Plus now this division is for the taking. You've got 2 other teams that are probably going to beat you regardless.
Look, I know the goal for the Dallas Cowboys at this point is to not just make the playoffs, right? They've done enough of that over the last 3 decades. They've got to find a way to get to at least a conference championship game and, hopefully get to a Super Bowl. But not a lot of people are predicting the Cowboys to make the playoffs this year. So I don't want to sit here and call that a successful season, but that would feel like a step in the right direction after 7-10 this past season.
And it really does. Winning the division is so important. Whatever division that you're in, just because of the way the NFL tournament works, once you get into that. But I think the thing is now that I've talked about it a few different times is you've had the Philadelphia Eagles sitting there for so long as your main contender to win the championship. But now, as you've kind of sat here and stumbled around and done Dallas Cowboy things for the last 3 years, you've let the Washington Redskins restructure, become relevant.
Easy on that.
Well,
Easy on that.
Sorry.
We're out in public today.
See,
Come
I'm not
on,
used
man.
to being in public. You've let the Commanders restructure and rebuild their franchise, and now, hell, they may knock off Philadelphia at this point.
I think they will.
They are that good.
Nobody ever repeats in the NFC East.
That's exactly right.
I'm going to pick the Commies to win the division this year.
So can we go out on talking about the NFC East, and we'll get through their schedule.
Yeah.
Can we go out on a far-fetched limb and say that the Giants could make enough noise here?
No.
No. Yeah.
You can continue your thought, but I'll stop you right there. No, I mean, it's like, how many games are the Giants going to win this year? I don't even need to look at their schedule, but I don't know. Well, I guess it depends on if Jackson Dart's the real deal. We'll see how quickly he gets to start. Obviously, the Giants, they got Russ and Jameis, right?
Yeah, Russ and Jameis,
so,
and then the kid. Well, I guess not really a kid, is he?
No, he's not as old as Tyler Shuck going to the Saints.
Yeah, not quite.
Yeah, I think the Giants are a pretty clear 4th in the NFC East. They're still a couple years away, I think, from being anything besides that.
But I think with the Cowboys, it's always so interesting with them that even though that there is and look, that they have had a really good offseason by Dallas Cowboy standards. I think I do think that they did a good job in the draft. I'll take the offensive lineman pick. I mean, you need that. Still think you may have reached for him, but the more that I've heard about that, maybe they didn't, because maybe some other people had their eyes on him. I like Jaden Blue. I like I don't know about the Pickens trade, that it's a perfect place for him with an attitude problem to come to Dallas.
Yep.
But you have to think that with the Cowboys in the NFC that they're going to find a way to beat the Eagles and the Commanders at least one time. At least one time.
Got to.
Yeah.
You got to.
You have to.
You got to go 3-3 in your division at worst, right? You'd like to go 4-2. You sweep the Giants, you take one against Philly, you take one against Washington, then that puts you in a position to maybe win the division, but definitely get a wild card spot in the NFC. But if you're getting swept by both Philadelphia and Washington, then you're probably on the outside looking in.
Yeah, you're in a lot of trouble if that happens. But I think that, I mean, it all, and look, this is all, I mean, we just watched it with the Golden State Warriors. I mean, this is all hinged on health.
Sure.
I mean,
you can't lose Dak for most of the year again.
No. If that happens, I mean, you're lucky to get to 7. If we're being frank here with some of these opponents on the schedule. But you have to think that you split those two, you take care of the Giants, but at the same time, as we talk about Dallas maybe being a little behind the Commanders and the Eagles, at the same time there's a big part of me that says the Giants will find a way to take one of those games from the Cowboys.
Oh man,
that's what seems to happen in the NFC.
Well, they don't have Daniel Jones anymore.
That's
so
true.
Maybe they actually do have a chance, because Dak and the Cowboys just owned Danny Dimes.
That's exactly right.
And the Giants. So all right, let's do the win-win loss-win game. This is a game I like playing a couple of times over the course of the offseason. The first time to play it is obviously the day after the schedule comes out, because you actually know what it looks like. So we'll start with week 1. Again, the Cowboys opening up the NFL season in Philadelphia against the defending champs. Your thoughts?
You get the Super Bowl champion that goes in a lot of times and they raise the banner and they lose on a Thursday night. I don't think that's going to be the case here, because this is because with a rival, I mean, with a true rival, I mean, that Thursday night NBC game is usually a really good matchup. But when you get a fierce rivalry with the hatred that the Philadelphia fans have for the Dallas Cowboys, I think that it's a close one, but I think they dropped that, unfortunately. It started 0-1.
Yeah. Last year's game was close, right? Ravens in Kansas City. You had the Isaiah Likely toe being just a shade out of bounds.
Man.
Otherwise, that game comes down to a 2-point conversion.
Absolutely.
Maybe this happens, right? Maybe the Cowboys keep it close, but I think the reigning Super Bowl champs are 15-5 on that Thursday night game in the last 20 years. I'm not betting against Philly in that spot.
Yeah, and you know that franchise with that rivalry that we talk about all the time, and the disdain that the fan bases have for one another.
Yep.
You know that the last thing that they want to do is drop that game there.
That'd be glorious, though.
Yo.
You know what I hope happens? I hope the tush push gets banned. Number one, we're going to find the answer to that next week, and then I hope that like the Cowboys are up. The final seconds, the Eagles have like a 4th and goal from the 1-yard line. They can't do the tush push, and then the Cowboys like stuff Saquon in the backfield, get the win.
How great would that be?
That'd be glorious for so many different reasons.
Great would that be? I'll tell you. But ultimately, the fear that I have is that we get the Dallas Cowboy performance to where they're ahead 21-7 or 20-7, and then storming back, here comes Philadelphia, and they win by a field goal.
Yeah.
So but that's just the Cowboy PTSD that we have, because we know how that happens so often. But
that's the Cowboy way. All right, so we're both going 0-1. Week 2 at home against the Giants. That's a win.
That's a win.
All right, so there's 1-1. Week 3 in Chicago.
Well,
Ben Johnson, not our Ben Johnson, but Ben Johnson, the new coach of the Bears. Caleb Williams in year 2.
I think that with the regime change there with Philadelphia or with Chicago, because that's going to be one of the more interesting things that I'm looking forward to watching this year, is how quick all of that progresses to the Ben Johnson system. And look, it's pretty obvious. You gotta keep Caleb Williams upright. You can't let that dude get hit as much as he did last year. I don't think by the time you get to week 3 that they're going to have that fully in sync yet. And I think that the Cowboys will go in. I think that's going to be a puncher's battle. I think it will, with the defenses there. But that could be where, if there's some semblance of a running attack for the Cowboys, whoever's doing it, that you win it with the running attack and the tight end in a game like that.
Yeah, I'm going with Dallas in that game. Won't be easy. Cowboys, Soldier Field, not the easiest place to win. Chicago's got some things going for them, but I agree with you. I like that matchup is earlier in the season while the Bears are still trying to figure some things out. I'll say Dallas wins and gets to 2-1.
2-1.
Green Bay at home in week 4. That is a Sunday nighter.
Again, that's where you get the Cowboys with these rivals. Everybody's a rival to the Cowboys, but there are certain teams that are just rivals that are going to put you in primetime games like that.
Yeah.
And you got a lot with Green Bay. And I think that Green Bay now, the Texas of the North, it seems like now with what they've done. I think Jordan Love and Green Bay goes in and breaks their heart.
You can't pick the Cowboys to beat the Packers, right?
No, you can't.
Like I don't care if Green Bay is like 0-3 going into that game and Dallas is 3-0. Like they're not going to beat the Packers. They just don't.
They just can't do it.
You thought it was a Rodgers thing, but no, it's not.
Yeah, years ago we went to a Thursday night game. It was probably 06 or 07. And it was Green Bay and Dallas at the old Texas Stadium.
Sure.
Brett Favre was still playing. We went to that. The Cowboys found a way to win that one. And I think that, honestly, that was probably one of the last times in the last decade and a half that they've been able to beat the Packers.
Was that the game where Favre got hurt and Rodgers came in?
That's the one.
I was at that game.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Look at that.
As a kid growing up in the Metroplex right there.
Yeah, we took the trip. Everybody called in sick from work, and we had to call in sick for 2 days because we didn't get home till 4 a.m. because they won.
They won. Had to celebrate that.
Yeah, but I don't think they win in 2025.
I just have no faith when that.
I just don't.
Georgia's got that same logo too with that G. It's like whenever I see that G, I don't care what colors they look like. I'm assuming the worst when my favorite teams are playing.
Green Bay, Georgia, Grambling, and Georgetown High.
Grambling's the one that scares me the most of all those.
No doubt about it.
So that's 2-2 for both of us.
Yeah.
Jets on the road, week 5.
That's still that's another question mark, because I think that the Jets really did themselves a favor by going to get the quarterback.
Fields?
I think
you and Wags are a lot higher on Fields than I am.
I think he's finally going to find the play, because look, he finally doesn't have to be looking over his shoulder. Which again, that could be an ultimate fail, because now it is all you, because last year it was like, well, Russ got hurt. Here he comes. Chicago, you had everything that you had there with the back and forth. Now it's solely on him. So it's either going to be really good or really bad. But I think the Cowboys win that one.
I do too. I don't have much hesitation. I don't pick the Jets to win football games.
I don't either.
I just don't.
I don't either.
And I like the Aaron Glenn hire.
Mm-hmm.
They've got some talent on that team. They've had it the last few seasons. They don't have the quarterback, and I am not a believer in Justin Fields. So I will side with Dak Prescott and the quarterback advantage for Dallas in that one.
Yeah.
Week 6 at Carolina.
You better win that.
Win that one.
You better win that one.
Yep.
It's but that's one where, was it last year or the year before, where Carolina almost beat Dallas?
Yes.
Very, very similar situation like that, to where it's like Dallas should cakewalk in this thing. But I think that I just really think that this Cowboy team is going to be a little more, dare I say this, a little more consistent, to where you get to games that they should win, like the Jets and maybe one or two others on this schedule, and they'll actually win those. Because this year you have to do that, BK. You can't, like we've talked about, this division has changed so much that if you go in there and lose the ones that you should win, you're like disqualifying yourself even earlier than it's probably going to happen.
Yep, I'm with you on that. So, Cowboys at Panthers. I'm going with win for Dallas. And like you said, they got to win that one.
Got to win that
Some
one.
of the other games on their schedule. Look, Bryce Young looked very good at the end of last season. Everyone was calling him a bust. He kind of turned some things around after he got benched and then reinserted into the starting lineup. Got some talent on that team, but I still feel like Dallas is much better. And with some of the other games we're about to talk about, they've got to get that one. So that's 4-2 right now.
And you're probably, I would say, second place in the division at that point.
That's fair. That's fair. Week 7, another divisional game at home against Washington.
Now, when I talk about them splitting, when it comes to the Commanders, I think, and again, I'm basing this a lot on just past history and just years of watching. When you have both of these teams at a somewhat good level of playing football, I think the Cowboys are more apt to steal the game at Washington.
They did that last year.
Yeah.
Remember, Cooper Rush, like in a big shock, the Cowboys went on the road and beat Washington. They played in Dallas week 18. Nobody really was trying. Everybody, Cowboys were done. The Commies were already locked into their playoff spot. Washington won that game. Yeah, I think that's going to be a split. Yeah. So we'll call this one a loss, I guess. And we'll say the road one is a win.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I really think that they'll win that one on the road. They just seem to bring the juice a little more when it seems like they go to play at FedEx Field than when they get and that's kind of what sucks about the Thanksgiving thing, which we'll get to that in a minute. But I was telling Wags this on I think it was Tuesday. What's happened to the Cowboys is you could always pencil in not that they do it, but the Commanders could get penciled in at Thanksgiving, and it's like, okay, there's a sure win.
Yep.
But you're running out of pancakes.
They're not a sure win anymore.
They're not a sure win anymore.
Once they got rid of Dan Snyder, they had a chance.
They had a chance.
Made the most of that chance.
Turned that thing around.
Yeah. All right. So we'll say 4-3 after that. Interesting game. Cowboys at Broncos. Jahdae Barron. Yeah. What's Broncos made the playoffs last year. Bo Nix had a spectacular rookie season. Sean Payton, obviously a Super Bowl winning coach. Feels like a lot of people are high on Denver this year. That's not going to be an easy one in the Mile High.
No, that's not going to be easy at all. And then you throw in the Mile High part of it. I mean, I've been out in that area, and that really does make a difference. Of course, I've never been out there playing football, but I can tell you it does affect breathing. It does affect all of these different things. And this is a game where you look at it. I think this is kind of to the point I was just making, to where I think that the Cowboys should win this game. But I can't necessarily say this is a game that I think the Cowboys will win.
Okay.
I think that Denver, they're a lot better. And I think you get the quarterback and a head coach, a second year in the system. You're able to tailor this guy a little bit to more what Sean Payton wants to do. And I think Denver's going to be a force. I think Denver's going to be a force.
Think they can knock Kansas City off the ledge?
And that's the thing, because you've got the Chargers there also.
Yeah.
So that's going to be another division that's going to be just so fascinating to watch, because I think Kansas City maybe takes a little step back.
Okay.
But I don't think that they're going to be for the taking. But I think Denver and where are they now?
LA.
Los Angeles. Los Angeles.
I don't know why, but they are there.
I think those two are going to be noses bloodied and knuckles bloodied, and they will be right behind Kansas. I just can't say the Cowboys are going to win that game.
I could easily see Bo Nix having a sophomore slump kind of year.
That's true.
Like I was impressed by what he did last year. The Broncos made the playoffs, helped 3 teams in that division made the playoffs last year. But I'm going to pick Denver in this game on the road. The Cowboys have struggled against the Broncos in recent years, and I think Denver's going to be favored when we get there. Obviously, that's week 8. We'll know a lot more about both teams by the time we get to that matchup, but I'm going to say that's
Yeah.
an L for the Cowboys.
Unfortunately, I think it will be.
So that's 4-4. Come back home week 9 against Arizona. This feels like another game that you really got to win.
You really do. And I mean, these are the ones, when you look at the Jets, you look at the Panthers, you look at the Cardinals. I mean, those are the ones that I'm really going to go to. And obviously the 2 Giant games, these are the ones that you absolutely have to win. Because if you want to put yourself to be in some sort of contention or to be a contender or to have a chance at a wild card, you have to win those games.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's going to happen in the NFC, that we're going to have that lump again of teams for wild card playoff spots at maybe 8 or 9 losses, depending, because you've got really top heavy teams. It's going to be a dogfight there. So this is a have to have it, and I do think they win this game. Oh, is this game in Dallas?
It is.
Oh, Kyler Murray back in AT&T Stadium.
I know he's had some good memories.
Kyler Murray at AT&T Stadium.
In that place. Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, here we go. Exclusive video of Kyler Murray showing up. I don't know why he's there now. The game's not for another 5 months, but
he's got to go take a piss on the 50-yard line in Marcus territory.
He does.
That is his place right there.
I will say this: the Cowboys have not fared well against Arizona. I just pulled this up to make sure my memory is serving me correctly. Dallas has lost 7 of the last 8 against the Cardinals, and 3 straight against Arizona. So I don't know what it is, because Arizona hasn't been all that good for a lot of those games. They just have Dallas's number. But I'm going to pick Dallas. But that is a big swing game right there. And it's going into the bye. You've got a bye in week 10 right after that. So you do not want to lose that one and be thinking about it for 2 weeks, especially considering some of the games you've got in November and December.
And this is going to be, at this point, when you go into the bye, this is where I'm going to be so interested to see at that point what you have built with the running game, because we know that Schotty's going to want to try to run the ball, and I think he has some pieces.
You did say it was a good offseason. You do remember they hired Brian Schottenheimer, right?
Last man standing.
Just want you to remember that.
Drawing the short straw on some of those things. But I think at this point, this is where, because I think where you've added George Pickens and you made him that, I guess, 1B or whatever you want to call him, because he doesn't want to be called a number 2, I'm sure.
Yep.
That I hope that you've got a Jake Ferguson, you've got a Schoonmaker that are contributing, because I think that those are going to be vital pieces, and hopefully by that point you've gotten that built. But you get to that bye, and so what do we have? And we've got them at 4-5 losses.
5-4. 5-4 if we have Arizona as a win, which it sounds like both of us do.
Yeah.
So that's 5-4. You're in the hunt at that point,
the hunt,
right? Like
in the hunt.
You'd love to be a game or 2 better. You're not leading your division at 5-4, but you are in the hunt graphics on the TV networks.
But you know that what's going to happen is, and I'll wait for it, and I'll probably text you when it happens, because if that indeed does happen, if our crystal ball is right and they are in the hunt graphics, they're going to pull up the rest of that schedule, and say, okay, they've gotten themselves to this point. What about now? And this is why I say, if you can steal the Denver game, if you could steal the Packer game,
right?
I mean, then you're really in a good spot.
6-3 would be ideal.
6-3 would be amazing.
Yeah. Coming out of the bye, week 11, it's a road game on the schedule, but it's going to feel like a home game. Dallas at Vegas.
That's another one, just like the Cardinals in the past. You need to win that game.
Yeah, I'm not buying Vegas being good. I know people love Pete Carroll. He's a hell of a coach. He deserves the love, but I'm not a Geno Smith guy. I'm one of those guys who wrote him off, and he should be writing me back. I know that's his bit. I didn't write back. He should be writing me back. He's not that good. That team, they got Ashton Genty. He'll be fun to watch. I just don't think the talent on that team is good enough. I think the Raiders are going to be like a 5 or 6 win team this year. And I think Dallas is going to go on the road to Sin City and win that one.
I think they'll take that, because the Raiders really are. I mean, I think a lot of the logic with a lot of people when Genty was drafted by the Raiders was, okay, there's the fix. The Raiders are a hell of a lot more than one guy away from getting this thing right. I think what they have done a really good job with, you mentioned Pete Carroll, you bring that guy in, that's a guy that's going to work on the culture that is so often talked about right now. You've got Tom Brady there in whatever role he's in. You're working on that part, but now you got to go put the pieces in place, and they're 2.5, 3 years off at this point, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Raiders wide receivers. I'm seeing Jacoby Myers, Trey Tucker, Jack Besh, who they took out of TCU this year. I mean, that's their top three. They got Brock Bowers, obviously an elite tight end. He was amazing as a rookie. But
well, I heard some rumblings that maybe they bring back the man with the Taco Bell in his house.
Whoa.
You know, maybe that's something. I don't know how that guy can function without his, you know, his guy.
Well, he already signed with the Rams, though, right?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
he did sign with the Rams. That's right.
Like,
okay.
That'd be a twist if they're already done with him out in L.A.
That's right. I forgot about that.
You got the wrong L.A. You're thinking L.A. Raiders.
Think of the L.A. Raiders.
L.A. Rams. All right, so that's a win. So we're at 6-4. Then here's the stretch of all stretches. Can Dallas win one against Philly?
Now the Philadelphia is that?
That's at home because week 1 is on the road. So week 12 in Arlington at Jerry World.
That's the one I think the Cowboys win.
Okay.
I think they win the one at home, and I think that's the time that they lock down Saquon Barkley, who, by the way, you know, now paid. He'll be running with even more emphatic exclamation marks. But I think that's the one. I think that's the one that Dallas wins that one.
So we got them at 6-4. They have to win one of these next three, and it's Philadelphia won the Super Bowl. Kansas City in the Super Bowl, at Detroit, the 1 seed in the NFC last year. Like, obviously, you want to go 2-1. That'd be amazing. Then you feel like you got something special. But you can't go 0-3 there.
Yeah.
You got to win one. I'm going to go with Philly as the win.
Yeah.
Because when Dak Prescott has been healthy, the Cowboys have actually fared well against the Eagles.
They have.
So,
They have.
you know, I think at Detroit is probably the hardest of those three just because it's on the road. But you've got Philly, and then it's a short week with the Chiefs, I'm pretty sure. So I'm gonna
because that'll be
that's a Thanksgiving
Sunday,
game.
Thursday.
Yeah, Sunday, Thursday deal. So I'm gonna say Cowboys get the Eagles, but they lose the next two to Kansas City and Detroit.
I think that just based on like we're talking about, all we know is past history. We can't, you know, it doesn't really do any good right now because if you compare head to head, Philadelphia is, I think, you know, a lot better than Dallas right now. But I think that if you look at the opponent and what those teams are going to be bringing, I think the Kansas City is the one, especially being on Thanksgiving with all of everything that goes into that.
Yeah.
Obviously, that was a Dallas team at one point, so I think that's going to be a big storyline there where Kansas City comes up. I think Kansas City is the more gettable game,
okay.
But I don't think they win that one. I think that they win the Eagles game, and just as you're saying, you lose to Kansas City, the Detroit one scares me because I think the Detroit one just could get out of control.
Yeah, and they hate the Cowboys.
They absolutely
after
hate
that, you know, hey, maybe report as eligible next time, Dan Skipper. Stop trying to cheat your way to a victory there.
Yeah,
that's because of that moment in that game. Like, they cannot stand the Cowboys.
Man, the Detroit game is the one that worries me, where you always have that Cowboy. And again, I only talk about what breaks my heart.
Yeah,
is where you have that one game that you just don't show up and you get beat so bad, and it derails the balance of your season.
So are you going to go? You're going to go Eagles win and Chiefs and Lions losses.
Yeah,
you're with me on that. So that's 7-6. 4 games to go. Still in the hunt. Still very much in the hunt. Week 15, another playoff team from a season ago. Now it's going to be a new look team because they lost their quarterback, but the Minnesota Vikings coming to Texas.
That, you know, I know that you lose Sam Darnold, but you still got all the other guys, you know. So that's the other part of that. Whoever, I'm assuming that JJ will still be the quarterback at that point, as long as everything works out, or maybe Aaron Rodgers has gone there by that point if something happens to JJ. I don't know, but that's a home game for the Cowboys. You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb. They're going to win that game.
Okay.
In a shootout. They're
like
going to win that game.
So that's 8-6. Then the Chargers at home. Again, another playoff team from last season. They obviously got boat raced by the Texans in that wild card game. We'll talk about the Texans schedule here in a bit.
That's Jim Harbaugh. He's going to have those dudes fired up.
Okay.
Especially if the Cowboys do beat the Vikings.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to beat the Chargers, BK. And maybe I should flip those two picks right there.
Sure.
But I'm going to say the Chargers game is a loss.
Okay. So you got 1-1 in that stretch, which gets them to, oh boy,
what would that be? That would be 8-6,
7. Oh boy. All right.
Yeah.
Let me do this math here. You've got at Washington as a win in week 17, right?
Washington as a win.
We gave the Cowboys the loss in the first game.
Mm-hmm.
What about at the Giants week 18? You think Dallas sweeps the G-men?
Take care of that one.
So I think that's 9 wins.
Yeah. You know, I think the 7.5, I mean, if people want to call their cousin and so forth, I think that you you take the points on that one, because that seems to be shooting a little low. And again, I'm sure that's based off of a 7-10 record last year, but there's just all the intangibles that we talk about. You were 7-10 without Dak Prescott for the majority of that, but I think that they'll have themselves in that wild card position. So what would that make them? 9 and what would that be? 9 and 8,
5 and 4, 6 and 4, 7 and 4, 7 and 5, 7 and 6, 8 and 6, 8 and 7, 9 and 7. You got them at 10 and 7, sir.
10 and 7.
10-win Dallas Cowboys.
Flip the record.
I think they're making the playoffs if they get to 10 wins.
Yeah, I think so too.
9 and 8's a little dicey. You can get there. We've seen wild card teams in the new era with the expanded playoffs make it, but I think if you get to double digits, you're in.
Yeah.
So you think the Cowboys are a playoff team this year?
And think about, because I think it's going to be a wild card, but think about what that wild card race projectively could look like. It's going to be either the Commanders or the Eagles, one of the two.
Yep.
Dallas, whoever comes out of the Norris, which Minnesota, Green Bay,
Detroit.
Yeah, those three, and then in the West, I mean, San Francisco's got a pretty soft schedule, it appears, from what I saw last night. So you've got them. You've
Easiest
got the
in the NFL.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
And you got the Rams. So however you get the NFC tournament set up, you're going to have some damn good playoff football going on right there. But, yeah, it looks like I'm doing the whole election day projection and projecting the Cowboys as a playoff team.
So you're going over 7.5 wins.
Going over 7.5.
And you've got them easily clearing that.
Yeah.
10.
Going to have to go to Circa.
Okay, I like that.
Lay some money on that.
I think I'm at 9 wins. I don't think I'm as confident as you. And
Yeah.
I think the Cowboys just missed the playoffs. But again, it all depends on what happens around them. I expect San Francisco to bounce back. I'm with you. I think Philadelphia or Washington is guaranteed to make one of those playoff spots. And then I look at the NFC North, right? Like you said, I mean, Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay. It feels like you've got 2 playoff teams there. I think those teams are all probably better than Dallas. So I think the Cowboys are right around 500, 8, 9 and 8. I'd lean closer to 8 wins than 10, I think. And I think they come up just a little bit short.
I think it could be a situation to where you have the Cowboys and maybe Tampa Bay kind of in similar scenarios right there, with records that are either going to, vault them in or leave them out.
I just think Tampa's winning that division, right?
Yeah.
Like who else in the NFC South scares you? You got Atlanta, you got New Orleans, who might be the worst team in the league. You've got Carolina, who has been one of the worst teams in the league.
Yeah.
So
is it, and pardon me for my ignorance here. So is this one, are the playoffs going to get reset? Because I think I saw something to where, like, where you have a lot of times where a division winner has to go on the road anyway, or is that forthcoming? Maybe that's something that they threw in the hopper to maybe change. I don't know if maybe that didn't pass.
Yeah, they talk about that all the time,
yeah.
Right? Because it is ridiculous when you have a 9-win division winner hosting a game against like a 12-win wild card team. I mean, what we saw that last year with Minnesota, who if they would have won in Week 18, they would have won the division. They would have been the 1 seed in the NFC. Instead, they lose. They got to go on the road to the Rams, and they got boat.
Minnesota. There.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, appreciate it. Mr. Ex-President. Be
Yes,
careful.
sir.
Be careful.
We still call them.
Well, he's still president.
Yeah, I feel like they still call them presidents,
He's still
right? Even
president.
when they're not in office
I
anymore.
saw he did a speech the other day. He came out of the mothballs or coffin or wherever he's been.
I did not see that.
Yeah, I was like, look at him go.
So there you go. All right, we'll take your thoughts. There's our Cowboys win-win, lost-win projections. Rodney going 10-7. I'm going 9-8 for America's team. All right, we'll get to the Texans here in a second. Some of the other big takeaways from the NFL schedule release, which, of course, happened last night. But first, a few more sponsor shout-outs. Some love to our man, Tom McKay, and AV Consultations. Rodney's got the AV Consultation set up. Of course, Wags has the AV Consultation set up. Bucky and I have been hooked up as well. AV Consultations has hooked up thousands of Central Texans since 1988, giving them the home TV setups that they've always wanted. If you're looking to upgrade your home TV, we're talking about football. That'll be back before you know it, but you've got playoff hockey and basketball going on. You've got the PGA Championship this weekend and then 2 more majors coming up. You've got the college baseball tournament about to get going. It's a great time to be a sports fan. There's never a bad time to be a sports fan.
Absolutely.
But it's the perfect time to call AV Consultations at 512-255-8678, Find out more information online at avconsultations.com.
I got to tell you, this month of May is one of the most favorite for me with my Tom McKay system, because you've got the NASCAR All-Star Race, you've got the Indianapolis 500, you'll have Monaco. So that Memorial Day Sunday, it'll be Monaco, Indy, Charlotte on the Tom McKay system right there.
That'll work.
It is non-stop. So Sunday, I had on the larger TV, I had the actual feed of the race there at Kansas. Then I had in-car video with Kyle Larson on one screen. And over here, I had about 6 other guys, that I was riding along with.
What channel is that?
That's on Max. You get the in-car video on Max.
Okay.
So you go in, you pick the driver you want, and you get the full audio.
I got to check that out.
You get the full audio.
Especially when we get to like the kind of the dog days. It's just blackout drunk at my place with the 4 TV setup I have, and just be like inside 20 cars.
That's it. That's it. You sit there, and it's better than being there. I went to TMS a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Great folks there, obviously.
Always fun.
But it's a heck of a lot more fun at home.
Well, the people watching, you don't get to watch at home.
True.
That's the best part of attending a NASCAR race in person. I've been to TMS a few times. I've been to COTA a couple of times, and the clientele that shows up for a NASCAR race is unlike anything you'll find anywhere else.
Especially on a hot day.
Oh, yeah.
Love it.
It's fun. It is fun. All right. Shout out to AV Consultations, of course. Also, shout out to Covert Bee Cave. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends out at Covert Bee Cave. They've got a couple of Covert automobiles out here this morning. Of course, the Covert Auto Group, been around the Austin area for more than 100 years. They know what they're doing when it comes to selling cars. They've got the best selection. They've got the best people. As Bucky always says, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. The pricing is unmatched. They've got a bunch of Coverts all across Central Texas, but definitely check out their brand new location, Covert Bee Cave, off of Highway 71. 3 dealerships, 7 brands, 42 acres of vehicles. Nobody does it better than Covert Bee Cave.
They'll find you what you want. I will tell you that.
Yes, they will.
Absolutely.
All right, we won't spend as much time on the Texans schedule, but we will talk about the Texans schedule.
Then there's them. Yeah. The team with a much better chance.
I know. Really, we should be spending more time on the Texans schedule because they've won the AFC South a couple of years in a row, and that's it for Houston, right? They've made the playoffs. They've won playoff games. They beat the brakes off of the Chargers in the wild card round, but they haven't been able to get to an AFC championship. And that's not just the C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans era of Texans football. That's the entire history of the Houston Texans.
Houston.
They've won the division a lot. They've won first-round games a lot, but they have not been able to win that divisional round game to make it to the AFC title. That's got to be the goal for Houston. I didn't think they were as good last year as they were 2 years ago, but I like the offseason. I like the draft that they have. I think they've got the talent. If C.J. Stroud can stay upright, that offensive line looks a little bit better in 2025, then I do think Houston has the opportunity. Now, the AFC's loaded. You got Kansas City, you got Buffalo, you got Baltimore, you got Cincinnati, you got a lot of really, really good teams. But I think if everything goes right, the Texans, in large part because of the division they're in, they've got a shot to make some noise again this year.
They really do. And Houston is fortunate in that, being in that division, because that division doesn't seem to progress as some of these others do. I mean, we're constantly adding AFC contenders every year, it seems like. Now we talk about the Chargers. We're talking about the Broncos are about to do some really special stuff. But you just don't see that in the AFC South. It's the Texans and everybody else. And honestly, for the Texans, for Houston football, when it comes to not getting to the Super Bowl, that's all the way back to the Oilers. So you want to talk about breaking a curse. If you can get Oilers did get to an AFC championship a couple of times, but it didn't work out for them. Damn black curtain, steel curtain. What did they used to call those guys?
Steel curtain.
Steel curtain. But yeah, this division is there for them. And I think to your point about what they've done with the draft and what they've done with building this team better is last year there was, you talked about a sophomore slump. There was a lot of that last year with C.J. Stroud, but you also mentioned right there keeping him upright. And that was the thing last year where I think this dude was anticipating getting hit at some points to where he was just getting that battered. And I think a lot of that was where he took a step back to where it was kind of out of his control. So I think that they have gone and taken care of that. The division's there for them. It's that next step.
Can we get a replay of that Mike Renfro?
Oh,
I mean, he caught that, didn't he?
That was a catch.
What are we doing here?
That was a catch. Where were all these fancy? Well, they hadn't been invented.
They had been invented.
It's like a one-camera show back then in those days.
Yeah,
right?
I will say this. The Texans do play in maybe the worst division of football, but according to the Vegas win total, They have the 25th toughest schedule in the NFL this year.
Yeah.
So, interesting open at the Rams. Then they've got Tampa Bay at home. Those are two playoff teams in the NFC from last year. You'd like to go 1-1 at worst in those games. I mean, I think the Texans are going to go 4-2, 5-1. I'll say 5-1 in their division. But you look at some of these other games that they have. We'll go win-win, loss-win game with them. Rams week 1 on the road.
They'll lose that.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rams scare me.
Okay.
The Rams scare me.
They were good last year.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay week 2.
You're going to lose that one.
Really? You're going
Yeah.
0-2 for the Texans?
I'm going 0-2.
Okay.
They start 0-2.
Jaguars on the road. Travis Hunter.
You better win that one.
Yeah, you can't.
You still better win that one.
The stats for teams that start 0-3, not
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, and that's my point.
Yep.
That's my point.
Okay. Tennessee at home week 4.
Oh man, that's in Houston. That's a win.
So you're 2-2.
You're 2-2. You're 500 by that point.
At Baltimore week 5.
Oh man, I wish I could say. Now that would be a very good franchise win right there to go beat Baltimore in their own gym, but that's not going to happen.
Okay.
It's not going to
Yeah,
happen.
I'm with you.
That
on
dude
that.
got paid. You see that, Derrick Henry?
He did get paid.
He got paid.
Hard to
As
argue against.
he
it.
should.
Normally, you see running backs at his age get that type of money, and it scares you a little bit. But
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody worried about that Derrick Henry contract with how good he was.
He all right.
in his first year in Baltimore. Yeah, he's more than all right. Then the bye week, an early bye for the Texans. Then they go to Seattle week 7.
Man, Seattle. I don't know, man. Seattle kind of has the makings to me of maybe being that team that can surprise. There's always that one team where, we didn't see that coming. You get to week 8 and they've put themselves in the hunt. But I think by that, I don't think that they're completely, like we were talking about Chicago. I don't think that they've got everything in place by that point. And I think that's at the point where Houston really needs to go on a run.
Okay.
Because you're setting yourself up for the division. They'll win that one.
So you're 3-3 right now. Then a 3-game homestand for the Texans. San Francisco, Denver, Jacksonville, all in H-Town.
Wow, that is a pretty good stretch right there, especially the first two, with Denver being the one that I would think with San Francisco. San Francisco better do, if they're going to do something, they better do it this year because their window is closing, in my opinion. So I think that they go 2-1 in that stretch.
So that's
and then they'll beat the Niners. No, I take that back. Yes, they'll beat the Niners, lose to the Broncos, and win the third game.
okay. So that's what 5-3.
5-3.
5-3. I'm so bad at this.
Who's that?
Why are these numbers so small? Then Tennessee on the road.
Sweep them.
Sweep the Titans. Okay. Buffalo at home.
Oh.
It's another one. Like, if you're the Texans, look, the regular season games obviously don't matter as much. But you get Baltimore, you get Buffalo, and you get Kansas City all in the regular season. You'd like to win at least one or two of those games just to give you some confidence that if we see them again, hey, we know we're good enough to beat these teams who have been the stalwarts of the AFC. Again, you could lose in the regular season, meet them in the playoffs, and beat them.
Right.
But you would like to get at least one of those games to kind of send a message to the rest of the league, like, no, we are on that level. We're not just a tier below them. We are on that tier of contenders in this conference.
Because that's how they're going to be measured,
right?
Whether it's
if they beat Tennessee and Jacksonville twice, no one's going to care.
It'll be the same thing. It's like, okay, they can run through their not so great division, but then if you go and you drop all three of those games to Buffalo, Kansas City, and Baltimore, it's like, okay, same old Houston, same Texans. They can't. You can beat up on the cupcakes, but you can't beat the stalwarts in the AFC. But Buffalo's not the one that they're going to beat, I don't think.
No, they did beat Buffalo last year. That crazy game.
Oh, yeah.
They had a huge lead. They blew it. They kicked a game-winning field goal. They did beat Buffalo. Now, that game was at home. This year's game is also at home. They lost to Kansas City last season, and double checking. Yeah, they got crushed by Baltimore on Christmas. Remember that 31-2?
Yeah.
Beyonce was the only good thing about that game. She had the halftime show.
Yeah.
So you went 1-2 against those teams last year, or you can go 2-1 against them. You'll be all right. But I'm gonna pick Buffalo.
Do the Cowboys play on Christmas? I think
yes.
They have a
Commanders.
Wow.
Cowboys. That's the game in DC.
That's the game in DC.
Yeah, one of the many primetime games that Dallas has. Colts on the road.
Yeah, you win that.
You think so?
Yeah, you win that.
Chiefs on the road. 14.
I think the Chiefs are going to be the ones where kind of the same thing I was talking about with the Cowboys, to where with that elite tier of the trifecta, whatever we want to call it, of the AFC teams. I mean, I think Kansas City is the one that may be a little more susceptible to getting to getting beat. But I mean, that's a crazy atmosphere over there.
And the Texans, man, they gave the Chiefs a lot in that playoff game
man.
at Arrowhead last year. I know Texans fans still aren't thrilled with the way that game was officiated, but Houston was right there in the second half of that game. So that's a winnable one for them. I love this home stretch for the Texans. They get 3 of their last 4 games at home, and all 3 of those home games are against teams that didn't make the playoffs last year.
Right.
Their only road game is against the Chargers. That's not really a road game because nobody cares about the Chargers.
Nobody's going to be there.
And again, that playoff game last year, I think the Texans are going to be confident going into that game. I think that at worst is a 3-1 stretch for the Texans to close out the year.
Yeah, I'm with you. At 3-1 there, the Chargers would be the one that I would maybe say that they could drop that one. But I think the biggest part of that is where let's say it's 3-1 or 4-0, even if it gets to that in that final stretch, you go in riding so much momentum, especially let's say that you beat Kansas City, and then you go in. I mean, to have all of that momentum going in as a divisional champion, and the whole thing is to where I think for them to be able to win those games, so they're not a divisional winner going in to play a wild card team on the road or something like that. So, I'm actually going to give them 4-0.
Okay.
They're going to go 4-0 and just roll into the playoffs.
I did a bad job of keeping track of the win-win, loss-win game. I will give you my projection. I think the Texans go 11-6 this year.
Yeah.
Their Vegas total is 9.5. I think they go over that. I think they win the AFC South again. And, they're not going to be the 1 seed with that record, but they'll get a home playoff game. And then I expect them to win that. And then the question is, what
do you do from there?
Yeah. If you're the Texans, you want to get the 1 seed, obviously, because then the AFC runs through NRG and you get that first round bye. But can you get that second game at home? If you're a 2 seed, you get that second game, that divisional game in your barn. That to me is huge for the Texans. They don't have to go on the road to Kansas City,
right,
to Baltimore, to Buffalo. You definitely don't want to go there when it's 10 degrees in January. That's it. Can the Texans, does 11 wins get you there? I don't know if it does. You'd love for them to find a way to get a top 2 seed.
I'm actually going to put them also at 10-7.
Okay.
Because I think that somewhere along the way, they will kind of the same thing where we talk about the Cowboys. They're going to drop one that they shouldn't.
Yeah.
And I think that it's going to be that one extra loss that may not afford them the chance to have that second round home game. And that is so, but they are good when they go on the road. You talk about the Kansas City game. I mean, to go play Kansas City that well in Arrowhead Stadium, that tells you what this team is capable of. It's to just take that next step. And that's easier said than done.
Of course.
I mean, there are so many teams that we talk about in this league. Buffalo's another one where I think it's so important for them this year. Take that next step. And it's all playing out for these AFC teams, I think, because like I keep going back to, Kansas City's coming back a little bit.
I disagree with that one, but at some point their run's got to end, right? I remember the reason I'm like fighting back at that. I remember when Kansas City got boat raced by Tampa Bay and Tom Brady in that Super Bowl, and it looked the exact same as this Eagles one did. They couldn't block for Mahomes. They just got crushed. They were never in it. It was over by halftime, and there were people like, "Well, nice run, Kansas City. That was cool. You won 1, and that's it." And then what do? They bounced back and won 2 in a row. So I don't know if they're going to bounce back and win 2 more in a row, but I don't think you can ever count out Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes.
That's the thing. I mean, you really can't. And last year it really seemed like there were some kinks in that armor because so many of those games they were winning them. I mean, they're winning them in dramatic fashion at the end of the game, and that's, to me, that's where you kind of started seeing some of that. But still, when it's all said and done, they find a way, and then of course the Super Bowl happens, and it's like, okay, those questions come up again. But they've quietly done a good job to add some pieces. So that's the whole thing where you get a team like Kansas City. It seems like the moves Philadelphia have made more noise, possibly because they're the defending champion and they just do good business.
You're right.
But Kansas City just continues to add.
Yeah, and you're right. For the AFC, for some of those teams, they got to get by Kansas City. Like at some point, they've got to get over that hump. It's Buffalo, it's Baltimore, it's the Texans. I mean, it's like Cincinnati's the only team, I guess, to do it, but they've also lost to the Chiefs in the playoffs. So, yeah, it's at some point people are going to start losing their jobs if they can't find a way to beat KC.
And that is the thing with those teams that you mentioned is they are really, really good. I mean, Buffalo, Baltimore. I mean, those teams are really good. And I think what's going to happen before Kansas City actually completely goes away and goes into a rebuild, or if Andy Reid decides to step away, or whatever's going to happen at that point. I think what's going to happen is you're going to have Denver added to the mix, that Kansas City will be ruining their playoff dreams, and maybe other teams escalate to that, to where you're going to have more contenders before Kansas City actually takes a full step back and is, kind of where Cincinnati is right now.
Yeah. All right. Going around the NFL, looking at the 5 easiest schedules in the league. The 49ers have the easiest one. I know they were bad last year. They did not have a good offseason. They lost a bunch of players. They traded guys. They had to pay the piper, so they lost some dudes to free agency as well. But I still feel like that's a playoff team, and seeing how easy their schedule is, that makes me more confident that Shanahan's going to get them back in there. Patriots, Saints, Falcons, and Bills. Your 5 easiest schedules. Good for Buffalo.
Yeah, good for Buffalo. I mean, that's really the one that you look at right there, and it's like it's going to be really beneficial to them. And I think for San Francisco, I mean, you do have to bounce back, and you have to. I mean, if Brock Purdy's going to be your guy, get it done, go with it.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing about that is, to where I think maybe some of the apprehension there is that if it doesn't work out, I mean, I think that Brock Purdy has proven himself at this point. I mean, you can talk about Mr. Irrelevant, all the different things, but he seems to have done that job in a competent manner, to where he seems to be the present day quarterback for that franchise. And they need to do it now. I mean, they need to do it now. I had heard at one point where, Shano can't get it done now. Maybe the seat might get a little hot for him.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to happen. If it does, Jerry Jones, call him.
I was gonna say, hey, Shotty, thanks for your service, but you're done here.
Yeah.
We no longer need you.
Yeah. Thanks for being the stand-up poster here. Get out.
Yeah. Big year for Brock Purdy, trying to get that big contract. Maybe he gets it before the season starts.
Maybe he does.
You don't have to worry about it anymore. But if not, he's playing for non-7th round pick money.
Absolutely.
Going to be a lot more than what he's making right now. The 5 toughest schedules. Sorry about this, Wags. How about the Giants with the hardest schedule in the NFL?
Well,
and then the Browns, 2 teams that are bad enough as it is. They get the 2 hardest schedules in the league.
Well, there's for both of those franchises, there's your ultimate opportunity to bottom out right there.
Yeah.
That's that's your chance, because it is going to be a very tough year, especially for the Giants.
Yep.
I think it's that there's just so much uncertainty there, and they just don't seem to be. The quarterback thing to me is just very. I mean, you do have the 2 veteran guys, but we're going to look up at some point. It's going to be Tommy DeVito in there. You just watch.
Oh man,
it'll be Tommy DeVito in there taking the snaps.
What did Wags do to you?
I know, right?
It's terrible.
I tell you.
Lions, Eagles, Vikings have the other hardest schedules.
Well, that's good.
This year. Yeah,
that's
good news if you're a Cowboys fan. Yeah. Eagles, that's how it should be, right? They win the division, they win the Super Bowl. They should be getting a tougher schedule, and that's what has happened. So there you go. Quick look around the NFL's schedule release that happened last night. Obviously, you get all those funny and clever schedule release videos on social media. There's some good ones last night.
It's still last night as I was watching everything that was going on. It's still, we talk about the power of the NFL and how the NFL just reigns supreme with whatever's going on. I mean, you had some pretty intriguing basketball on last night for one. You had all that going on. Still, here's the NFL finding a way to steal the headlines.
Oh, they dominate the sports calendar. They like every month there's something that happens in the NFL that just takes everybody's attention away from everything else and brings it to the NFL. I wish college football did a better job at that. I hope is in the future college football does do a better job at that. Like, it doesn't make sense that National Signing Day is in December during the season,
right?
Like during the playoff. It's like you already have headlines that month. Put it in another month to keep growing your brand and growing the popularity of that sport. Like, the schedule release should be done like as a big deal, just like it is with the NFL. Like, I don't understand why college doesn't do it right, but that's why the NFL is king. They do it better than not just college football, but than any other sport that we have in this country.
They really do. And college football needs to, maybe once they figure out what the path is going to be moving forward with commissioners and committees and all that. Maybe that'll go into the business model at that point. I think that, quite frankly, the NBA did a really good job the other night with the draft lottery.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that was.
But that's during the playoffs.
It's during the playoffs.
So it's like, I don't know why you do it. I get it. The draft is next month, and that's good. But, like, you already have people watching because it's the playoffs.
Right.
Find a time to get people to watch when the postseason's not happening.
When it's not going on.
That feels pretty easy and obvious to me, but, the NFL's got it down. The other leagues,
they've got it down.
Should take some notes. It's a schedule. These games don't happen for 4 months. I know some of you out there are like, why are these guys talking about it? Well, every sports radio show in the country is like, that's the NFL. That's what they've done by doing this with a freaking schedule drop. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it is crazy.
Yeah, because the thing about this, I mean, and that's where the power of the NFL thing with this. I mean, because this affects, I mean, how you're going to plan your vacations. This plans how you're going to do your fantasy football. I mean, everybody is so locked in and honed in right now from just a presentation, from just an exhibition of who's going to be playing who. And that's what the NFL does, and they do it so well. And that's why they're the monster.
Yeah.
And that's why and the Cowboys on Christmas.
Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Yeah,
4 Thursday night games for the Cowboys, too, which is the most in NFL history. So, they don't care that they won 7 games last year. It's the Cowboys.
Doesn't matter.
And they could be like 3-10. They're still not going to get flexed out late in the season because it's the Cowboys.
Isn't that the funny thing? Yeah, they're horrible. They never get flexed out.
When they are bad, it's like, please flex them out. I don't want everybody to see how bad they are. Do us a favor. All right. Shout out to OLIPOP. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. This is the game changer of all game changers. If you haven't tried OLIPOP yet, you are missing out. They've got 19 different flavors: the vintage cola, the lemon lime, the grape, the cream soda, the root beer. They've got everything that you're looking for. Some classic soda flavors, but also some twists as well. And again, the beauty of OLIPOP, it's soda, so it tastes like soda, but it's actually good for you. Ingredients that help support great digestive health, and they support your taste buds as well. I know you've tried a few OLIPOPs, Double R.
Yeah, I have. That grape, I like that grape. That brand is growing.
It is.
Man, you look around, and it's like everywhere that you look at these massive sporting events, and you see OLIPOP up on a marquee or on a billboard or something like that.
They have a NASCAR car yet?
They don't have a NASCAR car yet.
That's coming.
It's just a matter of time.
Wow.
It's just a matter of time. See, that can be massive for them because you can't, or I don't know, there's restrictions on alcohol, I think, but you've got bourbon cars and all that now. So, I mean, it'll be a great time for them to jump into the NASCAR world.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to all of our great sponsors here on TSU. Shout out to OLIPOP. Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply as well. If you're looking for some plants, do a little gardening this summer.
Your hands in Mother Earth.
Get your hands in Mother Earth. Yeah, 2 locations, one on Palm Springs, the other on Monterey Oaks down south. Make sure you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. You'll get 10% off. Y'all hear Bucky and Zay talking about Leaf Landscape Supply all the time. Definitely go check them out if you are a gardener or you want to become a gardener. They got you covered.
I had to kind of play the dumb card this weekend. So my mother and father-in-law were in to visit this past weekend for Mother's Day, and as they were leaving on Tuesday morning, as it was, we've got flower beds that have been mulched and that have roses planted, not by me,
right?
Not by me, because if it were up to me to mulch and plant, all that stuff is going to be dead.
Yep.
So we're like walking out. And my mother-in-law says, "I think it's so nice that you took the time to plant these roses for Tracy." And I said, "It took a little work, but I got it done. I got it done."
You took the credit.
I did. She said, "They look great."
Wow.
I said, "Well, thank you."
And Tracy didn't rat you out, huh?
No, she wasn't home. She doesn't know.
She doesn't know. She does now. She's about to call her mom and be like, "My husband lied to you."
He didn't put those in
there. You do, Jack. You know what?
That was Alejandro. He didn't even put the mulch in there.
Oh, that is hilarious. No, you did the right thing. You're supposed to take credit for something like that.
Of course. Well, I mean, I paid for it.
You did pay for it.
Right? So, I kind of did do it.
That counts the same there.
Counts the same.
All right, couple of national days before we bring Wags on here. Today is National Chocolate Chip Day.
Oh.
Best use of chocolate chips?
Cookies.
Gotta be, right?
Gotta be the cookies, man. I still like them good old Chips Ahoy. The old school Chips Ahoy. Now I like the chewy ones. You know? Now as I've gotten older, it's like a chewy, although it's pretty good in ice cream too.
Yep.
So you can't go wrong with chocolate chips.
I haven't had a Chips Ahoy in a long time.
Chocolate chip brown. There you go.
Is that what they call it?
I don't know.
Is that what someone's ever called him?
I don't know.
Interesting.
I'm sure somebody's called him
I don't know if that makes much sense. It's also National Bring Flowers to Someone Day.
What? see, mine are planted.
Yep.
So I bring flowers every day that I planted.
Maybe Bucky left to go take some to Javier. Maybe that was his plan
That's what
today.
he's doing.
I like that.
That's what he's doing. See, now you know what you need to do when you leave here.
Yeah.
You need to stop at the Walgreens and get some.
Get some flowers, some chocolate chips.
For the lady.
I like that.
Absolutely.
Some birthdays today. Ray Lewis is 50.
Oh.
That's a murderer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, that's a great person to aspire to be.
Congratulations, murderer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shooter.
Ray Lewis.
Yeah, 50 years old. I mean, one of the best football players of all time, but
to be older than that.
Also one of the best con artists of all time.
He's
Getting away with that. Where's that white suit?
He's good at covering things up.
He is very good
Lets
at
his
covering
boys take the
things up.
fall.
Emmett Smith is 56 today.
Emmett Smith.
Cowboys legend.
There he is, right there.
6 years older than Ray Lewis.
Wow.
Thought differently there. Jackson Mahomes, everyone's favorite Mahomes, is 25.
Mahomes.
Andy Murray, 38.
Nice.
Desmond Howard, 55.
Yes.
The worst member of College Game Day, Desmond Howard?
Yeah.
I think David Pollock is worse.
Yeah.
That guy does nothing for me.
Do you like, what's his name?
McAfee?
Yeah.
Yeah, on game day.
Yeah.
I don't listen to his show
I like him
a
on
ton,
Saturday.
but I think that show just needs a little extra energy. I mean, he's over the top. He's ridiculous with what he does, but I think it's good.
I prefer him much more on Saturdays than the other stuff.
Yeah, that the in-person atmospheres, you need the crowd to get amped up and to be engaged, and I think McAfee makes sure that happens. So
He definitely does.
I like that. I like Saban. I like the
Yeah,
back and forth that
Saban is
those two
great.
guys have because, everyone wants to hear Saban because he knows the game better than anybody else. He's the greatest coach of all time, but he's a dud to listen to.
He is.
There's just not a lot of personality there.
Yeah.
So you got to have that that kind of balance that you get with McAfee. I think those two guys have been great additions there. And then last but not least, Andrew Beck, the lifetime Longhorn.
There we go.
29 years young today.
There you go.
Happy birthday to
There you go.
Andrew.
We remember that dude when he was young. Well, he's still young.
Yeah.
Still a youngster.
He's a baby right there. All right, let's bring on Wags here. It's going to be a sort of half and half chaos theory. We're all just kind of sit here and
Fireside chat.
Yeah, speak when spoken to, but it
Yeah.
is sort of a fireside chat at Barton Creek Country Club, doing our live broadcast here at the DKR member guest event. Registration, I think, is over. I think you got people on the course already, but there's going to be things happening all weekend long here at Barton Creek. We've got this beautiful artwork behind us, too, Double R. I don't know if you've caught wind of that yet.
I like that, man. That's kind of the old out on the plains, the cowboy and cowgirl, I guess, maybe.
You think they'll notice if we walk out of here with that?
I bet we can get it out.
Bucky-
We'll just put it with the gear.
Bucky was talking about stealing that earlier.
Yeah, we
but,
can. Well, he would.
Yeah, he would. What's going on, Wags?
What's up, boys? How are we?
Doing great.
You guys look good. I guess I missed the wardrobe attire here.
Well, you're at home, so we're out in public. We got to dress up a little bit, put on a collared shirt. You're chilling in the.
I'm debating on if I need to wash this sweater or not.
No.
Well, you might have to for good after tonight.
No, I should wash it just to get a clean little vibe, But
I don't know if this is good news or not, but Bucky has put units on your Capitals.
now look,
tonight.
when he put units on the Capitals in Game 2, they won.
Okay, I will
They
say
lost
this:
They lost in Game 1.
Bucky is now down 7,000 units for these playoffs. He lost 25,000 units last night. He had the Leafs and he had the Knights yesterday.
He's distracted.
So
he's working too hard on the mullet open. So
Yeah.
that's why he's making those picks.
his picks are off. But
I'm trying to find this thing. So apparently there's one little reason that we need, not a little reason. Apparently if the Leafs win Lord Stanley and hoist up Lloyd Stanley,
big if.
there is a Instagram influencer who used to be an athlete. As a matter of fact, coincidentally, and this is the only reason why we're bringing her up, she used to play hockey. She
Okay.
was
All right.
she was a goaltender. She can mind the net pretty well.
There you go.
She is the number one one of, I'd say, a top 3 influencer on Instagram. I don't know how these ranks get rolled out every month, but she's usually one of the top 3s of the month.
What, in terms
her
of
name's
followers?
Michaela-
What
her
do you
name's
mean,
Michaela
top
Di-
how are you top 3 influencer of the
I
month?
don't
I'm
come up
assuming-
with the
I'm
I don't come
assuming
up
she's
with the
attractive.
prereqs.
Okay.
I don't
So
come up
she-
with the prereqs.
Is she attractive, Wags? She has to be. This one-
We've seen her before, Rodney.
Oh, of course.
Matter of fact, Rodney, I think you put her on to me as
Oh.
a matter, or you put me on to her as a matter of fact.
so many women, so little time.
Congrats
So
either
little
way,
time.
boys.
Her name's
That sounds like a
Michaela
good
Detmer,
pull. Okay.
right? You can look her up. I'm going to try and pull her up here in just a second, but she has agreed to go full nude for
Alright.
the influence if the Leafs make maybe she'll put some hockey pads on. Maybe just some skates and some hockey pads. But I'll pull it up in just a minute. She was athlete of the week at one point.
Okay. Well, that's not, if she's wearing pads, then that's not full nude. So that's not, I don't want that.
Well, I mean, if I would appreciate the actual the imagination if you're wearing like the hockey pads, like the leg pads, and that's it. That's kind of hot to me.
Yeah.
Maybe actually no. Don't cover the face up. Don't cover the face.
No, you got to have the face. Well, I think we figured out to your point right there about how to become a top 3 influencers. You get mentioned on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yes,
and that's how that happens.
That's got to be it.
It's got to be it. I mean, look at Sabrina Carpenter.
Yep.
I mean, she's blown up.
She was nothing before us,
Yeah,
and now she's like headlining ACL.
Yeah, look at that.
Where would she be without us?
Yeah, that's it.
So where's she going to be, Wags? I mean, the Leafs aren't winning the cup. They're not winning this series. They've completely fallen off a cliff, and they're done when this series goes back to Florida tomorrow. But where was she going to do this? Just on the ice, or just
I don't that we haven't got that far. It was apparently it was between her and a tweet with Austin Matthews.
Whoa.
So maybe those two are dating at this point. But guys, here's a little bit of the brochure.
All right,
that's a good thing. No one else here can see this
and she can skate. Look,
I see that.
Former hockey player. Of course she can skate.
Former hockey player. She's pretty good, right?
Yeah. You know what? If she's wearing those pads, we'll still get what we need.
Can we get her to
like that? That's it. It allows the imagination to still be there.
Yeah,
it is. Can we get her to take the Stars as a backup team and maybe just
no? See, I'm wondering if she's trying to will them out of purgatory here, the Leafs out of purgatory here, like the lady from Edmonton, right? The lady from Edmonton, she did a little Playboy skit, and then now Edmonton is just continuing to buzzsaw, or continuing to be the buzzsaw.
You're right. That's a good point.
I'd need her to pay the bet off first. That might invigorate me more than
that's what happened. That's what happened with the Oilers, right?
Yeah.
Like the Oilers fan did that in the stands in Edmonton, and then they got hot. They ended up making it to the final last year. They're already in the conference final again this year. Fortunately, the Stars fell victim to that last season, and I guess I hope they play them again this season. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe she's doing it wrong. Maybe she needs to change and do that before Game 6.
That's right.
Change the luck a little bit.
Hide your money. There's poor people around y'all.
My God.
Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah. That's what happens with this bunch.
What we got going on, man? How's y'all's morning been? You been good?
Yeah, it's been good. I'm going to be here. I'll speak when spoken to, but, I want you guys to do the Chaos Theory show that y'all had planned this morning. But no, everything's been great. Fun being out amongst the people. Beautiful facility, beautiful course. We're lucky enough to be inside. The AC's blowing. Yeah. So no complaints on this end.
Yeah, I got to get myself out to a country club sometime. But I heard that I was on the banned list.
I was going to say, they won't let you in, dude. They wouldn't even let you pull into the parking lot. Forget trying to walk inside this place.
Yeah, I got kicked out of Breaker, the one on Breaker Hill.
Great Hills.
Great Hills. I got kicked out of the one. I was in a tournament with Tom. We were playing as Catamaranda. I didn't do too well. That's when I was shooting over like 100, and it wasn't my fault though, because the time I went out before, I shot like a 90 or in the 90s, right? And then I told Tom, I was like, I don't need any mulligans. I'm good. We're going to win this fucking tournament. Get on there. We're playing with two dudes that are listening to Journey, and I don't mind Journey, right? I don't mind Journey.
Man. I do.
But it starts off like, Journey. You're listening to Journey. You got a little bit of a, of a Caddyshack vibe going down there with Rodney Dangerfield and everything. The good times are flowing. You got a couple beers in you. And I'm thinking that we're having some good conversation with our paired partners, and I unzip my bag.
I thought you were going to say your zipper.
I unzipped my bag to get a tea, man, out of this in this dude's backswing. He's 50 fucking, excuse my language. He's 50 feet from me on the tee box. I'm in the golf cart. I'm unzipping slowly. I'm being cordial, right? I'm courteous. I know what's going on. He immediately looks up after he sends his ball into the damn woods. He's like, hey, mother effer, come on, how about some course courtesy? You're blaring Journey, buddy. I'm barely unzipping a bag. Are you kidding me?
Grumpy old man.
Oh,
man. And then it went downhill from there. I'm not, and Tom was not in the wrong for this either, right? So Tom, and we all know, like Tom is a very patient person, right? But if you wear on him and gnaw on him, time in and time out, it's going to start adding those little drops in the cup up.
Sure.
And he's going to tip it out.
Sure.
He doesn't want to overflow. He's going to tip it out. Well, Journey had constantly been I think it went on repeat, right?
God,
Like
can we get a different
How
artist
much
in
of
there?
that can you listen to, man? It's like at some point you're going to get fully depressed.
How much Don't Stop Believing can you make about your game of golf, right?
Well, that is my
not
golf
working.
game in a nutshell. I will tell you.
So Tom, this guy fires off. And Tom's playing well, right? Tom's actually keeping us into the tournament. Tom fires off one that doesn't sit well. Just turns around. I'm not going to use their damn names. They're a pair of brothers. We've been listening to goddamn Journey all fucking day. Shut the goddamn thing off. Put it on Tom Petty radio.
Tom Petty radio.
That's an upgrade.
And then we had some nice little style. We had a good.
This was your group. These are the two guys you're playing with.
These are people in our group. Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. This is our group.
Did you get kicked out? Did you actually get kicked out, or it was just that? I mean, everyone.
Oh no, I got you. I'm not allowed back at Great Hills after that. We got in a fight. I ended up punching one dude.
Oh my goodness! Look at
how do you leave that detail out?
What is this? Dukes of Hazzard?
Well, I mean, we jumped the gun there. Sorry about. No, I'm kidding. I'm bullshitting. I didn't hit a guy. Come on, man.
Okay.
Well, you could get in here. I mean, these people are top notch. I mean, I came walking in. They were looking at me funny. They said, "We need to see your alien card." I showed them my green card. And they said, "Come on in."
They did not say that.
You need to go over there.
Oh, you're here to do the yard, huh?
Yeah.
You're the help.
Yeah.
You're the one that's going to be trimming the shrubs later. Yes, that's.
I didn't know we hired on a new greenskeeper.
Yeah. That was it. Oh man,
hardly a greenskeeper.
That is great. Damn.
But yeah, that's the last time I was at Great Hills.
Okay.
Wow.
That'll probably be the last time you're ever at that place too.
Yeah.
And I don't
we probably won't have a remote there.
Yeah.
Tom did not jump the gun. These guys were actually being asked. They were being bad partners.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, they should have gotten kicked off for just playing Journey.
Yeah, really.
100%. And if they're listening to the show, I'll stand behind that too. So I guarantee they're listening to the show.
I'm cool with music on the course. I'm a music on the course guy.
At a nice little subtle volume, you know what I mean?
Right.
You can't be music on the course guy, and then if somebody makes a other noise that's not as loud as the music that's playing, you can't freak out about that.
Yeah,
dude. Steve Perry was blaring.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Like the people from the other holes could hear us.
That's why the guy was mad, because he was listening to Steve Perry on repeat, and he just took it out on you because he couldn't take it out on.
Oh, when the zipper came up, bro, like the first initial thing, like I wanted to just piss in his Cheerios. I went, "Are you serious, buddy? You're shooting fucking 9 or like a 99 right now on the first 72."
Oh man! Thankfully, we don't have our
68 on the first 60.
That would not have been good.
Yeah,
that would not be good.
All right, boys. Well, yeah, y'all. Y'all take it away from here. I'll be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take me away, Katy Perry. Little Katy Perry. Let's go, buddy. Where you want to go first, good sir?
Hey, Wags,
you drive. I'll change the station.
There you go. Speaking of drive, be glad. I mentioned to BK this morning. I was very thankful this morning that we predominantly do our shows at home. Got the little taste of 360, 183 traffic this morning. So, fun times, man.
Better you, not me, amigo.
Fun times as
better you, not me.
You're over there.
And you know what? The public's probably better that you're out in the crowd, dealing with that than I am. So usually it goes, we could get a drive, we maybe get a little road rage incident if I'm on the course or if I'm out there heading to the course.
Absolutely. Could be. Well, Wags, we talked about Cleveland yesterday in the association last night, a little action there with the Boston Celtics. Now there's your Boston Celtics. No Jason Tatum, no problem. Taking care of business last night. And your thoughts on that, man? I think Knicks Celtics about to get real damn interesting for sure now.
Perhaps we wrote them off way too soon. Right now, I didn't completely write Boston off, but yesterday, it was one hell of a feat to accomplish. Right, I
called it done.
Without Jason Tatum, they're still able to do that. You heard, Jaylen Brown after the game. He said we had to galvanize. I'm paraphrasing. We got to galvanize. When JT went down, we thought it was done, but we just got to persevere. Anytime you lose a guy like that, you kind of got to galvanize around your team and kind of make it work. And that's what they did last night, man. They were deep last night too, dude.
They were.
It's good to see, and we talked about their depth yesterday too, and the key contributors that can actually make this thing work. But it's also good for they were playing fundamental basketball last night too, right? Like Derek White, after getting decent looks at the perimeter, giving pump fakes and then getting backdoor cuts and then getting easy baskets at the basket. Like that's when you're in your bag like that and you're just flowing, dude, it's hard to come out of that. And credit to the Celtics, credit to Missoula for being able to make this thing a game. And after everybody essentially counted them out, the Celtics are still finding themselves with a pulse.
It really seemed like a total flip last night in that game, because when New York was up in the second quarter, I thought, oh, okay, well, maybe they are going to assume the series and fully take command right here. But you mentioned Brown, man. He was so good on both
Brown was
ends.
good. I mean, the Celtics shot over 50% last night. So, and I think let me go back.
Well, and then the other thing,
the Knicks shot 35.
Yeah. Brown was so good on both ends, and then he did a really good job of getting Brunson in foul trouble. So you had that right there. It was just the Celtics. I mean, they shared the ball. You said about contributors, they shared the ball so well last night, and used that. And then it's really scary with Boston gets a lead, and they kept their foot on the gas. They didn't let New York jump back in. And the thing about it is where you think that maybe this series has shifted up, Wags, is we've seen in the past when Tatum hasn't played, they have continued to win. So could be a monumental shift right here in this series.
I don't know how many games you're gonna get this from Cornette, from who's the other guy or Pritchard.
Pritchard.
What did Pritchard do last night? Pritchard was like in his. Oh no, I felt like Pritchard was in his bag, but Pritchard only had 17. But dude, plus 24 on plus minus. Like that's efficient basketball, man. That's going down there taking great shots, and that's another thing that Pritchard does well too, right? Pritchard usually, if he's covered, he'll make the hockey pass, to skip it around and get to the open pass there, or when we've seen when he's absolutely uncovered, he's daggers, he's lights out, man. The dude can take people off the dribble too. One hell of a six man to have on your squad there, and for him to be out there contributing and facilitating, that's just fantastic for him. Hauser last night too, quality minutes. They're a team to be reckoned with, even without JT. Now, of course, like when you have a player as marquee talent as Jason Tatum, like it's a notch. It's a couple notches off your game, right? When Tatum's out of the lineup, but they were able to persevere and get by, man. One hell of an effort by the Celtics last night.
And that's to the depth that Boston has we just saw what happened with Steph Curry with Golden State. A lot of these teams, they lose a guy like Jason Tatum in this case, and it's like done. You're done. Your season is over. But what they did, you stepped up, and I think that the other thing that they really did, with this is I think they put the heat fully on the Knicks right now. They still trailing in the series, but I think the heat is now on New York to try to finish this thing out. And New York hasn't finished well at home, so game 6 is going to be pretty. Man, it's going to be an electric atmosphere there at the Boston Garden, but it was a lot of role players last night. They finished the job, and it was Herculean effort from Boston last night, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Cat, the entire Knicks squad in the minus for plus minus there, just not really good, and terrible. And that's the thing too. Like, I don't know how much we can actually put this thing in because of how much we can actually make this thing an actual game and not just throw it out, make it not an anomaly because of the shooting lows that the Knicks put up last night, right? When you shoot below 40%, it's bad. They shot below 30, or they shot 30 for 35, right? Like it was terrible night shooting. So we have to at least attribute the score to that. 127 to 102, Rodney. That's an emphatic score. That's domination, right? That's without Jason Tatum.
Total
now look,
domination.
Yeah, everybody was just like, well, they did this before in games 1 and games 2, Wags. Yeah, but insert Jason Tatum, right? That tonight they were just able to close. Maybe they didn't shell up or clutch up there. They were able to take care of, or last night they were just able to take care of business. But again, I think that also it's you have to look at the other side of it and see 35% from the field for New York and be like, oh, okay. And the Celtics are 50, right?
Yeah.
So, 52. 52.
Right, over 50.
They shot 52.4% from the field, man.
Well, in Boston, I mean, it really was a complete effort, like talking about on both ends. But even in that third quarter, I mean, all of those free throws. I mean, I think they were 12 for 18 on free throws at that point. I mean, so you're getting the easy stuff. You're doing the things that maybe you hadn't done before, that was allowing New York to get back into these games and make runs at the end to win. That they totally took care of all of that last night, and it was a massive win. And like I said, it was a total script flip, because at the beginning of the game, it looked like New York was in command, and Boston, they just came back and asserted themselves and just put dagger.
If Cornette can do that in spell of zinger, right? And continue to, because honestly, what's been the difference to you in this series?
Seriously, the lack of zinger to me,
or the fact that Karl Anthony Towns has been beating zinger, right?
Yeah,
or winning that matchup, and we know that basketball is a game of matchups.
Absolutely.
Well, Cornette won the matchup last night.
He did. He absolutely did. He absolutely did.
If you can control the paint, if you can control, the front court there. Sure, we know that the stars are living in the backcourt on the perimeter here, but if you can control it, it does. Basketball. That's the thing about basketball. It usually doesn't change, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you can control the goal, if you can protect the goal, you're usually going to win.
And it made it so easy for them, because as they're doing that, then you got Derek White over there on the outside. You kick him a pass to the outside, and boom, there it is. That's open for him. And that's kind of that whole effect right there, where we talk about when you do control the perimeter, that's going to open up the outside when you need that.
This too. I mean, this is again shot making. This goes back.
Yeah.
This goes back to 52% from the field last night.
Yep.
Excellent shot selection too. That's why everybody was in the plus for the plus minus. And again, you go back to the plus minus, right? That's a big tell of the tape. The Knicks were pressing. Like, you don't have to have watched the game to see that the Knicks were pressing last night. Going just based off the stat sheet here. But yeah, they were trying to force bad shots too last night, and also you were getting games. I don't want to say like career games for Mikal Bridges, but when Mikal Bridges is able to be the complement or be the Robin to Jalen Brunson, and then also you have Hart being able to contribute on the offense, and then Karl Anthony Towns being able to win on the back, not just win on the backcourt, bang, right? Like his willingness to bang this series, to get down low or to get in the paint and get active and not just live on the perimeter and the wing. That's been the difference maker for me. Like, that's why the Knicks, I feel like that's why the Knicks have been so tough to beat so far.
Yeah. And for the Knicks, for me at the beginning of this series, my kind of pending thought was that for them, that they had to have that constant number 2 and number 3, to where they were always going to be a factor, not game 1 and then game 3 or whatever, that you were going to have to constantly have that. And that's what Boston has. Even without Jason Tatum, you still have that incredible depth that we saw last night. And they just swarmed New York and took all of those other guys, took all of the role players out, took them out of the picture. And the proof is in the pudding, because that is a dominating score.
Who would you say is the Knicks 3 guy? Is it Hart or is it Bridges?
I would say
probably Hart's Hart is the Swiss Army. Hart does everything. Hart is Tibbs's best. Hart is Tibbs's favorite toy.
Hart feels to me something like a 6-man. I mean, I think Bridges is the third guy there, but like we're talking about,
Hart's not a 6-man. Hart just
no. He just kind of feels. He just kind of feels like with some of the contributions right there that he kind of has that 6-man feel. But yeah, I would say Bridges 3. But you have to have it all the time. I can't fully say that he's always the number 3, because sometimes it is Hart.
John, I am absolutely with you.
I totally agree.
Karl Anthony Towns is an absolute cupcake. This is why I'm just in awe of this series, is because he's absolutely been banging. Like, he's his ability to get physical this series is the differential, and why the Knicks are still up 1 game. Now, last night wasn't a factor, and matter of fact, he wasn't that much of a factor.
No, you didn't hear that name a lot last night.
And maybe that's been Zinger a little bit too, being a little bit hesitant, maybe, you know what I mean, and not trying to push it, but not trying to push it on Towns, or maybe just trying to come off. I think he was on a minutes restriction for a while, but I think the concussion protocol is over. He should be able to win this matchup, this 1-on-1 here. And that's what it comes down to, man. It's the one-on-ones, man. If you can get key contributions from your cogs, that's what the Celtics did last night. They were fantastic.
They totally did.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they totally did. That was, I mean, that was the best, obviously, that they looked in this series, and it really was, to where they finished the job. There was never a time to where I thought, other than the beginning, where New York had the better start, where I thought that New York was going to win that ball game. They just came out and Boston finished them off. And impressive win, Game 6 on Friday.
Yeah, but even then, like that's the thing. Boston closed the gap after the first quarter, right? Or within the first quarter, too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They sure did. So yeah, Game 6, going to be a good one, and that will be at the Garden. That is at the Garden, isn't it? Yeah, that's at the Garden on Friday. Yeah, that'll be a good one, my man. That'll be a good
another tell of the tape right here. Drew Holiday. Now this isn't really going to say, but his defense was incredible. I mean, his defense is always incredible. But he and White last night from the perimeter, just kind of locking it down last night. And then White's ability. I think he went 50%. Derek White went 50% from 3-point land last night.
He was kind of by himself a lot of different times with everything that was happening in the paint and out around the perimeter. That dude was just kind of over there,
I don't know how he gets lost.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know how he gets lost.
How do you let that guy get away? Yeah. It's like, how does that guy get so open over on the outside?
But that's the thing that I was looking at too, right? Like the extra passes that were finding White, and then he's just knocking them down and drilling them. Like, again, when the Celtics are on like that, with or without Tatum, they're tough to beat. And New York didn't have enough of it last night.
No, not even close. And
we've already written it. We've said it's a 90s rendition of a 90s remake of Knicks and Pacers. We could be eating crow here. And you guys know me. I don't mind coming on here.
We absolutely could be. I will crow. What does a crow do? Does it go, ah? Yeah, if we have to do that, I will do that. I will do that if we have to do that. Wags, right quick, let's talk about our friends at McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. If you've got that home renovation project that you were looking for, whether it be a bathroom, a living room, you want to get your outdoor space summer ready, we always talk about it. You do the tandem right there, AV Consultations and McCall Custom Homes. Get you ready for that summertime picnic, summertime game watching, whatever the case may be, they will get that for you. If you're looking to expand, you need a bigger property, you've had children, the family's expanding, you need a brand new custom home, that's the custom in McCall Custom Homes. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Our man Mike, free estimates right now for TSU viewers and listeners, 512-633-9580. Don't call him at night. He's got a baby, and he will come out and give you that as one guy used to say, the estimation. We'll give you the estimation right there. Be sure and mention TSU. It is McCall Custom Homes, over 40 years doing it right here in Central Texas. We build value into your home. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. But yeah, great win for the Celtics. Dominating win.
So, dude, when I'm breaking this down, when I'm breaking down the top 5, I still have, if you're okay, Al Horford, Zinger, Drew Holiday, Derek White, Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
That 5 to me is stronger than Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns, Jalen Brunson. Now, Jalen Brunson's a G. Jalen Brunson's a dog of dogs there.
Absolutely.
But Josh Hart. Now Josh Hart is basically your Drew Holiday, right? But I mean, he gives you I don't know. See, Drew Holiday can give you that offensive production too, right? We didn't see this out of Josh Hart last year because Josh Hart was just drained. But you're getting the offensive production, from Josh Hart like this. They're a tough squad, but I still have even without Tatum, I still have the starting 5 from the Celtics better than the Knicks. Yeah,
and better than most teams in the NBA, to be quite honest. And that just kind of goes back to the depth and what Boston has. When you take Tatum out of there, I mean, a player the quality of Tatum, you get him out of the lineup, and you still mention that top 5, that starting 5 right there, those 5 guys, and it's like, hell, who wouldn't want that lineup? I mean, that lineup is going to beat most lineups on any given night.
It's absolutely legit.
It totally is. So this is where I think that it's a different style. I mean, it's a different style without Tatum in there, where it is very much, Brown is going to be the catalyst. And they may have hit on something last night that is ultimately going to finish the Knicks off. So we may not get our 90s rewind.
I want to see how Missoula rolls rolls out the lineups next game. That won't be tomorrow. It'll probably be in two days from now. But I want to see if he's going to roll out Cornette. I want to see how many more minutes that Cornette gets, if he's going to implement him into the rotation a little bit more to try and deal with Cat, to force Cat to just bang a little bit or make him play inside. I also want to see how well Derek White can actually continue to shoot off of this performance. Now he's gone, like he's had tremendous shooting nights and then come down and come out the next night and kind of been non-existent. So I want to see if he can continue to build off this. They're going to need him in full honesty, right? They're absolutely going to need him. And also too, right? Like the Knicks have been winning. I think the differential in this series has been Karl Anthony Towns. We've said that too, right? But when you're getting key contributions from Mikal Bridges, you're playing above your grade, in my opinion, right? Like Mikal Bridges is not going to give you a double double, like a 20-point or close to a double double where he's getting 20 points and 8 assists. Like that's just not. If that is his game now, he has taken a drastic leap, and that bag is completely wide open. But I think they're getting completely more than what they shoot off for or bargain for with Mikal Bridges. He's just playing outside of himself.
And I think that with the solely led Jaylen Brown Celtic team, I mean, White is so essential. I mean, we saw it last night. You were going to need that the rest of this series and into the Eastern Conference Finals and the NBA Finals if you get that far, because that's just where the change in the lineup without Jason Tatum.
White had a really good game last night.
He had a really great game
last night. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue that, but when you're shooting 50% from the three-point land and you're hitting, you're hitting 5. What was no, excuse me, 7 for 13. 7 for 13 is what White went last night.
And this is where it really is a head scratcher, like you were talking about. It's like, how do you lose track of that guy? But it's everything else that you're doing. It's
all the other weapons.
It's a really good style of basketball. I mean, you hate to say. I mean, your heart breaks for Jason Tatum because this looks like it's going to be something that's much longer than this playoff run.
Yeah, I don't. What were they saying? Torn Achilles. He had successful surgery on it the other day, so we'll see what the recovery time is for that. I'm thinking at least 13 to 15 months. We'll see what the rehab's going to be there. But from one basketball coast to another basketball coast, well, I guess it wasn't on the coast. It was in Minnesota last night. They were favored 10.5 going into the game, and they covered by 11.
They did.
So the Minnesota Timberwolves eliminated the Golden State Warriors last night. 121-110 was the final score there, and they advanced. Anthony Edwards last night, we talked about it yesterday, right? When you can play downhill, when you're going to play aggressive, you're actually going to put the Golden State Warriors on their heels. And if you're Edwards, that's got to be the recipe for success moving forward, right? And it also Julius Randle last night was fantastic. Like Minnesota looked like they were there to insert their physicality.
Yeah, Julius Randle really is the one that it's been so eye-opening. I mean, that's kind of another one of those guys that we talk about. We know how good this dude is, but then when you get
he was great as a Knick too. Like he was an all-star as a Knick.
Absolutely, and that's when you see these dudes stepping up.
Right, I think he was he was an all-star, was he not?
I thought he was an all-star.
Didn't he make the all-stars when he was on the Knicks? Maybe even an all-NBA team.
Yeah. When you see him making these plays, and it's like,
I'm not speaking up my ass. Hold on.
We knew that the series. I mean, unfortunately, I mean, you hate it. I mean, you hate it when you have like we're talking about Jason Tatum. But here's the difference that I was talking about earlier, where it's like Steph Curry goes down, and it's like, okay, they're done. You absolutely know that you can't get enough out of the rest of what the core that Golden State has right now to help you push to get into the next round and ultimately into the finals. It's just not going to happen, unfortunately. Where with Boston, it's like, hell, you just change your style of basketball. But Golden State just outmanned, just a little longer in the teeth, I think, with a lot of this. But Randall and Minnesota and these guys just too much last night, and they finished this thing off. And ultimately, we'll have a pretty damn entertaining Western Conference Finals as well, I think, once it's all said and done.
Yeah. Again, Anthony Edwards still, living on the line. 9 3-pointers last night. You'd like for him to kind of get out of that bag, but
yep.
If that is evolving your game and you're not settling of that part of your game, that's completely different, right? Like if you can bring that into your bag, keep people off balance. All right, they got to come to the perimeter, and then all of a sudden they can't just play back off their heels. It doesn't matter if they're playing back off their heels anyways. He's going to rise up out of the gym and then dunk on you and
Right.
posterize your ass, right? But
Yeah.
now if he's got you off balance, starting and going, man, I think the only thing that's missing from Ant-Man's game is a mid-range jumper. And if that shit comes and gets developed, watch out. This guy can, like changing pace. I say this time and time again, man. Changing pace created so much adversity for the opposition when John Wall found it. Like when he was able to change the pace and not just go hard to, like from end to end 100% like John Wall used to do all the time. He would just go speed. When he was able to change pace and kind of get that fluid motion like Kyrie Irving. Now Anthony Edwards is trying to do that. When you're playing off of your heels and then you got to come up and get off pace or get off balance and then back on your heels, you flow right by the guy, right? That's what Kai is able to do so bad. That's the dude's over. How old's Kyrie Irving? He's over 40, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Just over.
Over 40.
Just
He's
over.
still, or no, he might. That might be.
He may be late 30s.
He might be approaching 40, right?
Yeah.
But still, he's able to blow by defenders because he's able to just to entice them and kind of get them off balance, man, with the way that he can change pace. That is part of Anthony Edwards' game that got developed, I think, last year and this year. And if he can just add one more mid-range jumper or add another piece to it with the mid-range jumper, he's absolutely unlocked. He's unlocked now. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No,
when the dude can have success off the perimeter, pull the defense out and extend them, and then blow by them. With the size that Minnesota has, I don't know how another team can stop Oklahoma City. I'd love to see that matchup that's about to go down. Hartenstein against Gobert. That'll be I think Hartenstein can win that. Hartenstein's a little bit more physical. Like Gobert's just tall, right?
Yeah, Gobert's just
Randall and Chet, like that's gonna be sexy. And then of course we're getting Ant-Man and Shea. So
yeah, no, I mean the entire the starting five there for Minnesota. I mean with McDaniels and Conley. I mean we mentioned those guys. I mean that is an elite top five.
Kyrie's 33. Thank you guys. He maybe.
Oh shit! I thought he's older.
Maybe it's Uncle Drew. Uncle Drew is making me think that he's 40.
Been around for damn ever. But Julius Randle and this bunch from Minnesota. If it is going to be Oklahoma State, that is, man. Those matchups right there. And you were talking about it earlier, where basketball is so much about a game of matchups, and the matchups that we'll have.
It is. It's all about the stars.
Yeah,
basketball has always been about the stars.
Absolutely. And with that Western Conference final, you got a lot of stars and you got a lot of star power, and those dudes are going to be going head to head because this Minnesota team last night did. And I think a lot of the question coming out of last night, what I keep seeing and hearing is more, obviously it was, when were the Warriors going to go down? What's next for the Warriors? Are they going to blow this thing up, or are they going to, with Jimmy Butler and some of these dudes, the older lineup? I mean, what do you do? I mean, is it just going to be Steph and a bunch of new people? I mean, what's the path going to be for them?
So that's a question that I had written down here, but I hadn't gotten to answer yet. We kind of talked. You threw this in my ear midway through the basketball season, before the trade went down, right? Before the Jimmy Butler trade went down. You said that Wags, and I'm paraphrasing. You said, Wags, I think the Warriors window's done. They traded Clay away. I think it's done. Do you still, even with the success that they still had, and of course it's an asterisk or I guess we could put an asterisk on there because we don't know what would have happened if Steph would have stayed healthy, right? This team was the best basketball team since the deadline after the move. Stats don't lie. Stats back
absolutely.
Is the window still closed, in your opinion, or has the window kind of been nestled a little bit open? Do they have still a little bit more breathing room with this? I mean, they're going to have to get the Jimmy Butler. Well, he got an extension with the move over. I'm pretty sure I got to see the contract, but I would think that the Warriors are in pretty decent shape to kind of draw this thing, rev this engine back up, and kind of get back to where they were this year.
Yeah, I agree with that. You can't close the window at this point with the Jimmy Butler trade, because I think what you've done there, obviously you've brought in another superstar right there. Yeah, Kuminga's going to be a sign and trade, gone. I mean, that dude will be gone. But I think you can't close the window, but I think you have to set an expectation of what you're going to get with some of these dudes, you know, with Draymond and with Jimmy, even with Jimmy and with Steph, because if you don't have these guys in the regular season, you are probably going to have those lapses to where you're losing games like they were doing before the Jimmy Butler trade. But
I don't know Jimmy Butler.
I don't see that you would be able to go with some of these older guys in their mid-30s full strength for 82 games.
I'm with you. Load management will have to
absolutely
be in extreme consideration for the regular season, especially if they want to have them at their full game for the postseason, right? I don't know Jimmy Butler more than Adam or Paul, right? Like I've never talked to him. I've only seen his game and I've only seen his antics on the court. But there is something about him that tells me that winning is more than money.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Winning, just like, I feel like he's got his bag. I feel like he's okay and he is comfortable. Okay. I'm sure people want more money. I understand that. But to me, I feel like this is maybe where, and maybe I'm romanticizing about this, right? Maybe this is where Jimmy Butler, Steph, and Draymond have that meeting that the Golden State Warriors usually have. They say, hey, man, you good on funds? I'm good on funds. You covered on funds?
Mm-hmm.
Right, you good? You got that commercial? You good?
Yeah.
All right, how about we reconstruct this stuff? We get some good coin, we get some bag to bring in some people here, to get some youth, to get some young talent, and we make this thing work. We get the band back together again. We go on the geriatrics tour and you know, hoist another championship here in Golden State.
Yeah.
That feels like Jimmy Butler's attitude to me. I could be absolutely wrong. He could be all about the money, right? But to me, it feels like that's what a veteran presence that those three have in that locker room, to be willing to say, hey, maybe we could take some cuts to kind of keep this thing together.
If I were sitting in a position of authority with Golden State, I think that I would definitely try to keep the semblance of this team that you have, because honestly, for me right now, Wags, what it seems like you would have with this team is kind of what you had last year, is where you would have the peaks and valleys during the regular season.
I thought Jimmy was busted. I thought Jimmy was tired. I thought Jimmy was ran down.
Yeah. The peaks and valleys that you're going to have during the regular season. And then by that time, like you're talking about, you get to the playoffs and you've got everybody at full tilt as much as possible. And then you can surge into the playoffs like you did this year. To me, that would seem like next year that would kind of be your peak, because you're not going to be Miami, you're not, or Minnesota, you're not going to be Oklahoma State, you're not going to be Boston, you're not going to be Cleveland.
They're too young. They got too much talent right now.
They are just too much, and I think where you go in and you add those essential pieces. I will be curious to see with the Jimmy Butler thing, if he hangs around. I think he does. I think he's going to hang around. Kevin Durant's still floating around in this whole.
My question is my question for Jimmy is, where's he gonna go?
Yeah,
right. Like that's you kind of burn your bridges, buddy. Like you got to make this home, and that or I don't know, somebody would welcome him in.
Well,
right? The Wizards would welcome Jimmy Butler in.
And see, this is why I bring up Durant, because I mean, I really thought at one point when the whole Jimmy Butler thing was going on that he was going to go to Phoenix. So I mean, would Golden State be interested in maybe doing something with Durant, bring Durant back if he wanted to, and maybe Jimmy Butler could go to Phoenix and everybody's happy, if that would make Golden State happy. I just don't know if Durant is in that spot. But then again, let's say he does come back. It's the same situation where you're not going to have that dude for 82 games. So, you know, insert superstar.
Where's Durant end up?
Yeah, see that's why I've heard Houston as a very high.
Dude,
I don't.
I've heard Houston. I've also heard some bullshit about him going back home to Washington.
Oh man,
like I mean,
I don't know. I am factoring Golden State into this too.
If it had, like, God is fucking with me. If he is going to give me Kevin Durant and Trey Johnson on the fucking Wizards right now, are you kidding me? Like, I can't have this. My emotions can't have this. I'm usually untapped into my emotions, right? Because I know that sports just make me nuts. If I continue to have emotional bags or emotional, fortitude invested into it, if you give me two Longhorns. If you give me one of my favorite players to play the game and put him on the Wizards right now in purgatory and tell him that he's got to pull the Wizards out of purgatory, are you effing kidding me? There's no way that he takes that. Like I've seen, where did I have? I got to pull the damn source up. It wasn't Slam. I was getting ready to say Slam, but it might have been the Score.
Yeah. No, Wags. I think that he is very much, because it's going. He's one of those dudes to where it's like he will get the ultimate say. You're going to have a lot of suitors. You get 6 suitors thrown at you, and it's like, okay, I eliminate these 4 already. No questions asked. I'm not going whatever. Houston, I think, is tailor-made. You pop him in there and could maybe help them because we know the West is already loaded and the West is only going to get better.
Houston needs a facilitator over a shooter, right?
I think so.
Or what do you think? Do you think they need a better shooter more than a facilitator?
They need a facilitator because to me that's what was missing. Kind of like what we're talking about here with New York, where New York has to have all these dudes every game hitting at this different pace. Houston was the same thing. It's like, who is the constant?
Also, Green wasn't himself either.
Good point. Very good point. Very good point. But like I could see Houston. I could see Golden State if they can iron that out. I don't know. He's not going to be in Phoenix, but it's funny that he's floating. He's going to want to go to a contender. I mean, I think we know that. I don't know if you want to get the band.
That's what I'm saying. That's why Washington's out of the bag. Like, sure, the hometown attraction might be there, but his mom. I don't even think his mom lives back. I think his mom still is in Oklahoma, isn't she? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but
I don't know Durant's personal life, but
yeah.
I thought that she stayed and remained in Oklahoma.
And I think Durant is very much at this point of his career about winning championships and so forth. But I mean, think about that. I mean, if you did have Trey Johnson and Kevin Durant in Washington together, I mean that could be kind of the legacy thing of one Longhorn passing the torch and grooming the other.
It would absolutely be messing with me, dude. I don't know if my emotions hand 2 Longhorns, two silky shooters.
Shoot.
Yeah. they need a lot of help, man. Washington needs a lot of help. They'd still finish last.
Hey,
even with KD, that's why KD ain't going there. They'd still fucking finish last.
Man. Yeah. So
I don't know if you've actually watched the Wizards.
I haven't, Wags.
Okay,
I have not. But I will tell you that is, and it is funny that I did close the window.
I can't watch a full game. I'm not embellishing. Like I'm watching it, and I get angry and I get frustrated. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, this is awful, and I'll turn it off.
Go to something else. Go watch something else. But yeah, Golden State. What path do they move forward? What happens next? Going to be something there, but they aren't done. I mean, if that's the one thing that I took out of this season and gladly eat crow about. I closed the window on them way too damn soon because they made the Jimmy Butler trade to me was more impactful than the Luka one. And look, I mean, they get eliminated last night.
Hey, Jake, I'm going to tell you something. Maybe you're familiar with this term. Stop gaslighting. Jake, stop gaslighting me. Stop gaslighting me, buddy. All right, where do you want to go next, partner? Oh, hold on. We got to tell you about our friends at Covert here. We'll get to Covert, and then we'll get to Tom McKay and audiovisual consultations. Then we'll get back on the ice because we'll be melted up and ready to heat the ice down there. But first, a word from our friends out there at Covert BK.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Not only are you treated like family, but you're treated like kings in courtship out there at the chariots of the kingdom in Covert BK, man. Get on out there, tell them that the crew from TSU sent you, and you can have yourself a little bit of chariot envy as you go on out there, man. All right, and also Our guys setting the standard in audiovisual automation, been doing it for the past 35 years. Audiovisual consultations, 512-255-8678 are the lottery numbers. Again, 512-255-8678. Make sure you go to the website too at avconsultation.com and see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years when setting the standard in audiovisual automation. You can just check them out. See that gallery of projects, you get an idea of what you want. Maybe you want the 2 screens, the 3 screens, the 4 screens. It's all deadly, man. Ask them about the Sonos surround sound system too, so that you can have the ambiance and the feel of being at the stadium yourself inside your own home, right? You don't even have to go to the games anymore. You can get that same quality of sound in your studio or in your house. All you got to do is just call 512-255-8678 and you'll be listening to it how we listen to it. It's audiovisual consultations.
That's right. Florida, big win.
I've been saying it, man.
Yeah.
You can't have the best.
Dude,
they almost put up an extra point. Now look, the Leafs got back on the board here, but it was an absolute shellacking, just a shit show.
The
by
pasting,
the Panthers.
Pasting last night. Yeah. 6-1. Wow. That Florida's really damn good, dude.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the breakdown of the game, right? Like, I don't know how much.
No other way to put it.
This could be an anomaly of the game, right? But also, this could just be Florida finding themselves and finding stride. Like this could be the team finding the actual the pace or finding their legs now with Marchand. You know what I mean? Like Chucky's healthy again, Bennett's healthy again. They're the championship squad. They got the best goaltender, and they're starting to play like it too. So
this felt a lot like the Celtics last night, to where it's like, okay, you're kind of wondering if or when this is going to happen, when they're just going to show absolute domination, and it happened last night. And if they're finding their legs right now, what a better time than right now. It was just. Yeah.
To Jake's point, and this is why Michaela Detmer has reached out to Austin Matthews, and she's looking for inspiration and motivation. She's like, boys, what do you need?
Yeah.
Boys, what do you need? Do you need the cups for the main cup? That's what she's asking.
See, that's what I'm saying. She needs to do it now, not after. I mean, do it now.
No. You do it now, you lose your legs. You do it now, you lose your legs. You got to keep the boys going. You got to have
that visual. Oh, so you want to leave it to the imagination, right? You leave it to the
Rodney,
imagination.
If you, what is the dog? Honestly, I don't know here. We got to debate this. If you give the dog just enough, he'll keep wanting more, or she'll
back
keep
for
wanting more to keep wanting back for more. But if you give them the full treat,
they're satisfied.
They're satisfied, and they lose their motivation.
Yeah,
right.
And you're right. If you do a little nibble or two, that tends to bring out aggression in wanting more. That's just life in general.
Maybe we get a silhouette. What did we have this like silhouette video? Like people were doing silhouette.
Yeah, sideways, turn sideways
silhouettes thing.
Yeah,
the silhouette challenge.
Maybe she could do that. Or kind of a little bit of a see-through kind of thing, or something like that. Have to watch out here. There's a lot of important people standing here.
Is that yeah? You better watch out there at Barton Creek, and you're talking about.
That's all right.
Undressing woman. The Leafs last night, absolute dog shit. They're going to need more than just Michaela Detmer's motivation there. Austin Matthews has to come through. Tavares too, man. Johnny T, baby. Show up. You guys got to show up, man. But in classic Maple Leaf fashion,
just too much.
They're letting this go right out the door.
Yeah.
They tried to do it with Ottawa. They tried to allow Ottawa to come back and kind of blow their load. But
you can't give Florida a little bit of you can't give them a little bit of a rope. You can't give them a little bit of leash, because they're going to tear right into you just like they did last night. That was a pounding. That was a pounding. Now that's one that I turned off. I'm like, okay, let's go.
Oh yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Also, yeah, you could have turned that one off. You could turn any type of Wizards basketball off. You knew what was going to happen. I left it on. I wanted to see how nasty Florida was going to get. They just poured it on them last night. But we were also treated to an absolute dandy, a series closeout. Had to go into overtime for this thing, man. We talked about it. Regardless of Pickard or Skinner, Skinner was in the net last night for the Oilers, and they were still clean. It's been 3 games in a row now. Their defense has been fantastic. Each pair, all the pairs out there for Edmonton have been fantastic. Nugent Hopkins is starting to come alive again. Dude, it's Edmonton's scary. If you're Dallas and you're looking over Edmonton, man, you're hoping that they cool off a little bit coming into the series.
I really
am. I can't put the cart before the horse. We still got to take care. Dallas still has to take care of business.
But. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I really am optimistic about the Stars, but every time that I watch Edmonton, it's like, my goodness. And like we've talked about before, I mean, these dudes, they fall behind, and it's like, okay, there's no need to panic. There's no need to worry because they're going to come back and get you anyway, it seems like. So Edmonton and sorry, Vegas, and that, get beat on their own home ice, get eliminated on their own home ice. So sorry about you, friends.
Yeah, and Hill played great too last night. I mean, it's just, Skinner, only one goal. It only took one goal last night, and Skinner went clean. Hill didn't. But Kapanen able to find the game winner there in overtime, and the Oilers advance. Advance.
On they go to, hopefully, Dallas. That's going to be a fun series, man. That is
it's a rematch from last year or last year, right?
Yep. Let them have at it again. Have at it again, boys. But 1-0 right there. Got the one goal. That's all they needed. They finish it off, and on they go. On they go, brother.
Dude, stop shitting down his leg when it's almost time to play the Stars. Now, hold on. Skinner was pretty good in the regular season, though, if I'm not correct, or if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, I feel like Skinner was a top 10 goalie. Let me go to the stats. Jake. Rodney, you want to talk about a client real quick before we get out here while I'm looking up these stats?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've covered everybody. I actually want to talk about here at Barton Creek, man, because we've got golfers out on the golf course today. But this is kind of a double because you had Bucky and BK here this morning. And again, don't forget tomorrow morning, it is Mullet Open Friday. So that'll be happening out at Hyatt Lost Pines out in beautiful Bastrop County. If you don't know where that is, just go down 71 right there. And when you see big old Cedar Creek High School on the right side, it's right across over on the other side. And that is one of the most special. That's one of my favorite days of the year, honestly, is the Mullet Open. Just all the hard work and dedication that the Buck has had for all these years into that Mullet Open. You're going to see so many people out there. Bucky's talked about it to where there are people now. Well, some of the folks that played in the first Mullet Open, they've got kids and grandkids that are now playing this. So if you have the opportunity, if you're going to be out that way, stop in, say hi. Wags will be there. I'll be there. Obviously, BK will be there. Bucky will be there. No telling who else is going to be there. Just come on out for a real special day. It's a good day to just kind of share something that's very passionate to Bucky, and it's become very passionate to all of us as well.
Yeah, man, I'm down for it. And Jake, you're kind of like, I thought he was in the top 15, but he's not. Down at the bottom of the barrel, 30 in the 30th percentile there. Right above my guy, right below my guy Charlie. Charlie Lindgren there. Also, shout out to LT, Logan Thompson here in the pipes for Washington. It's just been bad pairs on the defense there for Washington, just not getting any help there. Rod's been absolute dog shit. I feel bad for him because he's been outstanding. And he's been great in the playoffs too. He's honestly kept the Caps in the playoffs with no offensive help and no defensive effort. It's been Logan Thompson and the damn crossbar that's kept Washington in this series. So hopefully the tide can turn a little bit here to Washington's side. Handsome Tom tried to get after it, but you got to do a little bit more than just 5 hits. You got to have your aggression kind of, permeating in, all throughout the rest of the team and get the boys up, man. Have Graybeard, have Captain Graybeard, Ovi come out and start laying the lumber too. But here's the thing after that, right? Once you do that, Ovi's basically done and back to finesse. So take what you can get with Ovi, put him on the left wing, allow him to get after it. Put him on the what do they call it? The west wing. Put him on the left wing.
The west wing.
Yeah, the west wing there and over in the Caps. Is it Verizon? I don't even know if they play at the Verizon Center anymore. Anyways, just shout out to Logan Thompson real quick before the cap season's over because it feels like it's about to end. So.
Yep, I think it's about to end.
Come on, Tom. Get them together, boys. Get them together, Tommy.
So Wags,
let's go, baby.
Your thought earlier? We did a game by game schedule breakdown of the Cowboys and the Texans. Now that the full schedule is out, your New York Giants not getting the best draw when it comes to schedule.
Yeah, that's one of the worst,
dude.
One of the toughest schedules, according to Warren Sharp's. I saw Warren Sharp's retweet too.
Them in Cleveland.
Sharp's
Isn't that great?
Statistics?
Yeah. The Browns and the Giants among the toughest schedules. After all of that released by the National Football League last
Misery
night.
loves company, baby. Misery loves company.
Well, the whole thing. I always say that if you're going to do something, you do it right. If you're going to bottom out,
the Giants are bottoming out right, aren't they?
That is the exact schedule. I don't know what goes on in that building with all the different conversations and GMs and coaches and what are they going to do. But when the owner comes out and says you need to win this year, and then they hand you that schedule, I'm thinking, we might not win this year, or at least as much as you need us to win, sir, Mr. Owner, because, tough one. Just your division. I mean, your division in and of itself is one thing.
It's a shit show. It's a nightmare.
Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. Dallas Cowboys, seven, count them, 7 primetime games. I think they are second to Kansas City and Philadelphia, I think, which, no surprise there. But, yeah.
You're going to get that on a Monday.
Gonna get that.
It's not Monday though, is it? It's Thursday.
That's okay. Feels like a Monday. Kind of feels like
it's a saying that me and my boys have. You're gonna get that on a long job. You're gonna get it's innuendo. My bad, bud. It's innuendo. Where do you want to go next? I'm running out of shit to say.
Hey, PGA Championship in well, not in full force, but PGA Championship underway.
What is the leaderboard here? You're out there at Barton Creek. Can you give us your best little golfer, impersonation here? Can you give us a
atop the leaderboard?
Can you give us a Nance voice?
Donald at -4, shooting at 14.
You got to talk. Yeah, actually, your mic's really low. If you.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, hell, some guy just stood in front of the leaderboard. No, I can't see it. Of course,
now I'm looking at ass cheeks.
Yeah, now I'm looking at an old dude's ass. Okay, Donald at -4, Fox at -4, Jaeger at -4. That's your leaderboard now. They're playing at 14.
And now Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy. What else you got going on today, partner? What you got? Are you staying out there with BK or
no? When I get done here, I got to get home. We got a piece of furniture being delivered, so I've got to go corral the dogs and get people out of the way, finish up some stuff, and then tonight, so for the birthday that I had back in April, the wife got me tickets. I mean, it's for me. I mean, she's going with me, but tonight, late show tonight, 9:30 p.m. at ACL Live, I'm going to see the lovely, funny, talented, and beautiful Nikki Glazer. The comedian, the one that does the roasts, the Tom Brady roast.
Who is she?
Yeah, Nikki Glazer, Glaser, Nikki Glazer, comedian. About the only comedian that I'll listen to these days.
I'm kidding. I know who she is. Yeah, she did funny. She did Tom
Brady.
Tom Brady's roast, right?
Yeah. She's funny and she's raunchy. That's what I like about her. Tells dirty jokes.
I'm actually,
yes, Patrick, very.
You know what? I'm gonna surprise. You'll never guess what I'm doing. I'm actually going to play this new game that came out while I have a little bit of time before my course catches flight here at 1 p.m. But yeah, Doom Dark 8. Are you a fan of Doom? Do you know the title Doom or the game?
Yeah, I know what it is. I don't know a whole hell of a lot about it, but I do know what it is.
So it's got like tons of themes like Doom Eternal. Well, now Doom Dark Ages has just released. It's their new release for their series here. But yeah, Doom's fantastic title. About 9 hours of gameplay was reported, but that
holy smoke.
That was falsely reported. It's actually about 20 hours of gameplay. 9 hours of gameplay isn't that much, especially if you're charging somebody $65. That's not that much, right? But 20 hours of gameplay with an open world.
Yeah.
Then that kind of turns the 20 into like 25 to 30 hours of gameplay if you have an open world and you're exploring Easter eggs and everything. But apparently, and that's just it. Apparently, there's some really cool Easter eggs in Doom Dark Ages. So that's what I'm going to try and explore real quick. Give me some ideas for my game design.
You're going to get paid to do this?
No. I don't know. I get paid for the projects I help with. With weapons design, like I help design weapons for games, like and I'm not an artist or anything. I just do like the values, like based off of what I know what a weapon would do in real life. I implement that into a game and try and digitize it and just adjust the values for people.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot more exciting.
I don't get paid to play Doom, but I'm gonna do that before my course starts at 1 p.m.
There you go. Well, see that's because I talk about this 9:30 Nikki Glazer thing. I'll probably have to take a nap in there because we got early alarm to go to the Mullet Open. So Double R is gonna have sleep. What do they call it? Sleep snot in his eyes tomorrow when he arrives over there. Ronnie's gonna have bloodshot eyes when he arrives over there tomorrow.
Beaver Lance, Jason, let's take it back, bro. Let's take it back to Castle Wolfenstein. Let's go.
There you go.
But yeah, Wolfenstein was created based off the same coding of Doom. But Doom was revolutionary when it broke. I think it was 1991 was the first title of Doom.
Damn.
I think I have my game history off.
It's a long time ago, brother.
Might be 98. Might be 98. Might not be 91. Might be 98. I could be off.
That was a long time ago.
Duke Nukem. Yeah, dude, you guys are right. Souls, that's the same type of genre too, man. Because of Doom, there was Duke Nukem, there was Wolfenstein. It's fantastic. What's up, Ike? We see you, bro. We see you.
Serious. Look at there. Turboff.
What's up, buddy?
Turbo on the case. Oh, I think you're muted, my man. There you go.
Quad might be right. Quad might actually have. Let me look that up, as a matter of fact. I think Quad is right. I wanted to say 91, and then I went to 98 just because I do remember an 8, but Quad might be right with 89. I might have been in 2nd grade when this thing came out. Doom release.
A mere puppy. Will, any thoughts on the NFL schedule release last night, my man?
Didn't really get to check it out. Texans, I think 3. I did see 1 takeaway. Texans are playing the Seahawks, I think, on a Monday night game.
Yeah,
on ESPN Plus. ESPN Plus has Monday night games now.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Oh man, somewhere else, something else to confuse people to try to find your game. Lord have mercy. Yeah, no.
What's up, Will? How you doing, bud? You good?
You good? Yeah.
But, did you guys get out to the fields on time yesterday?
We did. Yeah. Jordan was. Yeah. That we had some pretty big recruiting news yesterday. Texas landing 5-star athlete Jermaine Bishop, and Jordan was out at his school as he committed.
Breaking news from Jordan.
Boom.
Nice.
You guys I guess you guys gonna talk about that?
We might.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. One of the crazier things I've ever been a part of in my time in the recruiting industry.
Nice. Was there some drama?
Fantastic, man. Glad to hear that you've reached a part of your career where it's no looking back now, right? Just gonna take sales, take flight, huh?
I don't know about that, but yeah, no, it's.
I'm with you, buddy.
Yeah, it was nuts though. I mean, I guess I can tell the story now. But basically, I'd gone out there to see Jermaine yesterday.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump out.
So Troy, real quick before I think you're right, Troy. As a matter, I think I remember 91 is what I remember. So, yeah, I remember being in 4th grade, not 2nd grade. That's how I remember my video games. It's what grade I was in during elementary school and middle school. All right, gents, I got to get out of here. By the way, we're talking about Doom. Doom Dark Ages is about, or it just released. It's available now for early access. That's what got us on the Doom video games. You guys, we'll see you guys later. Be good.
See you,
awesome. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. It's Will Turboff. Gonna be talking a few different things today, but the big one, Jermaine Bishop, man. Huge commitment for Texas. Yesterday, the rankings updated. He went from the number 35 overall prospect in the nation to the number 25 overall prospect in the nation. It's been a long time coming for him. And honestly, I mean, he has earned every single bit of recognition. This is a kid who's 5'10", 155 pounds, and we're projecting him to go in the 1st round because he's just that damn special. So really happy for him. Happy he was able to get the rankings. An elite two-way player that could end up, on either side of the ball at Texas, potentially playing both sides, maybe even something similar to a Travis Hunter role. But Genuinely one of the better players, if probably. I got to be careful here. I mean,
yeah,
I've wrote it several times. Going back to his junior year, I said, hey, this is pound for pound the best player in the state of Texas. I wrote that several times, and I still believe that. But
I believe he was picked first in our or was he the first pick in when we had our little Texas high school football draft a couple weeks ago?
I'm almost positive I took him one overall. So, kind of just shows you how much, how big of fans we are. But yes, Jake, it most definitely is. And please don't ever refer to us talking about a player that way again. But I guess we'll start from the beginning. I'll give y'all kind of the lay of the land yesterday in my time at Willis. So I was going to be in Houston Monday through Wednesday. Geographically, Willis is at the very, very north tip of Houston. Some people don't even consider it Houston. And so I, planned that to be my last stop, because I live in Fort Worth, was going back home Wednesday or yesterday. So get out to Willis, probably the most important stop, on the entire schedule for me, because Jermaine Bishop is one of those kids that's impossible to get a hold of over the phone. He won't text back. He won't, pick up the phone and whatnot. That's just kind of who he is. And that's fine. I totally get it from the kid's POV, especially if you're a top ranked player. You have reporters calling you all the time. I would much rather not talk to anyone than talk to specific people or talk to everyone. So I want to make it clear. I don't hold anything, against him for that. So I show up to see him. I'm there to see him. And they're doing their athletic period. When I walked onto the field, they started like 20 minutes early, and I had got there early. And so when I walked onto the field, the entire Willis staff was like, pretty actively coaching. And, I've in my time in this job, I've gotten chewed out by high school coaches enough by interrupting practices. I was just going to wait on the sideline and watch. So I did. And practice wraps up. Trent Miller, their head coach, we followed each other on Twitter for a long time. And I've been a fan of his going back to when he was at Spring High School, but we have never talked in person. And so the practice ends. I walk up to him. Hey, thanks for letting me come out. I need to interview Jermaine, and then any other kid y'all have with offers or any kid you think will get offers in the future, bring them over here. I'll get their headshot, create profiles for them. So knock all that out of the way. It's time to interview Jermaine, and it's super windy. So we kind of walked over to like this, I don't know, shaded part near the concession stand so that I'd be able to use the audio. And because Jermaine and I were like the last people in the stadium, and one of the coaches, they had to come lock the practice field or whatever after. So they were kind of coach was just listening to me interview Jermaine. And I've interviewed Jermaine a lot over the years. He's always been a kid that with whatever reason, usually wouldn't, say a ton on record. And, there's plenty of kids like that. But early on in Jermaine's career, like there were times where I genuinely couldn't even use the interview audio just because I needed to hit a word count and it would be very few words, coming back. But as time has gone on, he's gotten more and more comfortable with it. And he gave me great quotes back in March, and I interviewed him at a 7-on-7 tournament. We talked off record for a long time. And I'm like, okay, cool. He's really getting comfortable. And, it does seem like Texas is in a great spot. Interviewing him yesterday, and I'm like, man, I think Texas is the leader now, just based off how he talks. And, I asked him, what do you think of your commitment timeline? Hey, still the summer, still want to do it in June or July. And when he said that, the coach that was kind of there watching us lifted his head up. And I was like,
what's going on here?
Yeah. So I'm like, all right, Jermaine, thanks for the time. I appreciate you. I'm going to get home to Fort Worth after this. He runs the locker room. Me and the coach who was there waiting were walking out of the stadium. And again, I don't know anyone on their staff. And over the last few months, based off what Jermaine had told me, I thought it was Texas versus Houston. Other people I work with thought it was Texas versus Texas A&M. And I asked this coach, like, hey, I'm not asking you to tell me, who the outright leader is or whatnot, but could you kind of help me? Could you paint a clear read on this? It's Texas versus who? He goes, man, I'm going to be honest with you. He's committing to Texas in 2 days. And I was like, what? Really? And he was, yeah. And I was like, shit, okay, coach, that's awesome. That's awesome. Would you mind if you went and grabbed him out of the locker room so I could get quotes for his commitment story? I was like, he doesn't pick up the phone, respond to stuff. So, he's a big name. I want to have quotes for that commitment story. And I'm not going to be able to get him, on the phone or whatever before he does it on Friday. And he goes, yeah, I think he'll do it. Let me go grab him. So I'm waiting outside the locker room. Coach goes in. 3 minutes later, Jermaine walks out wearing a Texas shirt. He's like, yo, I'm ready to give you those commitment quotes. Cool. We go to sit down in the head coach's office. And I'm like, it's right before I start recording. I'm like, all right, I know it's Friday. What time are you, what time are you going to post it? He goes, man, you need to check Twitter. I was like, huh? You need to check Twitter. I'm like, did you just, yeah, I just posted. I just told Hayes to post it. I was like, man, like, all right, cool. I mean, I'm still, I guess, going to be the only one with quotes no matter what. Interviewed him, asked him whatever questions, and then caught up with the head coach, Trent Miller, interviewed him, asked him questions about Jermaine. You coached a lot of guys over the years. Where does he stack up? And he gave a lot of great quotes on Jermaine. So it was a pretty cool day. Not taking credit for Texas landing him, but I'll take credit for accelerating the timeline by about 48 hours. Jermaine had said if I had found out that other people were and he didn't want it to leak out or other crystal balls to go in or whatnot. And, I totally understood it from his POV. He wanted it to be kind of a big surprise. So, yeah, pretty cool day over at Willis. I was in the right place at the right time. And I guess me and Texas reaped the rewards from it. But, yeah, that's kind of what happened yesterday at Willis with Jermaine Bishop.
So let's talk about what Texas is, getting in Jermaine Bishop Jr. Because it's actually, we had the rankings update yesterday, as you mentioned. He goes up 10 spots. And our friend, Horns 24/7 alum, Mike Roach, with a great piece on, as you mentioned, like the Travis Hunter comp. Jordan, is this actually, you've seen him in person, a handful of times now. Is this something that you think, by year 1, year 2, like when would the timeline be for a guy like Jermaine Bishop to actually have a chance to play 2 ways at Texas? Because it hasn't happened at this point.
Yeah. Year 1, I would be very surprised if that happened. By no means do I expect him to redshirt year 1. I do think he's going to appear in at least, 5 games, whether special teams, offense, or defense. He's just kind of one of those guys where you have to get him on the field, or it's kind of coaching malpractice if you don't, because he's just that special, that electric with the ball in his hands, and he just has that nose for the ball from the defensive back position. So, he does want to play both ways. He would love to do that in college. He also understands that, he's currently 158 pounds soaking wet, and that he has necessary physical development ahead of him, especially if he does want to actually be a full-time 2-way player. Because, yes, Travis Hunter did it. It was remarkable. But Travis Hunter did it in the SWAC in the Big 12. It's different in the SEC. It just is. There's different body types. It's more physical, and the competition level's higher. So not saying I don't think he can end up as a actual 2-way player at Texas. I'm not sure if it'll ever be full-time, but I do think, there will be something similar to how Adoree Jackson's career was at USC, right? Where he wasn't on the field for every single snap like Travis Hunter was, but they took advantage of his talents, punt and return DB, and, of course, receiver. So I do think that's something that, Jermaine Bishop, that'll probably eventually happen with him, where he could end up in kind of that Adoree Jackson type role. But, the good thing is, he could be an NFL player at receiver or corner, right? I genuinely believe that. Him and Jalen Lott, both of them. And if you get a guy who can be a top-tier receiver or corner, it kind of makes recruiting and filling in the rest of the class even more fun, because it's okay, even if we miss on this guy, we can just have Jermaine in the corner.
There's 2 of them here.
Or even if we miss on this receiver, Jermaine can still play receiver, right? And especially if they end up getting Jalen Lott in the class, I think they eventually will, having 2 dudes like that, it makes filling in the rest of the class a very unique process. But Man, as far as the player goes, I'm going to pull up the tape, the best junior year tape in the entire state of Texas, if not the country. And the craziest thing about Bishop, he's been a varsity starter at Willis since his freshman year. Didn't really play receiver and actually start racking up yards till his sophomore year. But he's currently about 1,500 yards away from being top 10 all time. And the all-time receiving yards, career receiving yards list in Texas high school football history. And if he makes that list, he's going to be the only guy that played 6A ball on that list, besides Jackson Smith and Jigbo, who's a first-round pick. Other names, Marvin Mims is on that list, and I'm forgetting some other ones, but half of that list played in the NFL and was a day 1 or day 2 pick. So it kind of shows you the caliber of athlete we're dealing with here. And also, he's about 700, 600 yards away, or receiving yards away from being the all-time receiving leader in the Houston metro area. So, again, just kind of putting it in perspective, and it's nuts because his ceiling is probably highest at corner, and he still did this at receiver. But nonetheless, going to play the tape. Like I said, playing 6A ball, he's in a district with Conroe, Oak Ridge, Woodlands, Grand Oaks, kind of that North Houston, Conroe ISD area, and I mean, just electric, man. Here's a punt return going to the crib. And I mean, seeing him in 7-on-7 too is like a religious experience as well. It's just you don't guys like this only come around so often. And the thing that makes him special, watch the burst here, is navigating through the traffic, and there's 4 guys with angles on him, and he outran them all. Some of the best bursts you'll find, long speed. I wouldn't say it's amazing, but it's the short area quickness, the twitchiness, and the burst that is what makes him special. And yes, watch this. He blocks 2 people on this play. And, yes, he's 5'10", 155 or whatnot, but some of the better ball skills you'll find, he plays much bigger than his size, and, wins a fair share of those 50-50 balls as, a guy that's shorter than the DB. So just a really special player. I can't say enough good things about Jermaine Bishop, man. Love his game.
Yeah. Ike said over David Boston I like this comment. Over David Boston for the Houston. Okay. I was having a hard time believing that. I would think, Josh Doxson was a Houston guy. But yeah, no one even in the top 10 from the Houston metro area.
Yeah, I mean, y'all got to understand, Jermaine Bishop had 1,400 receiving yards his sophomore year with DJ Lagway. Lagway graduates. There's no way Bishop can do that again. As a junior, he had 1,500. So he's entering, and he had 200 as a freshman. So he's entering a senior year at 3,100 about receiving yards, or I know he's over 3,000. Watch this play. He's not supposed to be able to do this. He hurdles this guy and cuts as soon as he lands. If I tried doing this, I'm in the hospital getting surgery. But just, man, and I've seen this tape at least probably 50 times. And I can't get enough of it. This is versus DeSoto, by the way, in the playoffs.
All right, Jordan. Ready to move on about 3-4 hours later. Not, commitment news for Texas, but news that they've been waiting on for, pretty long time. Xavier Griffin, the number 1 linebacker in the country, remained as the number 1 linebacker. I believe the number 8 prospect in the country. Committed to USC for better part of 6 months here. There have been, rumors for months and months that, that may not last too much longer. And yesterday he announces he is reopening his recruitment for official visits. Texas is one of them. Hank South has gotten a lot more, info on this, especially around the time Xavier Griffin visited Texas about 4 or 5 weeks ago. But, this is someone that we feel that, first of all, Talanoa Illy, it seems like the linebacker shift there. Xavier Griffin, they'd been anticipating, that he might be leaving USC, and now Talanoa Illy is maybe trending towards USC, which kind of leaves, Texas in a position, Florida State in a position, a couple of these other schools. Jordan, how are you feeling about this Xavier Griffin? Obviously a huge, major move for Texas. This is the number one linebacker on the board. So kind of what's the outlook here?
Yeah, I mean, the OV is obviously going to be the most important thing here. He visited Texas once, it was a few weeks ago, and they kind of snuck him on campus so that, USC wouldn't cancel it. Where is this? Like you said, Ohio State, Bama, Texas, Florida State. That's the order of his OVs.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Florida State's been on him for a long time. They're one of his first offers, I should say. And he's been over there to campus, several times. But Florida State getting him last, I think, is probably the best case scenario if it's not going to be Texas, especially since based off how these dates are, it appears that he's going to fly from Austin to Tallahassee. Because he's seeing Texas the 13th to the 15th, and that FSU OV starts the 15th to the 17th. So, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have a great experience in Tallahassee because he wanted to go home first from Austin. Who knows? I've heard several stories like that when these players line up all these OVs in a row to where they're not going home. They're just flying to the schools right after. Bama will be interesting. That one's for a long time been kind of – I think the one that a lot of people were most nervous about. I know,
yeah, they've been out to see him a lot. Like I know they did a couple home visits. So I think they were always kind of the school to watch, maybe even over Texas.
Yeah, no, I agree. And with Georgia, it's kind of weird. I do think it's just due to the fact that like there are 2 5-star linebackers in the state of Georgia right now. We throw in Braden Rouse. It's like 3 top 50 linebackers or 3 top 50 overall prospects at the linebacker position in just the state alone. It's wild the types of dudes and positions and at the clip that Georgia produces in that state. And Tyler Atkinson has always kind of been the one that's been linked more to Georgia than Xavier Griffin at this point. But like I said, the OV will be important, and is the commitment to USC kind of showed you. It's going to be a guy you need to recruit through the whistle. It's the number one linebacker in the entire country. That's just, that's how it works. So wait for the OV. We'll know more then. And even after that, it's not going to be over. It's going to go till signing day.
Yeah. Jason asked, why do so many players decommit from USC? Well, USC has I believe a 26, 27 man class at this point, and we're in the second week of May, third week of May. Usually by the time that you get around 25 to 28 commitments, you've had like 2 or 3 commitments. So they're just kind of expediting their process, like their class, and what that class is now, only half of it may be there by September, or none of it may be in there in December. So it is an interesting year for USC to really stack things up. And then lose a good amount of them before they even get to the official visits. It's going to be interesting because, as I mentioned, Talanoa Ili, there's a few other guys linked to USC, and we've talked about that before on what Lincoln Riley, firing would do for Texas. So,
yeah, and I mean it's also worth bringing up. Like, man, when you have 27 kids committed, like your percentage of decommitments is going to go up, especially if you have 27 commitments in the month of May. Mm-hmm. I will say Xavier Griffin wasn't dropped, but they've had 2 other decommitments so far this cycle in 2026. The other 2 were dropped, and there's going to be more kids to get dropped. I kind of hate this strategy. I understand it from the school's point of view, but it's such like a kind of dehumanizing element of the recruiting process. Like they're taking commitments from kids that they like right now, but they don't love. And they're letting him commit. Hey, come on, come join the class, because it's stirring up buzz. But they still have 6 guys on the board ahead of him, and they're still going to OV all 6 of those guys and maybe get 2 of them. And they already have 2 kids committed when there's only 2 spots, and they want 2 more. So you have to drop those kids that you got committed. It's like, is someone who, we're in the weeds. We see these kids, these families, what they have to do to get there. That shit sucks. It truly does. But hey, I guess number one class in May, 27 commits. And one thing I do want to say, I always listen to the 105 podcast. It's done by Andrew Ivins, Cooper Tegna. They do a great job. It's the best college football recruiting / scouting podcast you will find out there. And I'm not saying that just because I work with them. It's the best one. Ivins, who's the 24/7 sports director of scouting, has kind of been talking about this for a few months, and I don't really see anyone else talking about it. USC is going to sign 35 high schoolers this year.
Yeah, I mean
several other schools are going to sign 30 plus high schoolers because there's no cap anymore. It used to be you could only sign 25. Now it's unlimited. And you have to think how much cheaper these players are out of high school compared to the portal. Think about it this way. We're going to sign 35 guys. After year one, we're going to cut fat. Maybe 25 will be here. Or we're going to, trim the rest, put them in the portal. And then we're going to go to the portal to get a select few players, maybe one or two. Instead of taking 25 to where maybe 17 of those actually work and 8 of them are duds, it's just a very interesting strategy here. And I mean, there are several other teams that are going to be doing the same thing, especially ones in, I guess, situations like Lincoln Riley almost where, if you have a lot of young talent, it does make you harder to get fired. Look at Billy Napier and DJ Lagway and the class that they had in 2024. So, I guess that's kind of your long-winded answer for Bevo, Lance, Jason, and why so many players decommit from USC. I want to hit on this question real quick from Antoine. This is a great question. If Texas gets Jalen Lott as well, dynamic athlete prospect from Frisco Panther Creek, who would play receiver, him or Jermaine Bishop, or what does it look like?
It's Jermaine Bishop for me. I think Jalen Lott. I am a believer that Jalen Lott is going to end up being a true corner. I think he'd be incredible at slot, early on, and then see what he could do, by year 3, 4 Texas. But I'm taking Jermaine Bishop as the wide receiver.
This is going to sound crazy. Jermaine at DB, Jalen Lott at receiver. Jalen Lott, his entire high school career, he's gone on record being like, hey, whatever gets me on the field first, that's what I want to play. It's not true. He prefers receiver. He's always preferred receiver, and that's what he wants to play. And I think Texas has been very smart to kind of change their pitch from kind of corner to athlete to kind of receiver athlete now. Because how can you try to recruit him to play corner when Oregon, Ohio State, LSU, USC are all recruiting him to play receiver, and that's the position he actually does want to play. So I do think if Texas were to get him, part of the commitment in him going to the program would be based on the fact that, hey, y'all are letting me play receiver because I would rather play that than corner. So I think that's part of it. Jermaine, on the other hand, I mean, even at Willis, you go around and ask them, hey, receiver or DB? They say, I think he's an NFL player at either, but he'll be a guy on Sundays faster at DB. That's what anyone at Willis will say. I feel the same way. I think the ceiling is highest at corner compared to wideout. Kind of like Travis Hunter. I think the ceiling's higher at corner there than wideout. Now, wideouts get paid more, so maybe he does settle in and wants to play receiver. But if only one could play one position, or both could only play one position, I'd go light receiver, Jermaine Bishop, corner, or safety. And it would be awesome if they get both.
I mean, they very well could. I think in our way too early mock class, they were both in there. So, and we already hit on one. So, and it's only been 4 days.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. There you go.
What do you want to get to next?
We will. Sorry, I know we had a question or a few questions I want to get to. Antoine with another one here. What happened with guys like Jordan Clay, Zion Robinson, and James Scott? Jordan Clay, I'll be honest, this is like one of the main things I actually disagree with the Texas staff about. I think they should fully be I think they're kind of out of their mind for how they backed off of Jordan Clay. This is a 6'2.5", 6'3" kid, born and raised in San Antonio, dreamed of playing at Texas his entire life. And at 6'3", he can high jump like 6'5", can long jump like 22 feet, and also has ridiculous 110 hurdles times. He's been running in the state meets for 110 hurdles since like his sophomore year. He literally checks every single box Texas looks for in receiver. There's nothing off the field with him. I think that they genuinely just, for whatever reason, don't think he's going to fit in the program, which kind of blows my mind because they do need a big body receiver. Now, part of it, I think, is because they've always had confidence with Caden Finley, and Caden Finley and Clay are relatively similar types of those big body receiver prospects, and they would be playing the same exact position at Texas. So I do understand that part of it. But from a BPA mindset, best player available mindset, I would be recruiting Clay. But when I caught up with him in March or April at OT7 in Dallas, hey, do you even talk to like Chris Jackson anymore? Who's talking to you? Man, I talk to AJ Milwee, and that's it. We talk like maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks. So I asked him, hey, what if Texas circles back in May, June, maybe July, and say, hey, we want to OV you, or we're really going to prioritize you now, whoop-de-woo. And he's like, man, I'd have to think about it, but honestly, I probably wouldn't give him the time of the day. He's like, because I know at that point, if you're circling back that late, it's because you missed on other guys, and I'm like the 8th or 9th option on the board, and I don't want to be the 8th or 9th option on the board. And I totally understand it from his POV. I get it. I really do. And he's going to have a top 10 posted sometime soon. The Texas Longhorn logo is going to be on there. But unless Texas really turns this thing around and figures out a way to push the right buttons when they apologize to him, he's not going to end up at Texas.
I mean, it's been a while. It's been 4 or 5 months here at this point. So I think it'd be kind of surprising if they doubled back. But you're right. It is possible. But at this point, it seems like the receiver board is 8, 9 players. And I'd be very surprised to see him back on the board.
Yeah. And it's kind of crazy because he almost committed to Texas last summer. I found out Chris Stewart was committing because, I guess I broke his commitment story. And I have a source very close to Clay called them, hey, Chris Stewart's about to commit to Texas. They are also going to have a great shot to get Caden Finley eventually, and Jordan's pretty similar to him. I know Texas is the dream school here, but, man, if he wants to get in the class, spots are going to start filling up. So, that might be something to consider. They call me back like a week later and, hey, we thought about committing, but he wants to take his time and wait till after those OVs next summer. So, but if you didn't end up going through with it, 1,000% would have been Texas. But throughout the season and then the early parts of the spring, like you said, they've kind of slowly backed off. And then Zion Robinson, he's a really interesting one. This is a kid that did not want to – I'm happy I never went out to see him this past fall because several people at our company did. And each time he's like, I don't want to talk about recruiting. I'm not really dealing with any of that stuff till like January, February. Like, I'm focused on my season, playing football. Like, I don't want to do an interview about recruiting. So he's kind of pushed everything back until this spring. And up to this point, barely took any visits. I know he camped at Texas. That's where he got offered this past summer. And then he's been to TCU a lot because his father is the head track and field coach at TCU, also a TCU alum. So TCU for a long time was kind of the one tied to him. But I was hearing that some schools were actually kind of struggling to get in contact with him at times. So whenever he posted like a top 6 of like Vanderbilt, Stanford, and some other random schools, it wasn't too surprising. Not sure where he's looking at now. I think he took an OV to Michigan or something. They had found out he was pretty open and dove in there. But that one's not going to be Texas. They just basically went separate ways eventually. And then James Scott, that's a kid they hosted at the junior day, but haven't offered him. And kind of a tweener. He's a jumbo receiver that is kind of too slow to play receiver in college, so he'd have to play tight end, but he doesn't really have a tight end frame or experience playing tight end. So a very interesting prospect. I have no idea what his OVs are, but I fully believe if Texas was going to get in there and offer him, they would have done it by now. But, hey, who knows? Maybe he goes nuclear as a senior and forces him to offer him that way. But, yeah, that's kind of the runaround with those 3 names, Clay, Robinson, and Scott. But yeah, all right, Will. So I have a question for you. As you know, Jermaine Bishop, probably my favorite player in the state. Said pound for pound, he's the best player. Give me your favorite player that you think is a must land for Texas now that Bishop's in the boat.
I mean, I've said it as long as I've been on this show. It's Felix Ojo. I just think he is the guy. I feel like I've said the same thing both other days on the show that he's like you've gotten a kind of program changer at a few different positions. You've gotten one at quarterback already, in Arch Manning, and was supposed to be Quinn Ewers, and to an extent he still was. You've had at receiver 3 different guys. Worthy is the main one. You've got Colin Simmons, you've got Anthony Hill. Offensive line is the next position that needs kind of that franchise guy. And this is the year when he's right down the street. You missed on the one last year. You have the resources and the time, and you know what it feels like to miss out on the one you wanted. And Texas is not going to let that happen 2 years in a row. And I still think he's the most valuable, person to this Texas class, regardless of who they get.
No doubt. I agree with that, honestly. If I had to pick someone else that wasn't Ojo, just because of how much I like him, I'd probably go Lott. But like if we're doing it based off the need at the position, probably Xavier Griffin. A lot of stuff has been made about defensive line recruiting at Texas, especially under Bo Davis. I mean, the cupboard was pretty dry for Kenny Baker this year. They returned 2 scholarship D linemen. One's Melvin Hills, who's never played. The other's January, who has 99 snaps to his name. But man, like last year, yes, they signed Bo Barnes, and he's going to be great. I think Bo Barnes is an NFL draft pick in 3-4 years. But the other guy they signed was Jonathan Cunningham, who showed up at like 180, 185 and needs to put on a lot of weight to play. And is kind of a tweener, due to his body type. And Texas has played him at nickel, safety, and linebacker this camp. They moved him around a lot. So, I don't really have confidence in him right now being a difference maker at that linebacker position. And Anthony Hill's gone after this year. Leonga Lafau, I think, is going to be a 4-year player that comes back next year. Same with Brad Spence.
Yep.
But after those two are gone, after the 2026 season, what does it look like? It's Anthony Smith. You took one linebacker in 2024. It was Smith. In 2025, you kind of took one because Jonathan Cunningham might not even end up playing that position. So in 2026, they need 3 or 4 of these guys. And we feel great about Kosi Okpala, but he's a very long-term developmental prospect. You have to spin him up and kind of teach him how to play off-ball linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
And after him, it's, who the hell's the other linebacker is going to be? So with Griffin and how much they need that position and what the rest of the board looks like, I think they will be extremely competitive in NIL. And with him being the number 1 linebacker in the country, that would be a huge get, the biggest get on defense probably since, let me say this, he'd be the best linebacker since Anthony Hill.
Yeah.
I was going to say best back 7 get, but I had forgotten they got Jonah Williams last year for a sec. But yeah, I'd probably go Xavier Griffin based off positional need, who's the biggest guy left on the board.
And yeah, we think that, out of those positions, linebacker, offensive line, could probably be the biggest hauls. What I would assume will be the biggest offensive line haul in history, or for as long as Steve Sarkisian has been in Texas. The 22 class, is always going to be hard to beat.
They had 6 or 7 in 22. It was Kelvin, Cam Williams, DJ, Cole Hudson, Connor Robertson, NATO. Am I forgetting someone? They had 6.
6, yeah.
Yeah, this year they're trying to sign at least 5, could get up to 6. Already have Wright in the boat, Nick Robertson in the boat, and then they'd love to get Ojo Turntine. And what they're looking, they need 2 true tackles, 2 true IOLs, and then they want 2 swing guys that could be tackles or IOLs. So that's kind of what they're looking to fill in. They view Nick Robertson as the IOL take, and they view Max Wright as a swing take, meaning they want like 2 other true tackles, which is interesting because, I think Max Wright is kind of a true tackle at this point. But yeah, Who wins the backup QB competition?
I think it's going to be. I've been riding with Trey Owens for a while. I think he's been doubted a whole lot since he's been in Texas. He was kind of like the odd man out to some people. But from what I've seen, he's always looked great in practice. And I think, Lacey as the third string is not a huge deal. And then you still have a lot of depth there. So I'm going to say the boy Trey Owens. Jordan?
Hey, I like it. I'll say non-conference. I think it'll be Trey Owens. Eventually, I do think like if they're in the playoffs or if they're playing Texas A&M or Oklahoma and it's later in the season and Arch Manning was to go down for whatever reason, I think it's the Troy quarterback transfer that goes in. But versus Ohio State or versus, I guess, like the cupcake non-conference ones, I think it'd probably be Owens just because he's been there, he'll be going into year 2. Whereas the Troy transfer, I think, has either shown up in June or just got there.
I think he just got on campus, yeah.
Yeah. So, yes, the Troy player is the only one besides Arch Manning that's actually been in a live game with live bullets, and that's something you cannot simulate. That's what I'd probably say. Trey Owens first half of the season, the Troy transfer last half, and I would fully expect KJ Lacey to redshirt. And CB makes a great point here. Every single year under Steve Sarkisian at Texas, the Longhorns have started at least 2 quarterbacks each season due to injuries. So, yeah. Hey, Naaman Roberts, we don't forget. We never forget.
They don't, yeah.
Trey Owens knocked out Katie in the second round. Their earliest playoff exit since Vincent Paul Young Jr. knocked him out in 01, 02, something like that. So, pretty cool story there. Will, I want to ask you, so you were out at Richmond Randall.
I was, yes.
Yesterday. You went to see the Lions' spring game. Any cool state championship festivities? They did beat South Oak Cliff in December for a 5A D2 title.
They had a lot of shirts. That was about it. But I was out there to see Lennon Williams-Callis, the number 1 running back in the country for the class of 2027. And Jordan, you had, spoken with him a few months ago. Right around the time, I think we were actually talking about this yesterday, right around the time that Tashard Choice was interviewing with the Dallas Cowboys, and it was kind of expected that he would leave, and that Lennon Williams-Callis told you that he was going to go to Texas if Tashard Choice was there, and that was going to happen at some point down the line. Choice doesn't leave for the Cowboys, leaves for the Lions about 3-4 weeks after that. So we're thinking, okay, this is, Oregon, Georgia, this is going to be a national recruitment. And if Tashard Choice isn't in Texas, then it may set up Texas to not, immediately be the leader again. But based on what he said yesterday, it sounds like Chad Scott has done a great deal. They're in contact almost every day. And it seems like, they haven't really missed it. Of course, it's going to be a different, you are losing a little bit of steam just because the relationship isn't there, a year and a half. I mean, like you said, Tashard Choice doesn't recruit sophomore running backs as hard as he did with Landon Williams-Callis a few months. So, I think this is looking really good. I think, like you said, Oregon, Georgia, and LSU is going to be one to watch. They haven't offered yet. He said that was a dream offer. He said they have been talking to him, so I would expect to look out for them too.
Did he has he visited Texas since Chad Scott took over?
He has not.
Does he have any visits set for the summer?
He is planning on going to Texas for just a day visit, but no camping anywhere. He talked about Oregon as well.
Yeah. He's interesting. I mean, this is a kid who had like 8 offers before his freshman year because he was running like 10.6 as an 8th grader. And along with the fact he has like 3 siblings or relatives that have played in the NFL and at 2 of them at the running back position. So, I mean, he finished his freshman year with like 50 offers already, right? And I don't think West Virginia is one of them. And even if they were, when you have every elite Power 4 school in the country already offering you as a 14-year-old, you're not going to give West Virginia the time of the day.
Yeah.
So I would assume that him and Chad Scott had never actually like really formally talked or informally talked up until he got to Texas. I'm sure they've connected or whatnot, but I mean, he's a difference maker. He's the highest ranked running back to come out of the state of Texas since Reuben Owens, and that's he's deserving of that. It comes from a similar part of the state almost as well. So excited to see him continue growing. Patrick makes a good point. I was that state championship
game, right?
Yeah, that state championship game was so fun because I know a lot of guys on the Sox staff that are pretty confident, and I'm like, man, like I'm not trying to piss y'all off. Y'all have never played anyone like him, ever. And seeing kind of the looks on their faces when Jake Bayless with the no divine bang. But seeing the looks on the Sox staff faces when I talked about this play yesterday, he took it like 60, 70 yards to the crib in the state championship game and got called back. It was a great game. And I will say Richmond Randall currently has 6A numbers. They're in the 5A D2 realignment because they had 5A D2 numbers when the realignment like snapshot was taken and what would have been
2023.
Fall of 2023.
Yeah.
But they're going to be moving up to 6A starting in the 2026 season. So kind of game in the system. I don't blame them at all. That's how it works. That's how Shadow Creek won 2 state titles or went to state 2 years in a row. Yeah, so we'll see if they can get back. I think Landon Williams-Callis has the horses to get him back as a junior just because he is that special. Forgot what I wanted to close it out with something on Jermaine Bishop, but I had forgotten about it.
You had you talked to Trent Miller about
Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna read some of the quotes that Trent Miller gave me on Jermaine Bishop, and I asked him, what was your first impression of him? Because Trent Miller took the job at Willis April 1st, the offseason going into what was Jermaine's first year at Willis, his freshman year. And I'm like, hey, did you not meet him or hear about him till he showed up day one of his freshman year? Or, what was that like? And where is this? He said, the funny thing is, so I got the job the 1st of April. It was super late in the offseason, and everyone thought I took the job because of DJ, as in DJ Lagway. Now, DJ was a part of that decision, but, I mean, you never take a job somewhere because of a player because that player is going to be there 1, 2, 3 or more years at best, and then they graduate, and then you got to figure it out, right? But I get on campus, and Jermaine was still at Brabham Middle School down the street, and everyone was like, hey, you got to go over there and see Jermaine. I'm like, who? And they were like, no, Jermaine Bishop. He's an 8th grader. I said, okay, well, we've got time to develop that. And they were like, no, coach, you need to go see him like now. So I get over there. They pull him out of class. He doesn't know me. I don't know him. I see this little 5'6", 5'7", just little goofball walking. And I'm like, him? And they're like, no, coach, he's a dude. I was like, okay, like I've been around some dudes in my career, man. Like, I'm going to have to see something. So he starts coming over during spring football, just hanging around on the sidelines, being around the kids, and all the kids know him. And so we get through spring ball because those kids that can't do anything as middle schoolers. We get to 7-on-7, the first day of 7-on-7 practice. He's out there, and he just jumps in with the ones. We were like, hey, now, bud, you got to earn your stripes. He's like, no, I'm the starting corner. We said, okay, put him out there, and the rest is kind of history, man. He said, I think my first impression was kind of like a lot of these college coaches. When he was a household name at the end of his freshman year and these college schools started coming through to recruit him, we'd get him out of class and they'd be like, huh? And we'd go, yeah, he's 124 pounds. They'd say, no, coach, that ain't the kid we're seeing on video. No, that's the same one. So, yeah, welcome to Jermaine Bishop, man. The whole thing has been fun. It's been crazy. And like I said, my first impression was just like everybody else. Like, come on, man. This little goofball, because he was goofy as hell, dude, had a smile on his face, cracking jokes, and yeah, he's just an anomaly, dude. Where is this? So Trent Miller, before taking the job at Willis, was the head coach at Spring High. And before being the head coach, he was the offensive coordinator for 5 years. They went to the playoffs 8 years in a row. Before that, he coached at Cy Ranch, Klein Collins, and has always been in the Houston area. He went to Conroe Oak Ridge and then played quarterback at Sam Houston State and A&M Commerce, which is now East Texas A&M. So he's seen some dudes. He pretty much, a lot of the top guys that have come out of the North Houston area the last few years, and he's been coaching 17 years. He's seen them, coached them, or coached against them. So I'm like, hey, just kind of put it into perspective for us, just how special is Jermaine Bishop. He said, I've been doing this for 17 years as a coach in the greater Houston area, and I've had a chance to either coach or coach against some of the most high-profile players that have ever come through the greater Houston area. You know what I mean? Like, we coached against Ed Oliver, who was a first-round pick, who was an absolute nightmare all 4 years of his high school career when I was at Spring. The Washington kid out of Fort Bend Travis, Parker Washington, who now plays for the Jaguars. We played them in a non-district schedule his junior and senior year, and my God, man, that dude might have set the record against us for touchdown catches in one game, let alone two. I mean, just a freak athlete. And then Jaden Blewett Klein Kane as a running back. He didn't play his senior year, but we're kind of thankful that he didn't because his senior year with his teammate Matthew Golden, I think Matthew Golden in the second-round playoff game had like 4 or 5 touchdown catches against us. And we had a Division I corner trying to cover him. And so the elite of the elite. I mean, I saw DeCorian Moore in person and I was at Spring. I saw Jonte Cook as a freshman and as a sophomore. Just ridiculous freak athletes, man. And I think Jermaine takes the cake on all of them. I mean, Ed's kind of in his own category being a defensive lineman, but I would say Ed is like the Jermaine Bishop of a defensive lineman because that dude, I mean, you just talk about the presence alone of him just getting off the bus. That changes the entire mindset and mentality of what you have to prepare for as a coach coaching against them. And with Jermaine, I mean, I think for us, he's the ultimate equalizer. We're going to be super young this year, but we've got the ace in the hole, Jermaine, and he's playing quarterback, receiver, returning kicks, playing safety, whatever. I mean, as long as he's healthy and he's on the field, you can't ever count out the Wildcats in whatever capacity, whatever game it is. So, yeah, thought that was pretty cool. And so he's playing quarterback for them this year as a senior. They had a kid move in from the Woodlands, but UIL popped him. They are appealing it.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they it was the backup behind the TCU commit at the Woodlands. He moved up to Willis, and that's in the same district. The Woodlands plays Willis every year in district play, so it was flagged, and he was ineligible for this year. They're currently appealing it, fighting it. I've never heard of a single guy winning a UIL appeal in my life. So that being said, Willis has kind of been proactive and has been playing Jermaine at QB throughout the spring and spring ball. They have a kid that played JV last year that they're trying to get up to speed, and depending on how well he, continues adjusting to the varsity level, that's going to decide how much Jermaine Bishop actually plays quarterback this year. And I was like, man, you're not, a little worried about, like, if he gets hurt at QB, you don't have him anymore? And he's like, man, if he gets hurt, we're fucked either way. I was like, hey, that is a good point. And man, I thought it was hilarious yesterday. At their practice yesterday, they were running some plays where he was in the shotgun, and he fumbled the snap, dropped the snap 3 plays in a row, and no one said anything to him, which kind of tells you the level of dude he is, that the coaches aren't even going to get on
leader. It's a leader tendency.
Yeah, so I thought that part was hilarious. And I think I've talked about this. CB brought up Michael Bishop. He said y'all didn't get to see Michael Bishop play. He was a beast at K-State. I assume most of y'all know this. I think we talked about this before, but he that's Jermaine's cousin or uncle. They're related in some way. Michael Bishop's also the head football coach at Legacy, the School of Sports Sciences or whatever it's called, where 5-star Houston quarterback commit Keyshawn Henderson goes, and he's best friends with Jermaine as well. A few other stuff before we close it out. Antoine said Brock Board from South Lake Carroll needs to be on the radar. Ohio State keeps stealing Texans. Okuda, Dobbins, Browning, Smith and Jigba, Donovan Jackson, Garrett Wilson, etc. Antoine said good enough for Heartline, should be good enough for UT, proven track record. I will say, I actually talked to someone at Ohio State when they offered him, just because I was like, this is very surprising. I mean, he's a white receiver from South Lake Carroll. Yes, he's incredibly productive. He's a great player, but those aren't really the guys Ohio State tends to recruit. I mean, he was committed to TCU. And the person I'm like, why did you all kind of offer this kid? You know, it was just so weird and out of the blue, especially the dudes there crew the receiver. And they basically said, hey, we have Chris Henry Jr. committed. He costs a lot. We intend to keep him. Think about it this way. Build your offense for $15 and Chris Henry Jr. costs $9. You got to fill in the rest of the pieces and the budget and make it make sense. If you're Ohio State and you're Brian Hartline, you can flip kids from TCU with a very low NIL number because you just say, hey, we're Ohio State and I'm Brian Hartline. You know, it's the discount. With Texas, like, I don't really expect them to get in on that one unless, you know, he was to go nuclear as a senior or something like that. But yeah.
Want to get to a little closeout last night with the Timberwolves. Glad they got it done, but it doesn't seem under the right. You know, Steph's not there. It doesn't mean as much. I can't hate on the Warriors as much. And then the Celtics, I mean, blowing out the Knicks. Luke Cornett with a legacy game, almost had like a triple-double with blocks. Get a chance to watch either one of those, and then is there any way the Knicks fumble this?
I have not watched any NBA the last few days just because I've been in my hotel or working or whatnot, or out at dinner with you and a source. So I know that T-Wolves made it, and then OKC's up, 3-2 on Denver?
3-2.
Right?
Yeah, game 6 tonight.
Okay. What, the Knicks-Celtics series? Knicks are up 3-2?
Also 3-2, yeah.
And then Indiana, have they won that series yet?
Yeah,
or
that one's, I believe, Indiana's 4-1.
Got it. Okay. So, hey, Knicks Pacers be fun little rivalry. Winning time. Great documentary on Reggie Miller and love that. And then, hey, I'm an Anthony Edwards fan. Love that he. I know Steph Curry was hurt, but slayed Goliath still. And then I would love Denver to beat OKC. I kind of hate the Thunder's fans, and seeing them melt down on Twitter because their head coach won't take Lou Dort out the game is hilarious to me. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is just like, man, like the level of hate I'm starting to get for him because of the fouls and constant fact that half his points come from the free throw line is very similar to the shit James Harden used to pull when he was competing.
But when James Harden did it, it was cool.
Yeah, James Harden had more of a bag too. If free throws don't exist, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a regular guy almost. Not actually. I don't actually mean that, but I just hate that the way that the game is that way. And I'm a Jokic fan. I want the Nuggets to win, especially because if they do, they get to stick it to management and the whole Mike Malone situation. But yeah, anything else you want to?
I don't think I've got anything.
Awesome.
Good to go here.
Antoine, appreciate that. Alex Smith, son of Brad Smith. Hey, he's coming up at Westwood. And then I had no idea Chris Whaley has a son. Antoine, if you could shoot me a DM with his information, I would love to look into that. Will, do you know anything about Chris Whaley?
I don't. I have no idea.
He was a running back. Forget where he came out of. Somewhere in Texas. Running back at Texas. Ends up blowing up like a balloon. They stick him at D-line. And one of the rare, I can't remember how many times Charlie Strong beat OU, but it was rare. And one of the times he did beat OU, they were playing the Sooners, who had Blake Bell as their quarterback, called the Belldozer.
Yeah.
And he either throws a pick or fumbles it. Whaley picks it up. Okay, it was a pick. Whaley picks it up and runs 40 yards down the field or however far it is, and meets the Belldozer at the goal line and runs through his ass, trucks him. And it was called the Thick Six. Okay, my bad. I messed that up. It was Mac Brown. I knew it was around that time, though. Not the dog days of Texas football almost. But, yeah, Chris Whaley. Haven't heard that name in a minute. Would love to see his son coming up. That'd be awesome. But anyways, we're going to get out of here. Everyone who tuned in, hey, CB, those gold jerseys, man. I hope they bring them back. That was awesome. But everyone who tuned in, Naaman Roberts, CB, Jake Bayless, Antoine, Ike, all y'all, we appreciate y'all. And then people on podcast platforms listening after the fact, thanks as well. Leave a like, comment, subscribe. Up next on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, the Ghost and Friends podcast is previewing Texas OU baseball. And then back at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. I will see you tomorrow. I think Nick is missing tomorrow's show. You want to fill in, or?
I'm not sure what the plan is for tomorrow, but we'll also be a little bit shaken up next week. But I'll definitely be back next week, at least one day. So looking forward to it. I think there's going to be a little bit more recruiting movement probably over the weekend, and we'll have a great show, some great shows next week. I think it's just getting more and more exciting right now.
Yeah,
it started yesterday.
Oh yeah, and sorry, this is the very last thing. It is very interesting. Texas usually loads up on commits around OV season after. There is a select few guys they're pushing for to commit before OVs, kind of like with Jermaine Bishop, that I think they'll be able to get in the boat. And they're top 247 dudes. They're not, floor setter, 3-star takes. They're top 247 guys. So the entire Steve Sarkisian era, people have complained, oh, we suck at recruiting in the spring. We're missing on these guys. And then they close super well. Those complaints gonna start drying up. So be on the lookout for a few early commitments that timelines get pushed up just like Jermaine Bishop, because it's coming. Anyways, we're going to get out of here. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate y'all, and have a good Thursday.